झुका सकते नहीं।
हमने सदियों में ये आजादी की नेमत पाई है,
हमने ये नेमत पाई है।
सैकड़ों कुर्बानियां देकर ये दौलत पाई है,
हमने ये दौलत पाई है।
मुस्कुरा कर खाई है सीनों पे अपने गोलियां,
सीनों पे अपने गोलियां।
कितने वीरानों से गुजरे हैं तो जन्नत पाई है। खाक में हम अपनी इज्जत को मिला सकते नहीं,
अपनी आजादी को हम हरगिज मिटा सकते नहीं।
क्या चलेगी जुल्म की अहले वफा के सामने,
अहले वफा के सामने।
आ नहीं सकता कोई शोला हवा के सामने,
शोला हवा के सामने।
लाख फौजे लेके आए अमन का दुश्मन कोई,
लाख फौजे लेके आए अमन का दुश्मन कोई।
रुक नहीं सकता हमारी एकता के सामने। हम वो पत्थर है जिसे दुश्मन हिला सकते नहीं,
अपनी आजादी को हम हरगिज मिटा सकते नहीं। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम।
हम वतन के नौजवान हमसे जो टकराएगा,
हमसे जो टकराएगा।
वो हमारी ठोकरों से खाक में मिल जाएगा,
खाक में मिल जाएगा।
वक्त के तूफान में बह जाएंगे जुल्मों सितम। आसमां पर ये तिरंगा उम्र भर लहराएगा,
उम्र भर लहराएगा।
जो सबक बापू ने सिखलाया भुला सकते नहीं। सर कटा सकते हैं लेकिन सर झुका सकते नहीं,
सर कटा सकते हैं लेकिन सर झुका सकते नहीं।
शुभ दिन है हम सबका, लहरा लो तिरंगा प्यारा। पर मत भूलो सीमा पर वीरों ने है प्राण गवाए। कुछ याद उन्हें भी कर लो, कुछ याद उन्हें भी कर लो। जो लौट के घर ना आए, जो लौट के घर ना आए। ऐ मेरे वतन के लोगों, जरा आँख में भर लो पानी। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। भूल ना जाओ उनको, इसलिए सुनो ये कहानी। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। जब घायल हुआ हिमालय, खतरे में पड़ी आजादी। जब घायल हुआ हिमालय, खतरे में पड़ी आजादी। जब तक थी सांस लड़े वो, जब तक थी सांस लड़े वो, फिर अपनी लाश बिछा दी। संगीन पे धर कर माता, सो गए अमर बलिदानी। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। थी खून से लथपथ गाड़ी, फिर भी बंदूक उठा के 10-10 को एक ने मारा। फिर गिर गए होश गवा के। जब अंत समय आया तो जब अंत समय आया तो कह गए कि अब मरते हैं। खुश रहना देश के प्यारों, खुश रहना देश के प्यारों। अब हम तो सफर करते हैं, अब हम तो सफर करते हैं। क्या लोग थे वो अभिमानी, क्या लोग थे वो दीवाने। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। भूल ना जाओ उनको, इसलिए कही ये कहानी। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। जय हिंद, जय हिंद की सेना, जय हिंद, जय हिंद की सेना, जय हिंद, जय हिंद की जय हिंद।
एक है अपनी ज़मीं, एक है अपना वतन, एक है अपना जहां, एक है अपना गगन। अपने सभी दुख एक हैं, अपने सभी गम एक हैं। आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
ये वक्त खोने का नहीं, ये वक्त सोने का नहीं। जागो वतन खतरे में है, सारा चमन खतरे में है। फूलों के चेहरे जर्द है, जुल्फे फिजा की गर्द है। उमड़ा हुआ तूफान है, नरवे में हिंदुस्तान है। दुश्मन से नफरत फर्ज है, घर की हिफाजत फर्ज है। बेकार हो बेजार हो, आमादे पैकार हो।
आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
ये है हिमालय की जमीन, ताजो अजंता की जमीन। संगम हमारी आन है, चित्तौड़ अपनी शान है। गुलमर्ग का महका बदन, जमुना का तट को कुल कमन। गंगा के धारे अपने हैं, ये सब हमारे अपने हैं। कह दो कोई दुश्मन नजर उठे न भूले से इधर। कह दो कि हम बेजार हैं, कह दो कि हम तैयार हैं।
आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
उठो जवानाने वतन, बांधे हुए सर से कफन। उठो दखन की ओर से, गंगो जमन की ओर से। पंजाब के दिल से उठो, सतलुज के साहिल से उठो। महाराष्ट्र की खाक से, दिल्ली की अर्ज़े पाक से। बंगाल से, गुजरात से, कश्मीर के बागात से। नेपाल से, राजस्थान से, कुलखा के हिंदुस्तान से।
आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं। आवाज दो, आवाज दो, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं, हम एक हैं।
भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम। रुक ना पाए तूफानों में सबसे आगे बढ़े कदम, रुक ना पाए तूफानों में सबसे आगे बढ़े कदम। जीवन पुष्प चढ़ाने निकले माता के चरणों में हम, जीवन पुष्प चढ़ाने निकले माता के चरणों में हम। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम। नदियों की पावन धारा है मंगलमाला गंगा की, मंगलमाला गंगा की। कमरबंद है विद्यार्थी का सातपुड़ा की श्रेणी की, सातपुड़ा की श्रेणी की। सह्याद्री का वज्रहस्त है, सह्याद्री का वज्रहस्त है। पौरुष को पहचाने हम, पौरुष को पहचाने हम। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम। नहीं किसी के सामने हमने अपना शीश झुकाया है, अपना शीश झुकाया है। जो हमसे टकराने आया काल उसी का आया है, काल उसी का आया है। तेरा वैभव सदा रहे माँ, तेरा वैभव सदा रहे माँ। विजय ध्वजा फहराए हम, विजय ध्वजा फहराए हम। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम। रुक ना पाए तूफानों में सबसे आगे बढ़े कदम, रुक ना पाए तूफानों में सबसे आगे बढ़े कदम। जीवन पुष्प चढ़ाने निकले माता के चरणों में हम, जीवन पुष्प चढ़ाने निकले माता के चरणों में हम। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम, भारत वंदे मातरम, जय भारत वंदे मातरम। वंदे मातरम,
वंदे मातरम,
वंदे मातरम,
वंदे मातरम,
वंदे मातरम,
वंदे मातरम,
वंदे मातरम।
वंदे मातरम। आज बापुनी पुण्य भूमि पर उग्यो स्वर्ण प्रभा। जय 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 गरवी गुजरात। जय सोमनाथ जय द्वारकेश, जय सोमनाथ जय द्वारकेश, जय बोलो विश्वनाथ आदनी। स्वर्ण अक्षरे लक्षे कवियो यश गाथा गुजरातनी।
यश गाथा गुजरातनी आ गुणवंती गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी।
भक्त सुदामा अने कृष्ण ना मित्र भाव भूलाए नहीं,
मित्र भाव भूलाए नहीं।
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए नरसइयों विसराए नहीं।
नरसइयों विसराए नहीं।
जय दत्त दिगंबर गिरनारी, जय दत्त दिगंबर गिरनारी, जय बोलो कालिका मातनी। स्वर्ण अक्षरे लक्षे कवियो यश गाथा गुजरातनी।
यश गाथा गुजरातनी आ गुणवंती गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी।
अमर भक्त वीरों नी भूमि, जैना गुण गातू संसार।
जैना गुण गातू संसार।
राजाओं ना ताज मुकाव्या, धन्य वीर वल्लभ सरदार।
धन्य वीर वल्लभ सरदार।
जय दयानंद जय प्रेमानंद, जय दयानंद जय प्रेमानंद, जय बोलो बहुचरा मातनी। स्वर्ण अक्षरे लक्षे कवियो यश गाथा गुजरातनी।
यश गाथा गुजरातनी आ गुणवंती गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी।
दलपत लाला दलपत नाना लाल दयाना, मधुर काव्य भूलाए नहीं।
मधुर काव्य भूलाए नहीं।
मेघाणी नी शौर्य कथाओं अंतर थी विसराए नहीं।
अंतर थी विसराए नहीं।
अमर काव्य नर्मदना गूंजे, अमर काव्य नर्मदना गूंजे, जय जय अम्बे मातनी। स्वर्ण अक्षरे लक्षे कवियो यश गाथा गुजरातनी।
यश गाथा गुजरातनी आ गुणवंती गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी।
मळ्या तेल भंडार द्रव्यना, विश्व पितानी बलिहारी। धन्य धन्य गुजरातनी धरती, थया अहीं बहु अवतारी। जय साबरमती जय मही गोमती सरस्वती, जय तापी गोमती सरस्वती, जय बोलो नर्मदा मातनी। स्वर्ण अक्षरे लक्षे कवियो यश गाथा गुजरात।
यश गाथा गुजरातनी आ गुणवंती गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी।
हिंदू मुस्लिम बोरा पारसी, हળી મળી સૌ કાર્ય કરે।
हरी मरी सौ कार्य करे।
सृष्टि ने खूणे खूणे गुजराती जन व्यापार करे।
गुजराती जन व्यापार करे।
जय सहजानंद जय जलाराम, जय सहजानंद जय जलाराम, जय बोलो अम्बे मातनी। स्वर्ण अक्षरे लक्षे कवियो यश गाथा गुजरातनी।
यश गाथा गुजरातनी आ गुणवंती गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी। जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी, जय जय गरवी गुजरातनी।
Namaskar. So while we are waiting for the esteemed guests to arrive and the program to begin, I hope you are enjoying the patriotic songs. These songs are being sung live by the students of Faculty of Performing Arts from the Maharaja Sayajirao University. Continue with the songs for some more time till we begin. Please enjoy.
हेलो तलवारों पे सर वार दिए, अंगारों में जिस्म जलाया है, तब जाके कहीं हमने सर पे ये केसरी रंग सजाया है। ऐ मेरी ज़मीं अफसोस नहीं जो तेरे लिए सौ दर्द सहे, महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा, चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे न रहे। ऐ मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी, मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा, जिस मुंह से निकल के खून कहे। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू।
Namaskar and a very good morning to all. So our wait for the inaugural session is over. Our esteemed guests have arrived. May I request the dignitaries, Rajmata Srimati Shubhangini Raje Gaikwad, the Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Professor Dr. V.K. Srivastava, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Shri Keurbai Rokadia, Mayor and MLA Sayajiganj, Vadodara, Ms. Mehta Lochan, IAS Officer, Ministry of Youth Affairs, and Dr. Archana Soren to kindly come up and take their seats on the dais. May I request Registrar Sir to kindly escort the dignitaries on the dais. On behalf of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, we take immense pleasure and privilege to have you all for this youth consultation under the banner of G20 Y20 under the aegis of India's G20 presidency, being jointly organized by the university in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Education Department of Government of Gujarat, Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities Department of Government of Gujarat, in the cultural capital of Gujarat, Vadodara. Today's Y20 consultation will focus on climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. Before we begin the program, may I request all to kindly rise for the university song.
सारवनारा अमि ज्योति जलावी सृष्टि नवली सहसा सर्जनहारा अमि वडोदराना विद्यापीठना सपना सारवनारा अमि ज्योति जलावी सृष्टि नवली सहसा सर्जनहारा अमे गगन कुसुम कर धरनारा अमे मगन मगन थई फरनारा अगन बाध अमे भरनारा अमे दैन्य तिमिरने हरनारा अमे वडोदराना विद्यापीठना सपना सारवनारा अमे ज्योत जलावी सृष्टि नवली सहसा सर्जनहारा श्री सयाजी विद्यापीठना ज्ञान दीप ने धरनारा श्री सयाजी विद्यापीठना ज्ञान दीप ने धरनारा सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम नो मंत्र अनंतर भणनारा
It is an Indian tradition to begin with the invocation of the Lord Almighty. I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward and light the lamp, and the students of performing arts for the invocation.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
समित्युवसे वृषन्नग्ने विश्वानय बृहस्पति समित्यसे सनो वसून्याभर ॐ संगच्छध्वं संवदध्वं संवो मनासि जानतां देवाभागं यथा पूर्वे सञ्जानाना उपासते समानो मन्त्र समिति समानि समानं मन सह चित्तमेषां समानं मन्त्रमभिमन्त्रयेव समानेन वो हविषा जुहोमि समानीव आगूतिः समाना हृदयानि वः समानमस्तु वो मनो यथा वः सुसहासति ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Today, when we are talking of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one universe, it gives me pleasure to share that the invocation which you just heard is the last sukta of the Rig Veda, which is also called the Sangathan Sukta, and it is a prayer for universal brotherhood. This was composed by Dr. Rajesh Kelkar and performed by the students of Performing Arts.
अयं निजः परो वेति गणना लघुचेतसाम् उदारचरितानां तु वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम्. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us a distinguished panel of guests who have taken time out of their busy schedules to join us today. I request Professor Vijay Kumar Srivastava, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, to welcome our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri Keyur Bhai Rokadia, Mayor Vadodara and MLA Sayajiganj. Okay. I request Dr. Krishna Kumar Chudasama, Honorable Registrar of the University, to extend a special welcome to Srimati Shubhangini Raje Gayakwad, Honorable Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Madam, your leadership and guidance have been invaluable to us, and we are grateful for your continued support. I request Professor Vijay Kumar Srivastava, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, to welcome our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri Keyur Bhai Rokadia, Mayor Vadodara and MLA Sayajiganj. Sir, your presence here is a great inspiration to us all. We are grateful for your support and encouragement. I once again request Professor Srivastava, Honorable Chancellor, Vice Chancellor of the University, to welcome our guest of honor, Ms. Mehta Rajiv Lochan, Honorable Secretary, Youth Affairs, Government of India. Madam, your presence here today is a testament to the importance you place on education, and we are grateful for your support towards our university. I request Professor Bhavna Mehta, Dean Faculty of Social Work, to welcome Dr. Archana Soreng, member of UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. Madam, your presence here is a great source of motivation for our students and faculty. Professor Haribhai Kataria, Dean Faculty of Science, is requested to welcome Professor Vijay Kumar Srivastava, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. Sir, your vision and dedication have been instrumental in the growth and development of our university. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome and express our gratitude to you all for your presence here today. Your presence here is a great motivation for us all to continue striving for excellence. And now, I request Professor Vijay Kumar Srivastava, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, for welcome address.
Hello. Hello. Good morning to one and all. Honorable Mayor of Baroda City, Shri Keur Bhai Rokadia ji, Honorable Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, Srimati Shubhangini Raje Gayakwad ji, Secretary of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Srimati Mehta Rajiv Lochan ji, Registrar of the University Shri K.N. Chudasma ji, हमारे UN से पधारे हुए स्पीकर, Senate members, syndicate members, international speakers and delegates from G20 countries, delegates from Y20 Secretariat, delegates from Department of Youth Affairs, my dear youth ambassadors of Y20 consultation meet, ladies and gentlemen. Today, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Education Minister and Minister of Youth Affairs, Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Education Minister Shri Rushikesh Bhai and Minister of Youth Affairs Harsh Bhai Sanghvi could not attend this program because of the budget session, but he has conveyed his best, they have conveyed their best wishes for successful completion of this seminar, one-day seminar. On behalf of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda,
And on my own behalf, also on behalf of Ministry of Youth Affairs, Education Department, I welcome all the delegates attending this Youth 20 consultation. I'm glad to share that today the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda is hosting Youth 20 consultation meet. It is an international conference organized by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Education Department, Government of Gujarat to mark the celebration of India's G20 presidency. The theme of this one-day conference is climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. This is the theme of this conference. Total 600 delegates across 62 countries are participating in this international conference. This conference is being organized on the motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, and one future, which will channelize the awareness of environment conservation among youths. India has got the presidency of G20 this year. Different programs and conferences are being organized across the India to celebrate the remarkable achievement of Indian. The G20 nations represent about 66% of global population and 75% of the global trade in form of our economy. Vadodara alludes to the city amid the lush canopy of banyan tree. It is very appropriate to have this climate change related event in the Baroda city. Climate change affects more not only intellectual debate or scientific reassessment, but also has an impact on global temperature, water shortage, and agricultural practices. It is now affecting energy use, health, infrastructure development, economic prosperity, government policies, and even global practices and policies. Formerly, Honorable Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji was Chief Minister of Gujarat. The state is growing on his footsteps. Following the mild step he established under the Modi ji's leadership, Gujarat formed the first independent climate change department in the country and Asia, and fourth in the world, with several new initiatives in the year 2009. So let us have a big round of applause for our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji. Gujarat is developing to new heights with rising urbanization, and as a result, more than half of Gujarat's population lives in urban area. As Climate Action Plan, several projects such as Smart Cities and Amrit have been effectively implemented to provide vital facilities for the city dwellers. Yet, we are also ready to risk brought on by the climate change such as floods, heat waves, and storm. Together with the disaster management plan in each metropolis, micro-planning, heat wave action plans, and flood mitigation actions are also being developed at the local level. Since the amount of population is rising along with the number of automobiles in the cities, we are not satisfied to merely monitor it. Yet, we are implementing a program to promote electric vehicles over petrol and diesel vehicles. In an effort to alter the youth's perception of environment, Government of Gujarat provides substantial subsidies to school and college students who purchase electric vehicles. In the future, a massive food shortage will occur due to consequences of climate change. Gandhiji used to say that the real India is found in the villages and that this India can lead the rest of the world in the new way. Millet is the subject of discussion today, and this year we are celebrating International Year of Millets 2023. That is also a part of this. Why I am talking about millets? Because the crop is far more nutrient dense and can be grown on very little land and very little water. The farmers who grow millet are being encouraged by our government. Mission Life, that is the lifestyle for environment, it was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, in presence of Secretary General of United Nations at Statue of Unity. It is a great initiative to combat the problems of climate change. Our lifestyle can bring about significant changes and may contribute for climate change reduction and also for disaster risk reduction. Small changes in our lifestyle like use of cycle, carpooling, use of renewable energy, solar energy, maintaining AC temperature at 27 degrees Celsius, use of e-vehicles, these small practices can help us a lot. Our conference kit is also environmental friendly. When you will open our conference kit, you will find our pen, pencil, toothbrush, calendar, mobile stand, and all the articles are environmental friendly. You will not find any use of plastic in this conference. This way, this type of small initiatives can support a lot, and it also supports to our theme, that is climate change and disaster risk reduction, Youth 20 consultation meet. I hope it is the takeaway for all the delegates after attending this conference, after attending this Youth 20 consultation meet, all will have this message that this is our environment and we have to preserve the environment. Need of the hour is pro-planet people and pro-planet policy. We should again have the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. One more thing I would like to tell, the bottles which are given to all the guests at the dais, it is again our startup. This is the startup of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. So big round of applause for those students, those who are coming up with new startups. And also we have shown certain other startups in the exhibition area, that is Startup SSIP Policy 2.0, which is shown in the outside area. I invite all the delegates to go in that particular area. And the songs which you were listening, probably you could not see the singer. So these songs were not played. It was performed by our performing arts students. So big round of applause for our performing arts students. With these words, I convey my best wishes for the successful completion of this one-day international event, that is climate change and disaster risk reduction. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you so much, sir, for creating an atmosphere for today's program and setting the ball rolling. Let us understand that there is no planet B. The climate is changing, and so should we. The time for the action is now. We need mindset change, we need system change, we need policy change to counter climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to share that we have with us Dr. Archana Soren, the member of UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, and who could be a better person than her to deliver today's thematic address. Madam, may I request you?
Johar, it's an honor for me to be present here and speaking to you all. Respected all the dignitaries and all the faculties and professors and the entire fraternity of the university present here, and my dear, all of my young people sitting out there. First of all, I would like to say let's give a huge round of applause for all the young people here. Well, we are here in the Y20 summit talking about young people and climate action. We are in the times where we all young people and people from the marginalized communities, indigenous people, women, children are being affected by climate crisis differently. We all are impacted by climate crisis, but we all are impacted differently. And our solution needs to take into consideration this. We need dialogue, we need intergenerational dialogue, and we need intersectional dialogue where each communities are being able to present their perspective, their worldview, and collectively we are working towards solution. And what gives me immense happiness is that we are here from different groups, different communities, and different countries coming all together for one goal, which is to address climate action. I would like to say that as we move towards addressing climate action, one of the key things which is really, really critical at this point of time is participation and leadership of young people, and for which we need safe and enabling spaces for young people. Young people have been engaging in different thematics, eras, showing their skills, and have been advocating for what they believe in. All I want to say to all the young people out here, you all are unique. You all are unique, and you all are contributing towards this discourse in your own way. We all need to embrace ourselves, be proud of ourselves, be proud of our identities, and believe in ourselves. Even when the times are difficult and hard, we have to continue to believe in ourselves, respect each other, and extend a hand of solidarity. Because diversity within ourselves is what makes us strong and builds up unity. I would like to say that when we are talking about indigenous people, Adivasi communities, and forest-dwelling communities, and communities, those who are most affected by impacts of climate crisis. These are the communities who are the least contributors to climate crisis, yet they are affected the most. We all need to address that how mitigation, adaptation, and climate resilience needs to ensure that these communities are in the front lines. And that's why I have been advocating that indigenous people, young people, women and girls should be leaders of climate action and not victims of climate policies. I would like to share a few of the things which I practice as I end my interaction with you all. What can we do is the question I'm often asked. Like, how can I contribute to climate action discourse? The three things which has helped me is what I would like to share with you all. First, build your own communities. Climate crisis itself is a vast domain and is a critical topic, and as I said, everyone is impacted in a different way. Build your community of learning, knowing about climate crisis, because the policy document, the report documents are so heavy at times that it feels difficult. But when you build a community, you get an opportunity to learn with each other, to know what is the different perspective and interpretation your friends is giving. And this build your community is not only limited to your region or limited to India, but across the world is what is really important, because when we build community, we learn and we grow. Second thing is like every little steps counts. Every little contribution or steps you take ahead in this counts. Like, for example, whether it is assessing your own carbon footprints, assessing your way of living, your livelihood styles, your living changes makes difference. And that's why I feel it's really important whether you are advocating, making your voices heard, speaking up, or contributing in making lifestyle changes, it really matters. And that's why I would like to say that each little steps makes difference. The third and the most important thing which I feel is respect, love, and solidarity. It is really important to respect the perspective and worldview of each other. Sometimes we may have differences, sometimes we may have similarities, but what is important is like why the other person is thinking this way. What is the causes? And why am I thinking like this? Because that is why the problem, the crisis is itself a holistic and critical. We need critical thinking for coming up with solution. So thank you everyone, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Let us also remind ourselves to the words of Mahatma Gandhi, who once said, "Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed." With this, I request our guest of honor, Ms. Mehta Rajiv Lochan, to speak a few words of motivation.
Honorable Mayor Vadodara, Keyur Rokadia ji, Honorable Chancellor Rajmata Shubhangani Raje Gaikwad ji, Archana Goreng ji from the UN Secretary General Youth Advisory Group, Vice Chancellor MSU Baroda Dr. Srivastav, Registrar MSU Baroda, my dear young friends, faculty members. Friends, it's a pleasure and a privilege to be present on the occasion of this International Youth Consultation that has been organized by MSU Baroda. The theme for today's consultation, that is climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life, is a key theme for the future of Gujarat, for the future of India, and for the future of the world. And given the immense domain expertise of MSU Baroda, it was the most appropriate institution for hosting this particular consultation. And we are indeed grateful. And we are indeed grateful to the faculty and students of MSU Baroda for organizing it in such a wonderful way and for the warm welcome and the hospitality that they have offered to all the delegates who have come here from different countries in the best traditions of Atithi Devo Bhav. Friends, if you look at Indian history, it is the youth of India who have built this nation. Mahatma Gandhi was all of 21 years old when he started the agitation in South Africa. When he came to India and he took charge of the mass Indian national movement, he was 40 years old. Chandrasekhar Azad, Shahid Bhagat Singh, all of whom are youth icons, they were in their 20s. Veer Savarkar was 21 years of age when he set up the Abhinav Bharat Society. In every sense of the word, it is the youth of the nation who have built India in the past, and this is also the case today. When I see all of you today, when I see your energy, when I see your enthusiasm, I am reminded once again the critical role that youth play today. When we look at the chief ministers of India, about 1/3 of them became chief ministers in their late 30s and early 40s. When you look at the top businesses in India, many of them started their businesses in their 30s. So whatever be the sector, whether it is politics, whether it is business, whether it is academia, community service, it is the youth who are leading the charge, who are building this nation. And that is why during the G20 presidency, it is critical to provide a platform where their voices could be heard and they could be told in no uncertain terms that they have a seat at the table. This is precisely what the Youth 20 consultation hopes to do. The Department of Youth Affairs, through the Youth 20 Engagement Group, is planning to hold consultations pan-India, where a forum will be provided to youth to articulate their ideas, to discuss and debate and tell us about what are the best policies that can create a better India, that can create a better future, not just for India, but for the world. When we look at Gujarat today, we see so many stories of innovation in climate change, in business, in so many other sectors. Those stories of innovation carry a lot of lessons which are of great use for building public policy, and this is the appropriate forum where India can talk about the work done and discuss in multilateral institutions how best to use this experience to devise robust public policies for the entire world. India for the world. That is the theme for the Youth 20 engagement group. So I look forward to very robust discussions in all the panel discussions that are going to be held today. And once again, I wish all of you my heartiest best wishes and congratulations from the side of the Department of Youth Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Your words will lead to concrete actions that will help create a sustainable future for us and generations to come. I request Srimati Shubhangini Raje Gayakwad, Honorable Chancellor of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, to share her views.
Namaskar and a warm welcome to all in the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University campus. Our chief guest today, Shri Keurbai Rokadia, Honorable Mayor and member of the Legislative Assembly of Gujarat. Srimati Mehta Rajiv Lochan, who is Secretary in the Youth Affairs, Government of India. Ms. Archana Soreng, Advisor and Representative at the UN. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Srivastav. Our Registrar, Dr. Chudasma. All the eminent speakers who have come, experts who have come, especially to speak at this forum, and the young audience that we have today as we are addressing the Youth 20. It's a proud situation. It's a proud day for me to be the Chancellor of this prestigious university. It's also a proud moment for our university to be hosting the Youth 20 India Summit 2023. This is the International Conference on Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction, making sustainability a way of life under the aegis of India's G20 presidency. The most important, I feel, the subject, the G20 is, of course, going to have so many issues to discuss when they meet in September. But preliminary to that, we all realize today, and seeing to the disasters all around us, the natural disasters which are taking place all over the world, that climate change is the burning issue for today. It is the burning issue. And I'm grateful to the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Government of India, that they have given this privilege of hosting this convention to our university when we are discussing the most important issue, which is going to be the most important issue at the G20 also. So it's really a very, very important day for the youth, important day for us who belong to this university, that we are welcoming students from all over internationally and from different parts of India, and our own students, because as I address you, dear students, you need to lead us now. That is the message that we need to give, that you need to lead from the front and not just be listening to people and just, you need to give your ideas. You need to lead from front and you need to tell us what to do. Sometimes we need to listen to the youth to tell us what to do. Srimati Mehta ji ne bataya abhi ki how many young, it's at the youth of India in the past, the history has shown, at young age, people have achieved the real work which they were destined for. We cannot have a bigger youth icon than even Swami Vivekananda ji, who took India on the world platform and was one of the most motivating factors for the youth of our country. So thinking of all that and thinking of this burning issue of climate change, I feel that it is now the time for the youth to lead us. As we all know, overuse of fossil fuels, deforestation, exploitation of natural resources, all this has been the main cause of climate change. And it's high time that what we took from Mother Earth, that we put it back again. We've just been exploiting. We treat the earth, we call the earth as Mother Earth. It is our माँ के दर्जा देते हैं. लेकिन when it comes to take away, we don't think twice about it. It's high time that we start putting back something into the earth, enrich the earth, bring the natural resources back again, and have a little sensitivity of what we are doing. I'm not going into details of what is the action that needs to be done, but I really sincerely hope that this convention will have an action-oriented plan for the mitigation of climate change, for the mitigation of the disasters which are taking place, and making a more sustainable life for all of us. We need to retrospect on it at an individual level, also at a larger level. Individually, everybody needs to think, what can I do? And adopt it now, actually from now onwards in our daily life, whether it is saving our resources, saving our electricity, saving our power, saving our paper, water, everything needs to be taken care of. Saving our forests, saving our trees. I mean, it just goes on and on, but do we do it in our daily life? Does each and every individual who's present in the audience today is going to take a vow that from tomorrow I'm not going to do anything that will damage the earth in any way? These are the action-oriented plans that we need to take. This is what we need to do very seriously at individual level, at institution level. I'm glad that when the Prime Minister created a department for climate change in the Government of India, but before that, we had already had a department for climate change in our university, and that is important. So, but with all this, we know what's happening to the world. We have to save our city, our state, our country, and the whole planet, which is our whole world, is ours today. So with this few words, and I really hope that this give my very best wishes to this convention. I'm sure they will come out with an action. You're going to have a lot of important experts, professionals speaking to you, and I'm sure all that will encourage you to make your own action plan for the saving of this great planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We need your blessings and guidance always for all the programs of the university. Friends, we have to wake up to the fierce urgency of climate change, and spreading awareness is just the first step. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce to you Itivrit. Itivrit is the print media lab journal of Faculty of Journalism at the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. It is a training tool through which the students get exposure for reporting, editing, designing, and publishing. Incidentally, their current edition is on the theme of climate change, and we are glad to release the newsletter on this Y20 platform. So congratulations to team Faculty of Journalism and Communication. I'm also happy to share that it will be available on the Y20 website for all of you to access. It is a matter of great pride and privilege to have with us Shri Keyur Bhai Rokadia, Mayor Vadodara and MLA Sayajiganj, who is a civil engineer himself from our own university. May I request you to kindly address the august gathering, sir.
भारत माता की। इतना सारा यूथ बैठा है, थोड़े बहुत बाहर की कंट्री से, बाकी तो अपनी कंट्री से है ना। भारत माता की। धन्यवाद। द MS यूनिवर्सिटी एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के एक संयुक्त कार्यक्रम यूथ 20 Y20 कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमारे बीच उपस्थित MS यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर राजमाता शुभांगिनी राजे गायकवाड़ जी, मीता राजीव लोचन जी, सेक्रेटरी यूथ अफेयर्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, मिस अर्चना सोरेंग जी, डॉक्टर विजय कुमार श्रीवास्तव, वाइस चांसलर ऑफ MSU, KM चुड़ासमा जी, रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ MSU, अलग अलग देशों से हमारे बीच उपस्थित डेलीगेट्स, हमारे यहाँ MS यूनिवर्सिटी में अलग अलग देशों से पढ़ते हुए हमारे विद्यार्थी, आप सब उपस्थित MS यूनिवर्सिटी के विद्यार्थी, सेनेट सिंडिकेट मेंबर्स, हमारे स्टैंडिंग चेयरमैन हितेंद्र भाई, एक्स MP जयाबेन, आप सब उपस्थित भाई और बहनों, ये G20 की बात पूरे देश में चल रही थी। तो ये G20 क्या है, ये भी एक बड़ा प्रश्न सबके बीच में था, मेरे बीच में भी था। भाई G20 क्या है और ये क्या होने जा रहा है पूरे देश में। पूरे देश में 200 कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होंगी 50 शहरों के अंदर, लेकिन पूरे देश में एक क्या माहौल बन रहा है, यह पूरा देश जानना चाहता था। आपने अलग अलग देशों के समूह, कहीं पे ब्रिक्स कंट्रीज, साउथ एशियन कंट्रीज, कुछ 5 देशों के समूह, कुछ 4 देशों के समूह, ऐसे सभी सुने होंगे। लेकिन इसमें से मैं इतना कह सकता हूं कि यूनाइटेड नेशंस के बाद सबसे बड़ा शक्तिशाली जो कोई समूह है वो है G20, और उसकी मेजबानी इस बार इंडिया कर रहा है, उसके चेयरपर्सन नरेंद्र भाई है। यह हमारे लिए गौरव की बात है। मेरे आगे के वक्ताओं ने बताया भी कि पूरे वर्ल्ड की 60% पॉपुलेशन इस 20 देशों के अंदर रहती है, उसका 75% ट्रेड इस देशों के अंदर होता है। 80% ऑफ द वर्ल्ड GDP ये देश कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं। इतने शक्तिशाली ये G20 के देश हैं। अब ये सभी देश, मेरे ख्याल से बहुत सारे बाहर के स्टूडेंट भी हैं, बहुत सारे डेलीगेट्स भी हैं। अब ये सभी कंट्री के लोग डेलीगेट्स हमारे देश में आएंगे। हमारे देश की जो हेरिटेज है, हमारे देश का जो कल्चर है, हमारे देश की जो संस्कृति है, हमारे देश का जो नेचर है, हमारे देश की सभ्यता की बात है, हमारे देश की लीडरशिप की बात है, हमारे देश का विकास है, अब ये सारे देश भी जानने वाले हैं। वैसे हमारे देश 2014 के बाद पहले कुछ परिस्थिति ऐसी थी कि जिसकी इतनी गणना विदेश में नहीं होती थी। 2014 के बाद ये परिस्थिति में आमूल परिवर्तन हुआ है। पहले ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं होती थी जिसमें भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व अच्छा होता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे विश्व की कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं है जिसमें भारत का मत नहीं गिना जाता हो। क्योंकि कुछ ऐसे कार्य भी हमारे देश ने किए हैं जिसके कारण भारत ने पूरे विश्व के अंदर अपनी पहचान बनाई। जहां पे भी कभी विश्व के अंदर प्रॉब्लम आता है तो सबकी नजर भारत की ओर दौड़ती है। चाहे फिर वो यमन का युद्ध हो, नेपाल में भूकंप हो, सूडान, बांग्लादेश, इंडोनेशिया, अफगानिस्तान, सभी के अंदर कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो, भारत ने हर हमेश जाके विश्व की मदद की है। यहां तक कि कोरोना का काल था, तब भी जब वैक्सीनेशन की बात आई तो पूरे विश्व के अंदर दवाइयां और वैक्सीनेशन पहुंचाने का काम भी भारत ने किया। और आप सभी तो विद्यार्थी भी है, तो अभी तो रशिया और यूक्रेन का युद्ध भी हुआ, तब भारत अकेली ऐसी कंट्री थी जिसके वड़ा प्रधान के आग्रह पर 6 घंटे युद्ध रुका। यह विश्व की पहली घटना होगी। यह शक्तिशाली भारत की आज पहचान है। ऑपरेशन गंगा चला के हमने 20,000 से अपने ज्यादा बच्चों को यहां पे लाया। सिर्फ हमारी कंट्री के नहीं, विदेश की 18 कंट्री के भी बच्चों को भारत लाया गया है। यहां तक कि जो भारत का झंडा लेके निकले थे उन पे गोली नहीं चलाई जाती थी। पाकिस्तान के बच्चे भी भारत का झंडा लेके निकलते थे। ये हमारी ताकत, आज की ताकत है। और क्यों ना हो, क्योंकि भारत युवा देश है। विश्व का अकेला ऐसा देश है जिसकी 65% पॉपुलेशन बिलो 35 है। हर एक विश्व की अलग अलग देश की एजिंग होती है। हमारी आज विश्व की सबसे यंग यूथ हमारी कंट्री है, और इसके कारण, हमारी मजबूत लीडरशिप के कारण, आप सबके कारण यह सब शक्य हो सका है, मुमकिन हो सका है। आज यूथ 20 के माध्यम से जो हमें कॉन्फ्रेंस मिली है, वैसी 200 कॉन्फ्रेंस 50 शहरों में भी होने वाली है। G20 के माध्यम से अलग अलग टैलेंट 20, T20, बिजनेस 20, B20, अर्बन 20, U20, और वैसी ही आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का यूथ 20, Y20 का विषय भी क्लाइमेट चेंज और डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन ये दिया गया है। जब कभी भी ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती है तो विदेश से लोग भारत आते हैं, यहां की हेरिटेज कल्चर भी देखते हैं, लेकिन यहां भी पैसा भी खर्च करते हैं। यहां बिजनेस भी बढ़ता है, बिजनेस बढ़ता है, आमदनी होती है, देश के यूथ को ही इसका फायदा मिलता है। जब कभी भी डेलीगेट्स यहां पे आएंगे, हमारी कल्चरल हेरिटेज देखेंगे, टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, कल्चरल टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, हेरिटेज टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, मेडिकल टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, एग्रीकल्चर टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, साइंस का टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा। सभी टूरिज्म का फायदा इस देश को भी मिलने वाला है। मैं यहां पे आया तो मैंने स्लोगन देखा, वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। यह हमारी कल्चर है और हम सभी देशों का स्वागत भी करते हैं। हम सभी देशों को, भारत तो विश्व गुरु था, उस दिशा के अंदर हम मार्गदर्शित भी करने की क्षमता रखते हैं। हम तो वो लोग हैं जो जीव में शिव को देखते हैं, हर एक आदमी में हम गॉड को देखते हैं। हम नर में नारायण और नारी में नारायणी को देखने वाले लोग हैं। हम नदी में मां को, पौधे में परमात्मा को और कंकर में शंकर को देखने वाले लोग हैं। वसुधैव की कुटुंबकम की भावना हमारी संस्कृति में डाली गई है, और इस भावना को कौन आगे बढ़ा सकता है? तो इस भावना को भारत देश का यूथ आगे बढ़ा सकता है। और इसी समिट के कारण जो वडोदरा में दी गई है, तो पहले तो मैं यूथ अफेयर्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि वडोदरा में भी ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री और अन्य मंत्रीगण भी यहां पे उपस्थित रहने वाले थे, लेकिन बजट सेशन के कारण वो नहीं रह पाए थे। तो सद्भाग्य से इसका चेयर करने का मौका मुझे मिला है, मैं इसके लिए भी आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं। जो यहां पे बात होने वाली है वो पूरे दिन अलग अलग सेशंस के माध्यम से अलग अलग विदेशी और अपने भी कुछ डिग्निटरीज यहां पे आप सबको कुछ न कुछ बात क्लाइमेट चेंज की या तो फिर डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन की बात करने वाले हैं। क्लाइमेट चेंज के विषय में आप लोग जानते भी हैं कि जैसे जैसे व्यापारीकरण बढ़ता है, बिजनेस बढ़ता है, उद्योग बढ़ते हैं, वैसे पॉल्यूशन भी बढ़ता है। तो कुछ मेजर्स ये लोग आपको बताएंगे और डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन की भी बात हो रही है। जैसे क्लाइमेट बदलेगा तो उसके कारण बारिश, पानी, इनमें भी ज्यादातर चेंज आएंगे, वाटर शॉर्टेज भी होगी, डेजर्ट का दायरा भी सर्टेन जगहों पे बढ़ रहा है, सी लेवल भी इंक्रीज हो रहा है। कुछ लोग तो ऐसा भी कहते हैं 2050 तक कई शहरों में सी का पानी चला जाएगा, ऐसे भी बात कर रहे हैं कुछ लोग। इन सभी को अगर रोकना है, ये सारे डिजास्टर को रोकना है, तो ये आज का यूथ डिसाइड करे हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, उसी के माध्यम से ये हो सकता है। मैं एक दो चीज बात करूंगा, बाकी पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस पूरे दिन आपको ये बातें बताई जाएंगी। राजमाता ने बोला ना कि इसकी डिटेल तो आपको देंगे बाद में सभी लोग, लेकिन एक दो चीज का मैं यहां पे उल्लेख करूंगा। हम लोग सोलर एनर्जी का उपयोग करें, विंड एनर्जी का उपयोग करें, हाइड्रो पावर एनर्जी का उपयोग करें, यह हमारे लिए अच्छा है। लेकिन मैं यहां पे इसका उल्लेख इस वजह से कर रहा हूं, इसको मेंशन इस वजह से कर रहा हूं, पूरे इंडिया के अंदर अगर सबसे ज्यादा सोलर एनर्जी का उपयोग होता है तो वो गुजरात में होता है। और मैडम, गुजरात के अंदर अगर किसी एक शहर के अंदर सोलर रूफटॉप अपने अपने रूफ के ऊपर, मकान के ऊपर सोलर रूफटॉप लगे हुए हैं, तो वो वडोदरा सिटी के अंदर लगे हुए हैं। टोटल गुजरात के अंदर 25% सोलर रूफटॉप गुजरात के वडोदरा सिटी के अंदर लगे हुए हैं। इसकी वजह से मैं सोलर एनर्जी का मैंने यहां पे नाम लिया है। ई बसेस, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की बात हो रही थी, तो वडोदरा म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन अगले 5-6 महीनों के अंदर अपनी जो सिटी बस है वो सारी ई बसेस के जरिए रिप्लेस कर रहा है। हमारे यहां पे एक और चीज, जब यहां पे विदेश के बच्चे भी आए हुए हैं और विदेश से डेलीगेट्स भी आए हुए हैं, मेरे ख्याल से 2017-18 की ये बात है, बान की मून यूएन प्रेसिडेंट वडोदरा में आए थे और पूरे देश का सबसे पहले कैनाल सोलर रूफटॉप इन्होंने इनोग्रेट वडोदरा के अंदर किया था। 10 मेगावाट का ये प्रोजेक्ट था, इन्होंने इनोग्रेट किया था। आज वडोदरा के अंदर कैनाल सोलर रूफटॉप है, अकोटा डांडिया बाजार सोलर ब्रिज रूफटॉप है, हर एक के घरों के अंदर सोलर रूफटॉप लगे हुए हैं। सबसे ज्यादा सोलर एनर्जी के बारे में अगर बात हो रही है तो वडोदरा म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन कर रहा है। इसी वजह से आप लोगों का कंट्रीब्यूशन इसमें बहुत जरूरी है। हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, मुझे बता रहे थे वीसी साहब कि भाई कोई प्लास्टिक यहां पे यूज नहीं होगा, तो नो प्लास्टिक, सेव वाटर, सेव एनर्जी, इन सारे विषयों आपके बीच में रखे जाएंगे, लेकिन इसके जरूरियात है छोटे छोटे प्रयासों की। अपने घर के अंदर पानी बचाना है, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग करना है। तो ये छोटे छोटे प्रयास कौन करेंगे? तो ये सभी हमें लोगों को करना है। एक्ट लोकली, थिंक ग्लोबली, इस विषय को लेके हमारा एक छोटा सा प्रयास बड़ा परिवर्तन पूरे विश्व के अंदर लाएगा। इस मान्यता के साथ हम सभी आगे बढ़े। यही U20 का, मैडम ने बोला कि भारत देश को आजाद करवाने के अंदर था, या भारत देश को आज चलाने की बात हो, या भारत देश को आगे भी चलाने की बात हो, वो युद्ध कर सकता है। तो इन छोटे प्रयासों के माध्यम से हम लोग भी इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करें। यही आशा अपेक्षा के साथ वंदे भारत मातरम।
Thank you. Thank you, Shri K.U. Rokadia ji. May I now request Dr. K.M. Chudasama, the officiating registrar of Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Once again, good morning, all of you. I'm Dr. K.M. Chudasama, registrar officiating of the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. I take this opportunity to formally present the vote of thanks on behalf of the university. On behalf of Honorable Chancellor Madam, on behalf of Vice Chancellor Sir, on behalf of Senate members, syndicate members, staff and student, I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Shri K.U. Rokadia ji, Honorable Mayor of Vadodara City and MLA Sayajiganj, for sparing his time from the busy schedule and coming here to grace this occasion. At the same time, I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Chancellor Ma'am for providing her blessings and sparing time for this event today. Many thanks to Ministry of Youth Affairs, and we have Honorable Secretary Ma'am, Ms. Mehta Rajiv Lochan here. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us in the inaugural session. We thank officially the Ministry of Youth Affairs for joining hands with the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda and giving us an opportunity to organize this event. I also thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir for motivating us and providing all the support to organize this event. I cannot forget the name of delegates, amongst one who is with us, Honorable Archana ji, a UN representative and representing the youth and having a stake in climate change. She is here with us on the dais. Many thanks to you, ma'am, for sharing your views. But this is not something which is the only thing she is going to share. A lot of important things we are going to learn from her in the coming sessions. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us. Many thanks to the invited dignitaries here from around the globe as well as from India, the media representatives, the invited guests from various domains, from government and the officials from various agencies. I should officially thank the Standing Committee Chairman also and the former MP ma'am for joining us in these inaugural sessions. Media has been very important and playing a crucial role in dissemination of awareness, and they have joined hands with us for sharing thoughts on climate change and disaster risk management. Thanks to the media officials and those who are directly and indirectly involved here in today's event. I also place on record a thankful thought to Department of Education, Government of Gujarat, who have joined hands with us to organize this event. Many thanks to one and all those who are directly and indirectly associated for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request one and all present here to rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल
यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की भारत माता की भारत माता की and in conclusion, I, Dr. Anita Shukla, and my colleague, Dr. Sanskriti Majumdar, we would like to express our gratitude to all the dignitaries, delegates, and participants present here. We hope that you have a memorable experience at this conference and gain valuable insights from the various sessions. Once again, welcome and thank you for gracing us with your presence. We are now going to start our plenary session 1, so kindly stay with us. Thank you.
May I request the audience to kindly settle down quickly so that we can start the first technical session. For the first technical session, we have with us 4 speakers. श्री गोपाल जी आर्य, नेशनल कन्वीनर पर्यावरण संरक्षण गतिविधि, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अनिल कुलकर्णी, विजिटिंग साइंटिस्ट, दिवेचा सेंटर फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज एट इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंसेज, बैंगलोर, Mr. Hardeep Desai, he is the alumnus head of farm operations at Cotton Connect South Asia Private Limited, and Ms. Archana Sorang, the member of UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. The first technical session will be chaired and moderated by Dr. Bablu Prasad. While the stage is being set and while all of you would take your seats, let me throw some more light on what is G20. So G20 is the group of 20 premier forum for international economic cooperation. It plays an important role in shaping and strengthening global architecture and governance on all major international economic issues. We are proud that India holds the presidency for G20 from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. G20 was initiated in the year 1999 after the Asian financial crisis as a forum for the finance ministers and central bank governors to discuss global economic and financial issues. In the year 2008, G20 was upgraded to the level of heads of state government in the wake of the global economic and financial crisis which we had experienced in 2007, and in 2009 it was designated the premier forum for international economic cooperation. The G20 summit is held annually under the leadership of rotating presidency, and it initially focused largely on broad macroeconomic issues, but it has since expanded its agenda to inter alia, including trade, sustainable development, health, agriculture, energy, environment, climate change, and anti-corruption. So if the speakers of the first technical session. So may I request the speakers of the first session to kindly come up on the dais. Can I request Dr. Bablu Prasad, a faculty at Department of Environment Studies, Faculty of Science, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, to kindly take over for the first technical session.
Good morning, all of you. I would request all of you to please remain seated and maintain the silence, please. We are about to begin the session 1. I, Dr. Bablu Prasad, Assistant Professor at Department of Environmental Studies, welcome you all to the Youth 20 India Summit 2023, an international conference on climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability way of a life. Under the aegis of India's G20 presidency, organized by the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, it's a great pleasure for me to be a part of this plenary session. That is our first session, which is scheduled on role of youth and opportunity in the field of climate change and disaster risk reduction. And I am pleased to invite all the panel members over here, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce the first speaker of this panel member, Sri Gopalji Arya. Hello, sir. Welcome, and thank you for making it possible to attend this event. Sir is a national convener of Paryavaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi, and sir has engaged in many activities, which is sustainability activities. So really, I welcome you, sir. Your involvement will be very important for our audience to answer few common questions. So thank you, sir. The next speaker we have with us is Professor Anil Kulkarni. He is well-known scientist and engineer. He has served more than 30 years as a scientist and engineer in a space application center in Ahmedabad. And now currently he is working as a visiting scientist at the Divyacha Center for Climate Change, IISc Bangalore. So his expertise in the field of remote sensing and modeling to understand that impact of the climate change and future prediction is very crucial for us to understand how to proceed further. So welcome you, sir. So next speaker which we have, or expert which we have with us, is Mr. Pradeep Desai. He is the alumnus head of farm operation at Cotton Connect South Asia Private Limited. And sir has more than 20-year professional experience in sustainable handling and sustainable activities across the globe. So I welcome you, sir, at this panel. So first of all, I would request Gopalji Arya sir to please come on a stage and then speak about their journey and speak about basically the role of the youth, how the youth can perform role to sustainable or role to perform the sustainability, and how do we reduce the risk ultimately. Please, sir, please come on the stage.
सम्मानित मंच और सभा में उपस्थित पूरे विश्व से आए हुए युवा और इस महाराजी एमएस यूनिवर्सिटी के सभी भाई और बहनों, मुझे लगता है कि मैं एक बार भारत माता की जब बुलवाता हूँ वहीं से मेरे विषय की शुरुआत होगी, इसलिए तो सभी जरा अच्छे से बोलेंगे, भारत माता की। मजा नहीं आया, थोड़ा सा अच्छे से बोलिए, भारत माता की। आज हम एक ऐसे विषय पर यहाँ पर चर्चा करने के लिए उपस्थित हुए हैं कि जिस भारत को पूरे विश्व के अंदर आज से लगभग 130 वर्ष पहले भारत का एक युवा सन्यासी शिकागो में जाकर एक भाषण देता है और भाषण की पहली लाइन बोलता है, माय डियर ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स, और उसको 3 मिनट तक लगातार तालियों की आवाज आती है। प्रश्न ये होता है कि माय डियर ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स में ऐसी कौन सी बात थी जिसके कारण पूरे विश्व के अंदर 3 मिनट तक लगातार तालियां बजी। और आज लगभग 130 वर्ष के बाद वापस ये भारत पूरे विश्व का इस बात के लिए लीड करने के लिए चला है, वो ये बोल रहा है वसुदेव कुटुंबकम। ये दोनों बातों को एक बात हमको मानना पड़ेगा कि 130 वर्ष के बाद भारत वसुदेव कुटुंबकम की बात करता है, और एक आज से 125 साल पहले एक यूथ सन्यासी वहां जाकर पूरे विश्व को ये कहता है, माय डियर ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स, वही कह सकता है जो इस विश्व को अपना कुटुंब मानता हो, जिसके अंदर मदर अर्थ या मदर नेचर के बारे में भावना नहीं होगी, वो सब एक दूसरे को डियर लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन बोलेंगे। और इसलिए जो रिलेशनशिप है, यहीं से सस्टेनेबिलिटी का और यहीं से वसुदेव कुटुंबकम का भाव खड़ा हो जाता है। मैं आपको 3 घटनाएं बताना चाहता हूं। वो 3 घटना ऐसा है, मैं यूथ के साथ में कुछ डिस्कशन कर रहा था, कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स थे, उनके साथ बात करते करते यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स ने मेरे से एक प्रश्न पूछा, शायद यहाँ के युवा के बीच में भी मन में भी वही प्रश्न होगा। और वो ये प्रश्न करते हैं कि सर हम कौन से डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, व्हाट इज डेवलपमेंट, व्हाट इज सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, कि जिसके कारण आज़ादी के 70 वर्ष, अब तो 100 वर्ष पूरे हो रहे हैं, आज़ादी के 100 वर्ष 75 वर्ष हो गए, 75 वर्ष के बाद हम कौन से डेवलपमेंट की ओर जा रहे हैं कि जहां पर स्ट्रेस लेवल बढ़ रहा हो। हम कौन से डेवलपमेंट की तरफ जा रहे हैं जहां पर हॉस्पिटल्स की संख्या बढ़ रही हो। हम कौन से डेवलपमेंट की जा रहे हैं जहां पर पर्सन 422 ट्रीज चाहिए, वहां पर केवल 28 ट्रीज जो है। कौन सा डेवलपमेंट है, कौन सा डेवलपमेंट है कि जिस देश की राजधानी के अंदर एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स, जिसको AQI बोलते हैं, वो 60 to 70 के बजाय आज 500 है। ये कौन सा डेवलपमेंट है। हमको विचार करना पड़ेगा कि हम कौन से विकास की दौड़ के अंदर आगे जा रहे हैं कि जहां पर खाने में हमको जहर मिलता हो, इसलिए मिलेट्स ईयर की बात चल रही है। पानी में जहर मिलता हो, जहां हर घर में आज आरओ लगाने पड़ रहे हो, और हवा में जहर मिलता हो, जहां हर श्वास के अंदर जहर हो, आप विचार कर सकते हो वो कौन सा डेवलपमेंट है। पहला ये क्वेश्चन मेरे समझ में आया कि हम कौन से सस्टेनेबिलिटी की ओर जाना पड़ेगा, क्या सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की डेफिनेशन को हमको स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे, वो छोटे बच्चे बड़े अनजाने में मेरे से दूसरा प्रश्न पूछ रहे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि सर ये अपना देश जो है ना, ये सोने की चिड़िया था, ये देश विश्वगुरु था, और उन्होंने बोला कि ये देश जहां पर दूध दही की नदियां बहती थी, ऐसा ये देश आज ऐसा कैसा हो गया कि जहां पर भगवान भी पैदा होने के लिए स्वप्न देखते थे। कहा कि आज इस प्रकार की एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स जो AQI है, जहां पर विश्व का सबसे बड़ा ऊंचा कचरे का पहाड़ हो, कोई बता सकता है विश्व का सबसे ऊंचा कचरे का पहाड़ कहां पर है? तो आपको जानकारी के लिए, दिल्ली के अंदर है। दिल्ली के अंदर ऐसे 4 पहाड़ हैं, उसमें से एक है, और एक की ऊंचाई है कुतुब मीनार से 6 फीट छोटी। कुतुब मीनार के बराबर जो जिसमें जहां पर विश्व का सबसे ऊंचा कचरे का पहाड़ हो, ये प्रगति है। तो वो बच्चे मेरे से पूछने लगे, सर ये बताइए कि क्या आज के इस समय में वो भगवान जो इस देश के अंदर जिसको भारत बोलते थे, वहां पर पैदा होना चाहते थे, आज क्या पैदा होंगे यहां पर ऐसे AQI में? क्या इस प्रकार की जहां पर गंगा साफ होती थी, वहां की गंगा मैली जहां हो, वहां पर क्या आज भगवान यहां जन्म लेने के लिए सोचेगा? मेरे पास प्रश्न का उत्तर नहीं था कि हम कौन सी तरफ जा रहे हैं। और तीसरा प्रश्न, कुछ विचारवान लोग थे, उन्होंने कहा देखिए हमारा पूरा विश्व कितना प्रगति कर रहा है कि जिस विश्व के अंदर COP27 के अंदर, COP27 सब जानते हैं ना, इस बार का जो 27वीं बैठक थी, पूरे विश्व के सब देश इस बात पर चिंता कर रहे हैं कि क्या सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा। वो विचार ये करते हैं कि अगर इस विश्व को बचाना है क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से, तो हमको 1-2 वर्ष नहीं, 10 वर्ष इकोसिस्टम रेस्टोरेशन पर जाना पड़ेगा। पूरे विश्व के अंदर सब देश अगर पूरे वर्ल्ड को बचाने के लिए चिंता कर रहे हैं कि हमको इकोसिस्टम रेस्टोरेशन पर जाना पड़ेगा, यानी इस पर्यावरणीय संतुलन को पुनर्स्थापित करना पड़ेगा। ये पुनर्स्थापना क्या है, इस बात पर विचार करना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए APJ अब्दुल कलाम से एक छोटी सी बालिका पूछती है कि सर मुझे देशभक्ति करना है, मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए? वो छोटी सी बालिका कहती है, वो APJ अब्दुल कलाम कहते हैं उनको कि बच्चे तुमको पैट्रियोटिक बनना है, ओके ऐसा करिए, उनको लगा मेरे भाषण से शायद लंबा हो जाएगा, लेकिन मैं उसको शॉर्ट करता हूं क्योंकि मुझे 10 मिनट बताया था, मैं अभी पूरा करता हूं। तो APJ अब्दुल कलाम कहते हैं कि बेटे अगर देशभक्ति करना है तो एक पेड़ लगाओ। क्या एक पेड़ लगाना देशभक्ति है? यहां से विचार शुरू होता है कि पेड़ लगाना यदि देशभक्ति है तो नेचर को बचाना अपने फ्यूचर को बचाने के बराबर होता है। और इसलिए इसमें विचार करने की आवश्यकता है कि जो वर्तमान में जो जिसको बताया रिस्क डिजास्टर क्या है, वो डिजास्टर ये है कि आज के क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण जो होने वाली चीजें हमको पता चल रहा है, लैंडस्लाइड हो रही है, साइक्लोन आ रहे हैं, बाढ़ आ रही है, टेम्परेचर वेरिएशन इतना हो रहा है, ऐसे उसके कारण एग्रीकल्चर पर फर्क पड़ रहा है, पानी नहीं मिल रहा है, क्वालिटी एग्रीकल्चर हमको खाने को नहीं मिलने वाला। ऐसे जब हम डिजास्टर की बात करते हैं तो प्रश्न ये आता है कि इसमें हम युवाओं का क्या रोल है कि जिसके कारण हम इसके समाधान पर जा सकते हैं। वो समाधान की कुछ बातें बताकर मेरी बात पूरी करूँगा, क्योंकि हमको उस एक्शन पर जाना पड़ेगा। पर गिनती तो बहुत हो सकती है, लेकिन उसमें मैं एक्शन पर जाता हूं कि हमारे आज के यूथ का रोल क्या होगा। तो 4 रोल होने चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से। पहला, आज के यूथ को इको लीडर बनना पड़ेगा, पर्यावरण प्रहरी बनकर काम करना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए हमारा यूथ क्या कर सकता है, तो उसको पर्यावरण के बारे में जन जन को जागृत करना पड़ेगा, उसको बोलेंगे पब्लिक अवेयरनेस। दूसरा, हमको चेंज मेकर बनना पड़ेगा। चेंज मेकर समाज में, कम्युनिटी में हमको एक अभियान करना पड़ेगा, उसको बोलेंगे हम पब्लिक अभियान। और इसलिए हमको उसको बोलना पड़ेगा पब्लिक अवेयरनेस, पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन करना पड़ेगा, इनोवेटर बनना पड़ेगा, कम्युनिकेटर बनना पड़ेगा, एक अच्छा कम्युनिकेटर और एक अच्छा वॉलंटियर बनना पड़ेगा। ऐसे हम 5 चीजें यूथ को लाना पड़ेगा। और वो करने के लिए एक्शन क्या है, तो 4 प्रकार के लेवल पर हमको काम करना पड़ेगा। पहले मैं और मेरे बिहेवियर, इसलिए हमको अपना एटीट्यूड बदलना पड़ेगा। नेचर के प्रति हमको एम्पैथेटिक होना पड़ेगा, संवेदनशील होना पड़ेगा, और हमारी लाइफ स्टाइल को बदलना पड़ेगा। ऐसी 3 बातों को लेकर हमको पर्सनल, प्रोफेशनल और पब्लिक लेवल पर काम करना पड़ेगा। और उसके अंदर जो पर्सनल लेवल पर अपनी लाइफ स्टाइल के लिए बात करनी है, उसकी बात बताकर मेरी बात पूरी करता हूं कि हमको क्या एक्शन लेने चाहिए और उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा। पहली बात, क्या हम एक बूंद बचा सकते हैं क्या पानी की? एक बूंद की कीमत क्या होती है हमको पता है। अगर एक बूंद लगातार गिरती है तो एक बूंद का मतलब 11,000 लीटर एक साल में होता है, और 11,000 लीटर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर का मतलब होता है 2,20,000 रुपए का पानी। और अगर एक घर में भी होता है तो पूरे देश में 35 करोड़ घर हैं। आप मल्टीप्लाइड करिए तो 35,000 करोड़ लीटर पानी हम प्रति वर्ष बहा देते हैं। क्या हम अपने घर का एक बूंद पानी बचा सकते हैं क्या? ये एक्शन है, इसमें कोई पैसा खर्च नहीं होगा, इसमें कोई हमको घर के बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा, इसके अंदर हमको टाइम भी खर्च नहीं करना पड़ेगा। केवल हमको अपने मन के अंदर ये संवेदनशीलता बनानी पड़ेगी। और इसलिए क्या हम एक बूंद के बारे में विचार कर सकते हैं कि मेरे घर का कोई भी नल, मेरे घर का कोई भी लीकेज में नहीं होगा, तो हम बहुत बड़ा एक इसके अंदर कर सकते हैं। दूसरा, क्या हम एक यूनिट बिजली बचा सकते हैं क्या? बिजली का मतलब एनर्जी, फॉसिल फ्यूल की अभी बात आई थी। एक यूनिट बिजली इस यूथ के लिए है, जिस यूथ को हम कह सकते हैं इस देश में 35 करोड़ यूथ हैं, और अगर 35 करोड़ यूथ साल में एक यूनिट बिजली भी बचाता है, तो आपकी जानकारी के लिए 35 करोड़ बिजली, यूनिट बिजली का मतलब 35 करोड़ बिजली का मतलब होता है 850 ग्राम कोल एक यूनिट में खर्च होता है। और इसलिए हम क्या ये कर सकते हैं। तीसरा, हम एक पेड़ देश के नाम लगा सकते हैं क्या? और इसलिए हम अपने घर में हर यूथ अगर एक पेड़ लगा दे तो 35 करोड़ पेड़ हो जाएंगे। ऐसे कुछ एक्शन हमारे यूथ को हमको लेना पड़ेगा। और जब हम अपने रोल को समझेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि हम इस समाज को भी परिवर्तन कर सकते हैं। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद, भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, sir. For most of the problem, what sir is basically highlighted is the public awareness, or basically that environmental awareness, and the youth has to play important role to participate in this. And without the awareness, the problem cannot be solved. And then your participation will be a very crucial role, and use your power, energy, and strength to become a e-youth, basically that environmental youth, and then work on it. And without your contribution, it cannot be solved. And sir has presented many statistical data which you can go through it. So thank you, sir, for motivating that all the audience to participate in genuine reason. Thank you, sir. Next, I would invite that Anil Kulkarni, sir, to please present his views on the same. Thank you, sir. Please.
Good morning to all of you and honorable dignitaries on the dais and wonderful young audience. It is indeed great pleasure and honor for me to be here at Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda and discuss with you, share with you some of my experiences which I have learned during my 40 years of work in the Himalayas. So what I shall share with you today is about climate change and disaster risk reduction, particularly in Himalayas, and what kind of research opportunities are there for the youth. Remember one thing, Himalaya is one of the ruggedest mountains on the earth, and therefore youth has to play a key role in managing resources into the mountain. So, can it go up? You already know that Himalaya is a huge and it has large geographical area. And during winter time, Himalaya is covered by seasonal snow and it melts during the summer and significantly providing water to the numerous rivers which is originated into the Himalayas, such as Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra. But it is not a one mountain. That means there are series of mountains in there. So you have northernmost is the Karakoram Highway, then Ladakh Highway, Ladakh Range, then there is the Pir Panjal Mountain. So numerous mountain ranges are there, and it is providing very different opportunities for work. So we will go into that. So Himalaya has a large geography. We are extremely fortunate because we have large geographical area covered by seasonal snow as well as covered by glacier, and approximately we have 3,000 gigaton of ice stored into the Himalaya. In addition to that, the seasonal snow is there, and which is really making possible to sustain Indian civilization, North India, because of the runoff from these snow and glaciers makes Himalayan rivers perennial. So if you look into the climate change point of view, Himalayan region is experiencing much higher climate change than the global mean. If the global climate change is 1 degree Celsius, it means in Himalaya is 1.5 degrees Celsius. That means the glaciers are responding much more faster than we thought. So there is a significant retreat into the Himalayan glaciers are taking place, and as glaciers start retreating, they vacate the land, and as they vacate the land, that land is sometimes, depending upon depression, is occupied by water, and the lakes are formed, and these lakes, here you can see that lakes get originated, so the large number of lakes are being formed into the mountains, and they can burst, because this is one of the lakes in Nepal. There are numerous such lakes in Bhutan, in Sikkim, and numerous other parts of region. They can burst and create a flash flood. There could be numerous reasons why they can burst and create a disaster for the mountain terrain. That there could be landslide, there could be avalanches, there could be melting, and so numerous reasons can lead it to the disaster. But there's a scope for us to work on it and reduce the reduction. So this is where youth has a key role to play, that go into the mountains, try to find out solution for these regions. So this is one example I have given. You can have an engineering intervention there. You can have a numerous siphoning system to reduce the water, but it is not the only solution. There could be n number of solutions for this problem, and youth has to take this issue. And remember, it is not about one glacier or two glaciers. Even in Indus basins are going to have thousands and thousands of such lakes, and which could be a potential risk for the people living into the mountain. So the huge amount of scope for you to do the research into the mountain, and young people should grab those opportunities for doing research. There's also a huge amount of risk in mountain because of numerous disasters. One of the such disasters we have seen into Rishiganga Valley, where significantly this entire ice block has come down and creating entire ice block has come down and creating flash flood into Rishiganga Valley. So there is a scope for you to do the investigation and understand where such new flash flood likely to happen. This is a small location, you can say, in Rishiganga flood, and entire this ice block has fallen down, creating a major disaster, and hundreds of people lost their life, and millions of rupees property is lost because of that. And then there is a huge risk related to avalanches. So there is a large number of risks are there, and this is avalanche risk into the Niti Valley, you can see. And then there is one of the major disaster in Uttarakhand we face is Kedarnath disaster. So that is possible because of the atmospheric condition where large amount of rainfall taken place into the mountains, and then entire Kedarnath Valley was really affected because of that. But that is happened because of the wherever the land is vacated by glacier, which is called the moraine, so there is a potential site to form the lake. So this is a point where landslide has taken place and created a huge lake behind it, making it, and that lake was broken, creating a flash flood into the Kedarnath. So there is a ample opportunity for you to look into the research and carry out this investigation. So with these words, we will take a lot of questions later on, if whatever questions you are having. So with this stage, I would like to stop here and say that Himalaya provides you ample opportunity to do the research so that life of people who are living into the mountains can be safe and secure. With these words, I would like to thank for.
Thank you, sir, for sharing that basically the role of the youth to reduce the risk, because the risk is not only because of the change, it's also because of the vulnerability. So we need to understand those things, and then accordingly we need to plan that activities. So the role, again, the sir has explained that how we can perform, and then sir has explained many research objective also to the young researcher. So thank you, sir. Next, I would invite Mr. Pradeep Desai to put up the views on the same. Please, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, youth participants, and the faculty members. First of all, it is indeed a matter of pleasure and privilege for me to be here today and deliver my notes and suggestions with you. So, thanks to Faculty of Journalism and Communication, Niti ma'am, and the teachers who have shaped my life, who have contributed a lot in shaping my career. Thanks a lot. So, I'll share my views. I will be speaking on perspective of farmers and sharing the real examples of grassroots work what we are doing. So myself, Pradeep Desai, and I'm working with Cotton Connect as head of farm operations. I am heading the farm operations of Cotton Connect and supporting Cotton Connect's program in India and other countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Turkey, and there are other countries. So we are an innovative social enterprise. We were founded in 2009, founded by C&A, which is the world's leading fashion apparel, textile exchange, and Shell Foundation, the petroleum giant Shell. They are having their foundation as Shell Foundation. So we work with the smallholder farmers. We work with all the stakeholders of cotton supply chain, starting from farmers to ginners to spinners to brands and retailers. So we are working with more than 20 fashion brands and apparels worldwide. And we work through a network of local partners who deliver the program at the grassroots level in support of Cotton Connect. And we work in multi-countries. We are also having a not-for-profit entity which is known as Cotton Connect Farmer Community Foundation. So if you want to know more about Cotton Connect, just go through www.cottonconnect.org. So, when we talk about sustainability in terms of agriculture or sustainable agriculture, then there are various ways, various innovations we can do, various steps we can take to ensure sustainability at the grassroots level to support the farming community and create the climate smart or climate resilient farming community. So I will put those steps in 4 ways. So first, create awareness. Create awareness. The second is collaborate. The third is implement. And the fourth one would be share and replicate. So if we talk about awareness, so the first thing is to create awareness on sustainability, create awareness on sustainable agriculture among the farming communities or in general as a community. So how best we can create awareness on sustainability or maybe climate smart agriculture or climate related issues. So we have observed that the farmers, they will not understand the nitty-gritty or jargons like climate change. We'll have to divide the message in a small step, small pieces and easy to understand and adopt for them. So for that, we can have various sustainable agriculture programs, cross-country programs. We can have collaborations, of course. G20 is a great platform. Y20 again is a great platform. So we can have those type of collaborations wherein we can have the specific interventions and innovations related to sustainable agriculture and sustainability by evolving the KPI based interventions. The other thing is collaborations. So we'll have to collaborate with the government, we'll have to collaborate with the various forums, with various CSR foundations, and also community organizations and research institutions. So if we collaborate, then one thing is very big, one thing will be there that we'll have to have a common agenda with timeline that we would like to achieve these steps within the time frame. So that KPIs give us a time, the proper time-bound program should be implemented at the grassroots level. Also, the third phase is implement. So implement lots of pilots. Pilots, why we are more focusing on pilots? Because there is no shortcut. There is no book-cut solution for this type of challenges or problems. So if we go with region-specific pilots, then that will be really helpful for us. Like pilot involving science and technology, artificial intelligence, or maybe the farm equipments related technology, drip irrigation, micro irrigation. So lots of things are there. Even microfinance, pilots on microfinance, and also pilots related to gender. While we implement the program at the grassroots level, we must not forget the importance of gender inclusion. So that we should keep in mind while implement the program. Also, if we talk about Cotton Connect, then what we do that we collaborate with the local partners, we implement the farm programs at the grassroots level. We tell the farmers that the piece of land would remain same. You will have to focus on the piece of land and how best we can get the maximum output from that piece of land without compromising the need of nature and future. So that's the crux of sustainability. We'll have to gain, we'll have to grow, but without compromising the nature, without compromising the need of community, need of future generation. So we can say the development should not be at the cost of the social, environmental, and economical perspective. So in case of Cotton Connect, we tell farmers that you can consider the piece of land, that's the piece of land would remain same. But can you have the different approach in which you can, say for example, increase the plant population? So that plant population, if you increase, then anyway you will get the more crop. Then there are lots of ways and means to reduce the pesticide application, chemical fertilizers application by developing the correct understanding. And the last option is, the last point is share and replicate. Yeah. So share and replicate is, here also the youth can play a role. Youth can share the success and practices, community voices to the greater mass. As youth, today we can see that they are very active on social media, so effectively we can use that. Whenever you see any positive change, any success story, just share it so that the other people can also learn from them. So, and there are also lots of opportunities for youth to act as rural agri-entrepreneurs at the grassroots level. So I'll talk about that experience later on while we discuss the questions and answers. So thank you. That's all from my side. Thanks all. We'll be discussing more during the question answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Especially for highlighting that role of the farmers to play important role in the climate, especially the risk reduction or climate change action or sustainable way. Thank you, sir, for participating over here. So now it is open for the audience to ask the question on the basically how we can play, how as a youth, how we can play important role in this field of the climate change and risk reduction. Please.
Hello. Hello. Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Soham Ahuja. I'm from the Faculty of Social Work. My question is for Mr. Hardeep Desai. Sir, recently, in the few months and in the past few years, we saw an economic crisis going on in Sri Lanka. And one of the reasons stated for that was that the country's decision to totally switch to organic farming. So on one side, we talk about sustainable practices, but we cannot deny the kind of yield that we get from the artificial fertilizers and the other things. How do you think we can strike a balance in the future so that the country can also have a stable economic growth as well as a sustainable environment condition in terms of organic farming?
Yeah, I think for organic farming, the first thing is we'll have to focus on, one thing, trust. Trust in the, in the minds of customers who are investing in the project, and the trust in the minds of customers who are using the end products. So if the products is genuine, if the products, the organic products give traceability, end-to-end traceability from where it is coming, then obviously the consumer will also pay for that. The investor would also be happy to invest in. That is one thing. The challenge we have observed in organic, we also implement organic cotton programs. So we observed that it requires organic plus model actually. So if in the initial years, there will be some decrease in the yield, but that gap you can bridge with the, other initiative or other steps, like, providing them support in terms of microfinance, helping them in growing intercrop or multi-cropping, so that through intercrops they can also have additional incomes. And also the other help, like, forming of farmer producer companies that can leverage the marketing of the other produces, products produces by the farmers. So that is a multiple, model, multiple initiative we'll have to take. So in any country, if we would like to focus on organic, then we'll have to ensure the trust at the entire level. And the traceability again is a crucial element. So nowadays, techniques are there in which we do the radioisotope mapping that can reflect you, that can give you the origin of the product, from where the product is coming. So that type of radioisotope mapping would also help. And we do have our traceable, which are owned by Cotton Connect. So we give end-to-end traceability, on a barcode system. So if you scan that product, you will get the entire history of the product. So in short, for organic, we'll have to have the, model in which where we can, support farmers by giving additional prices, or by giving premium, or by giving extra mile support in terms of microfinance, health, or maybe water and sanitation, or social premiums, or maybe institutional building. So that model will have to evolve. Yeah.
Next question, please. Thank you, sir, for addressing this question.
Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I'm Abubakar Estoure from Sierra Leone. Um, of course, all of us knew that this planet, Earth, Mama Earth, is the only place that accepts life, where life exists. And climate change is a war against nature. We are fighting the earth as a human. So if we fight the earth is going to fight back.
Yes.
So in that way, what suggestion do you have, sir, in relation to industry? Now we are industrial age and digital age. Most of those products that we are making during the process, because of industrialization, we realize that we have the process, there is a pollution that is polluting the earth. So what suggestion will you bring to industries on how to remedy this? What is the suggestion towards the farming? You know, without food, we cannot survive. And we need food. And during the process of producing these foods, we need natures. We do destructions that affect our lives. What suggestion will you use to the farmers towards human being as a human, especially with the youth of tomorrow? We are the future leaders of tomorrow. And also, how will you think the world will be if we continue to destroy the nation? Or based on those products that we are using, after using them, we throw it away. The effect on them, what advice will you give to us as a youth?
Right.
And how we should take care of it? Thank you very much.
Okay. So, sir, I would request that to address this question, the food security. Yes, sir. Because you are working in the field of the farmers, so.
So I'll put it in three ways. First is, suggestions for industry, what you have asked for. So for industries, I think most of the industries, if you talk about the, abroad market, then they are, very much towards the ethical supply chain. They have also taken the steps related to sustainability, and they are supporting farmers in, or the supply chain partners in one or other way. So that is there. Even if you talk about the, recent rules and regulation of European market, then you will come to know about the recent sustainability claims, rules related to sustainability claims. So there is an awareness, there is a sensitivity towards the ethical supply chain, there is sustainability towards corporate social responsibility. So business is trying at their own way. So I would put it that way. The other thing is regarding the farmers. We know that the agriculture is one of the contributor to the, the climate change problems, as well as one of the possible, solution provider. So the farmers, if we trained and inculcate vision among the farmers about the, how the farmers are, correlated to the, they are contributing to the climate change issues, then they will come to know that, okay, there is a role for them. And we will have to train them, mobilize them in particular directions so that they can act, take easy steps. Like I can give one small example. See, if we see to larger picture or big target, then it would be difficult. But in order to understand the farmer psychology, we have just started a program which is known as One Farmer, One Tree campaign.
Okay.
So each farmer will have to just plant one tree.
Thank you, sir.
And conserve.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll take a few more questions over here. So please stick to 30 seconds only. The question for, yes.
Hello. Yes. Good morning. I am Biramba from the Faculty of Science under the Department of Geography. Well, the professor talked about the Himalaya. And then the Himalaya, we all know, climate change is a global issue, and then it has been a global problem. Still we are posing, but we are yet to combat the problem. Now, looking at India, around the Himalaya, around the Crocus Range, now people living around the Himalaya, living in those life, that conditions, what is the Indian government doing, or what measures are they taking to make sure save those people in any recipe of disaster in the nearby future that may occur?
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. It is indeed a very difficult question to answer because climate change is changing Himalayan cryosphere, and there is the effect of that on the people living into those regions. So Government of India, in collaboration with the state government, has different ways to mitigate some of the issues which has caused because of the climate change. Say, for example, if you look into the one issue, which is the seasonal snow started to melt early, and because of that, numerous springs have become dry. So there is a major program on rejuvenation of spring into the Himalayas so that spring can be rejuvenated. There's another problem is the glaciers are melting and there is no availability of water for the villages. So there is the idea of artificial glaciers or some ice stupa construction. So government of India has spent significant amount of money to create the ice stupas so that water is available to people during the rain period. I can go on, but looking at the time, I will stop here.
Sir, I would request the Gopalji Arya sir to say, do we have that any awareness program as such to control these activities? Because you are working in the Paryavaran Sanrakshan Gatibidhi, so I would request you to elaborate if you have any awareness program as such to directly control that.
बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है कि हमको क्या करना चाहिए इसके बारे में आपने बताया कि पर्सनली हम क्या कर सकते हैं। तो अभी एक बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव हमारा शुरू हुआ है। उस इनिशिएटिव का नाम है एक पेड़ देश के नाम। लेकिन उस एक पेड़ देश के नाम में हमको पेड़ नहीं लगाना है और पैसा भी खर्च नहीं करना है और समय भी नहीं करना है। ये एक अलग प्रकार का कैंपेन है, पूरे साल चलने वाला है। उसका क्या प्रभाव होगा मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि हम अपने घर में सीड लगाना है, सोइंग टू ग्रोइंग, ये इस कैंपेन का नाम है। कि हमने अपने घर में बीज लगाना, बीज को 1 साल तक छोटा बड़ा करना, क्योंकि हमको जब तक उसके प्रति एम्पैथेटिक नहीं होंगे, नेचर के प्रति, उस पेड़ के प्रति, 1 साल जब वो बड़ा हो जाएगा तब हम नेक्स्ट ईयर उसका वृक्षारोपण करेंगे। ये बीजारोपण से वृक्षारोपण एक बहुत बड़ा कैंपेन है। मैं अभी कल ही आ रहा हूँ, मैं कोल्हापुर से आ रहा। कोल्हापुर में वहाँ पर उन्होंने इसको शुरू किया। आपको आश्चर्य होगा, केवल कोल्हापुर शहर के अंदर 20,000 हाउसेज में, घरों में, और वहाँ की एक कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी है, उन्होंने 10,000 स्टूडेंट्स ने इस बात की ओथ ली है कि हाँ, हम अपने घर में सोइंग टू ग्रोइंग का एक कैंपेन लेंगे। जब इस प्रकार का कैंपेन एम्पैथी के साथ में बढ़ेगा तो मुझे लगता है कि जो नेचर के प्रति एक सोचने का दृष्टिकोण और एक लगाव उत्पन्न होगा। ये कैंपेन पूरे देश में 1 साल चलने वाला है। ऐसा मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे अभियान में हम सब लोग भी रहेंगे और कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में हम इको क्लब्स के द्वारा स्टूडेंट्स का पार्टिसिपेशन करके कौन सा इको क्लब इसको अच्छे से कर पाएगा उसके लिए सोच।
Thank you, sir. So, especially plantation with the basically including all the three pillars of the sustainability. The sir is trying to point out the economically, it should be economically viable, it should be environmentally friendly, and social involvement should be there, and benefit to all the people should be there. So all the three pillars of the sustainability sir is trying to include. It's not because it's only plantation. Sir is saying including all the perspective of the sustainability. Thank you, sir. So we'll take a few more questions. Yes, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Monarch Bhatt. Sir, my question is for Dr. Kulkarni. So recently, India has found almost 5.9 million tons of lithium reserves in Jammu Kashmir. So, sir, there will be mining, and we know that mining is one of the most destructive industries. So, sir, how this will affect the Himalayan glaciers, and how the concept of sustainability can be introduced in the sector of mining?
Yes, sir.
Any development, if you take, no matter what you do, there is going to be some amount of disturbance to the nature. And that is how the climate change issue started, because after the industrial revolution, you have enormous amount of dumping of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, leading to the climate change. So how sustainable it is? So if we are going to do the lithium mining, then how much energy we can we need to produce that lithium and how much benefit societies will take because of converting that lithium into the batteries, and when you transport that battery to highly polluted city like Delhi, Bangalore, or Ahmedabad. So how much benefit it brings to the community needs to be studied and worked out. So I'm sure as of now, this brings a overall reduction into the emission of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So it will be beneficial for society in a totalistic view. If you look into the local region, it is quite possible that there might be some disturbances, but nation as a whole will be definitely benefited because of this.
Okay. So we have many questions over here that cannot be addressed at this platform. So I would request you to join during the lunch, and then you can have that discussion. Okay, we can have that one more question. I would request you to ask within 30 seconds. Don't take much time.
Good afternoon,
Hello.
sir. This is Pooja Bagmar from South. As sir, I have a question. I'm an urban planner. COP27 addressed on 1.5 degrees Celsius of temperature to be not risen. So at the same time, can we do economical growth by keeping a mind in environmental growth too? Both can go to hand in hand, and what you address for a youth to take a decision on. Thank you.
Kulkarni sir, if you can address this question. Sir.
Yeah, there's always economic price to pay when you are trying to develop energy or use energy which is of sustainable in nature or renewable energy in nature, because the cost of generating renewable energy is quite higher if we incorporate all components of generating that than the conventional one. Easiest way and cheapest way is always coal, but we know that we have placed a heavy price for utilization of coal, so we need to move. That means society has to, if it has to become more sustainable over a period of time, we have to choose the option which is expensive to us, and it is going to affect the development. It is no doubt about that. But how much compromise we can do as a society for long-term benefit, some sacrifices in the short term is necessary for the generation. If we don't do it, next generation will be much bigger sufferer. We didn't realize, our ancestors, our past didn't realize what they are doing. So there is a give and take. It is going to happen. And this is for societies to make those compromises. And I think it is worth compromising for little bit for present, so that future can be bright for our next generation.
Thank you, sir. Due to time constraint, sorry, we will not be able to take further questions. So definitely your questions will be addressed during that lunch session. So please, you can ask the questions, or all the expert members will be available during the lunch also. So I would like to thank you all to be part of this session. Now I would invite that Dr. Tarika ma'am to go ahead with the plenary session too.
Before that, I will request you
Yes.
to felicitate
Yes.
all the...
Yes, I would request all the volunteers to please come and felicitate all our expert members. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
so,
you.
as Chancellor Madam was mentioning in the morning, we have a very dedicated Institute of Climate Change Research, which is unique in its own nature in the university. Probably the only one of its kind in Gujarat, where we do focused as well as integrated multidisciplinary research and extension and awareness activities. So I'm happy to share that as a part of the extension and awareness activities, we last year planted 7,500 saplings within the campus as well as in and around Vadodara as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And this year, in collaboration with Paryavaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi, we have already initiated One Tree for the Nation campaign. We have eco clubs in all the faculties of the university under which we are carrying out these activities. So thank you to the panel for sharing their knowledge and expertise with our participants. May I request you to kindly take. And thank you, Dr. Bablu Prasad, for moderating that. Let's move on to the second plenary session, which focuses on research, innovation, and startups related to climate change. This session is going to be chaired and moderated by Dr. Tarika Kumar, who is a faculty at Department of Environment Studies, Faculty of Science. And the panelists and speakers for this session are Dr. Shilpi Kushwaha, who is a scientist in CSIR, Central Salt and Marine Chemicals Research Institute. We also have Ms. Rajeshwari Singh, who is the founder director, Caravan Classroom Foundation and RIA OPC Private Limited, and a very young participant, Mr. Kautilya Pandit, who is more popularly known as Google Boy. So can I request all the three speakers to kindly come and take their seats on the dais, and I will hand over the platform to Dr. Tarika.
I, Dr. Tarika from Department of Environmental Studies, would like to welcome all of you to the plenary session 2. As introduced by ma'am, this session is dedicated to the theme Research, Innovation and Startup related to climate change. So we have with us Dr. Shilpi Kushwaha, who is working as the scientist CSIR, Central Salt and Marine Chemicals Research Institute. She has received CSIR Young Scientist Award for the year 2021. She has 2 patents in her name and a series of research papers in her credit. We also have Ms. Rajeshwari Singh, a social entrepreneur and founder director, Caravan Classroom Foundation. A very special guest is among us, Kautilya Pandit, more popularly known as Google Boy. Who doesn't know him? He comes from a small village, Kohand in Karnal district, Haryana, and he was declared child prodigy because of his exceptional intelligence and vast knowledge. He is also the genius child, he's also called as Genius Child, Space Boy, and now he is a motivational speaker. He is felicitated many times and has received more than 500 awards. So I welcome them all on the stage. Without wasting much of time, I will hand over the stage to Dr. Shilpi, and she is requested to come up and please brief us about her work.
Thank you, Dr. Tarika, and a very good afternoon to all of you present over here in this auditorium. It is my honor to speak to you today on this platform given by Y20, and while we participate in India's G20 presidency. Being an alumni of MS University, this is a nostalgic feeling standing over here on the other side of the auditorium where I used to sit amongst you a few years back. So I thank MS University for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak. I also thank Ministry of Youth Affairs for organizing the event Y20 over here. Coming to today's topic of discussion, that is research and innovation, which is crucial in addressing the climate change, as it is one of the most pressing issues for our world today, and it is essential that we work together to address it. First and foremost, I would like to say that research is the key to understand the complex processes and systems that contribute to the climate change. We need to know how the Earth's climate is changing, what is causing the change, and what are the potential impacts that are impacting our environment, society, and economy. By conducting research, we can gather the data and evidence which we need to make the informed decisions and take actions to mitigate the effects of climate change. Innovation is one of the other crucial parameter in the fight against climate change. We need to develop new technologies and approaches to reduce our carbon footprint, adapt to the changing conditions, and create sustainable solutions. From renewable energy sources to carbon capture and storage, we have heard all about everyone saying in the morning session. There are many exciting innovations that are happening and are required to happen that can help us address the climate change and move towards a more sustainable future. One of the aspects that is reducing the carbon footprint, it is a critical issue of our planet and which requires research and innovation, and it is playing a crucial role in achieving this goal. Here are some ways which I would highlight during research and innovation are being used to reduce the carbon footprint. So first of all, we need to understand what is renewable energy research. Renewable energy research involves the study of alternative sources of energy that can be used to replace the traditional fossil fuel usage, such as coal, oil, and natural gas. The primary goal of renewable energy research is to identify and develop new technologies that can harness the power of renewable energy resources, including solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and biomass energy. These technologies are becoming increasingly cost-effective, making them more accessible to individuals and businesses just because of research and innovation happening throughout the world. For example, in our lab at CSIR CSMCRI, situated in Bhavnagar, we are working on electrochemical splitting of seawater. Why do we need electrochemical splitting? Because from water splitting, you can get hydrogen as well as oxygen. So, right now, the current strategies which are involving the electrolyzers are using clean water. We need a lot of resources and efforts to produce clean water first of all. So, why don't we move to a more sustainable solution, that is splitting seawater to produce green hydrogen? That is what we are working on, and this is a challenging task because seawater has a corrosive nature, and the catalysts used for splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen gets corroded while we are putting them into the seawater conditions. So we need to develop more sustainable catalysts which are seawater resistant and can split water into oxygen and hydrogen at the same time. So currently the platinum and iridium based catalysts are being used as electrodes for splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, which are expensive, and instead we are trying to develop earth abundant metal based catalysts which can reduce the cost as well as increase the longevity of the catalytic electrodes. Other options are also there which are being explored via research and innovation, that are energy storage via batteries, fuel cells, and other technologies which are being developed to store renewable energy, carbon capture technologies, sustainable agriculture, green buildings, electric vehicles, grid integrations, and policy and economics research to study government incentives, subsidies, and regulations. Also, as described by the previous panel, that as individuals also, we can play a huge role in addressing this climate change issue by making small and impactful changes in our lives. So overall, we need to take action based on research and innovation in implementing policies and initiatives that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protect vulnerable communities and ecosystems, and support sustainable development. In conclusion, research and innovation are the two critical components of our collective efforts to address climate change. And by investing our efforts, resources, and funds in research and innovation, we can create a more sustainable and environmental friendly future for ourselves as well as for the future generations. With this, I would like to thank you all for listening this brief remark. I would be happy to answer any questions raised during the session. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Kushwaha. We are grateful to you for sharing your thoughts. Next, we have Ms. Rajeshwari. She is requested next to come up and describe her contributions and role as a social entrepreneur and brief us about her work.
Namaste. My journey for environment has been almost since I was born, from going to school. And I remember in those days, I was in Mount Abu, in a small hill station in Rajasthan, where I was sent to a boarding school when I was just 4 years old. And during those days, we had a compulsory period wherein we used to sit under the trees with our books. And that was imbibed in us from our school times. And I'm talking of the 90s era. And now can we imagine for just a moment, just for 10 seconds, that what would be the breeze of the trees, sitting under the trees. Right now we have to be in these temperatures with air conditioners have become a very compulsory options for us, that we cannot, walk around outside with such soaring temperatures. My journey personally have been as a citizen of this country, where I campaigned in 2018, where I walked from this city to the national capital region called New Delhi. I did a walk for 45 days campaigning for World Environment Day, when India had hosted World Environment Day in the year 2018, where I got all the support from various non-government organizations, state governments on my route, to United Nations Environment Program, and the campaign wherein I dealt and I interacted with local governments in villages. In India, we call it Gram Panchayats, from Sarpanch to the Secretary, Ministry of Climate Change in New Delhi. And you met thousands of people while the campaign. The campaign was actually practiced at an experiential level, that can a human survive doing this crusade of walking in 45 degrees soaring temperatures? Can you survive without consuming any kind of liquid packaged in a plastic, single-use plastic? Can a human survive doing that? And I have done this at an experiential level, that the entire 45 days I woke up at 4:30 and my walk started. Being a woman walker, of course, for few portions I had people walking, some government officials walking with me and supporting my campaign, but I managed to survive till New Delhi. absolutely 0% single-use plastic. I could manage that. I consumed water from earthen pots, hand pumps, and that is what I had done. You have to walk the talk. During the campaign, there were so many questions being asked that what is the solutions? What are the solutions? If you're asking us not to use single-use plastic, then what are the alternatives? How do we cope up with this? So first, we have already done so much of damage. So we need to first come back to neutral. When we start our cars, we have to get back to neutral. And that is how our startup called Zeroite was born. And we were talking of intangible, we were campaigning, and that's intangible. When it came to tangible solution, we came up with Zeroite. That Zeroite is technically, when the thought came of, coming up with a startup that facilitates, if people can actually come to a refill stations, fill up their basic grocery to things that are alternatives to single-use plastic. When we were thinking of the name, my mother asked, what would you name your brand? And that's when we thought Zeroite. Zeroite is a brand which believes in a minimalism, minimal lifestyle. We do not want, there is a difference between need and want. So first we need to come to neutral, zero. And zero, if we all know, zero has been a contribution from India to the world, the whole number system in the 5th century. So we feel proud that zero has been the contribution, and zero you need to come, and it has infinite possibilities to make a start, to our imaginations, to our ideas, and ideas we think of it every day. When it comes to execution, that's the whole game. So Zeroite is now 3 years old. We started from Vadodara in 2020, and now we have an online store, and we have a store in Jaipur. And unbelievably, we have been getting so many calls from different parts of the country. And even we've got a call from American consulate that we are so impressed by your work. We want to nominate you and be a part of our summit in 2024 in United States of America. And it's a startup born out of Vadodara in 2020 during Corona tough times, when people asked us, that it's a big risk, you are investing so much of money, and, it's going to be a failure and all that. And, you need some sort of disruptive ideas to, break the mold. So that's how we started this. And I would like to tell you that we've been getting so many calls from women, homemakers, that, we have this waste, we have electronic waste, why don't you do something with it? We have a sari, we have so many old saris, can you make thelas out of it? And we accept such things, and every day there is a problem solving, and every day we are thinking of innovative ways to solve these issues. Now I would just like to end with one very personal experience. Just 3 days ago, we had an international traveler who's just a friend. She was telling me that in the aircraft, we were just sitting, and there was a single-use plastic bottle, and there was a discussion that, do you even realize that there is a bottle that just to quench a thirst for 30 seconds, we are almost leaving a bottle which is going to be immortal for 500 years. Do we even realize it so much in our day-to-day life that we don't even realize that this is a problem? So she said that, yeah, I think India has got really strict, because yesterday when I was traveling to India in Lufthansa, they made an announcement that please make sure that you do not litter around your single-use plastics in India when you land in India, because the government has really strict guidelines for it. And the last thing I want to say, I am a new mother. I have just delivered a son 3 months ago. And I was actually scheduled for a C-section, and I went into labor exactly the same scheduled time, and the doctor had to tell me that we cannot go for C-section, you will have to deliver the baby normal. And in 10 minutes, I could deliver the baby painlessly, and it was a miracle. And the first thought that came to my mind is, before he is my son, he is the son of this planet. And that is what is being going to be taught and imbibed to him. I don't care what he becomes, whether he's a filmmaker, whether he's an environmentalist, whether he's an entrepreneur. His first commitment towards, he should have the first commitment towards the planet. And we all are sitting here, we are just mere guests on this planet for an average of 60, 70 years, and there'll be another generation coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Singh, for sharing your insightful and exemplary thoughts and experiences. We are very much thankful for her to come here in such a short notice. And now we have Google Boy. Without much wait, I invite him on stage and hear his
First and foremost, I'd like to mention my thanks to everyone present here and all the organizations and people behind this gargantuous task. I think today we are in a pressing situation, we are in a pressing problem, and we're fighting the war against doomsday itself. It is one of the many war fronts on which we are here. The Y20 summit being held at Maharaji Sayajirao University itself is a gargantuan event, and I think it will help all of us understand the vulnerability. It's pretty difficult to ask. So it's pretty difficult for us to understand that how we can cope up with the situation. I think the situation that we are in today is very pressing, and we need to understand that there are many solutions, there are many people, there are many ways, there are many methods. We all have, we all have the same target, we all have the same goal, and it is the Mother Earth that we serve for, it is what we are given, and now we have to understand our cause. Because it is a revolution that we need to follow on. I think in modern history, people and the humanity have seen many different war fronts, many different causes, and many different revolutions. And one of the biggest that will follow on will be what we'll make now. So this environmental revolution is what we have to take on from now. And the moment it has started, it is from when all of us have understood in our mind that it is what we have to do it. I think it's the responsibility of an individual to contribute even the minimal he can. There are a lot of people who have the right and power to make the situation better and help in eradicating all the problems. But the power of an individual is what determines on the global stage. It's true कि बूंद बूंद से सागर भरता है और हम सभी का एक एक contribution will help in making the world better and help in eradicating the situation and eradicating the problem. If we understand that the problem is with us, it is now because what actually was climate change is 5 years or 10 years back, we all thought that after 50 years or after 25 years, we'll be in a situation when fossil fuels won't be there, when we won't be having ample resources, when there would be some landslide somewhere, there would be earthquake, sea level would rise, glaciers will melt, polar ice caps will reduce. We all were in a situation when we thought that this would happen, I think in a situation when it would be 25 years or 50 years from that time. But I think it didn't took much long. And within 10 or 15 years, we are in a situation when we're seeing all of those things that we thought would happen after like 50 years or something, they're happening now, and we can't do anything about it. It is because that we took it for granted, and we thought that climate change in such situations, such problems, were something that we could easily face, like what we had done till now, till 19th century, till 20th century. But now the problem that we have is pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult to imagine because the problem is common. And it's the sheer nature of human that we have seen in the post modern era after Cold War and after World War. I think what you've seen is to work individually and countries are working on their own pace. But the problem that we now share is common. The enemy that we have is one. We're not fighting some n number of different enemies. We don't have several problems to tame. But I think that the core and the sheer amount that we put, the sheer effort that we're putting on in different branches will lead us to one solution, will lead us in eradicating one problem. The problem is big, the problem needs to be addressed. And time is not on our side. But what we have with us is a bond, is that we all are here. And this is what I can see from the Y20 summit, that people from different parts of the world, from different parts of India itself, have came here and they're thinking of solutions, they're thinking of eradicating this problem, addressing to the situation, and now giving their time in understanding that what we have done till now is not enough. Because good enough is not good enough, and we have to do something extraordinary. We have to get to some extraordinary solutions and work accordingly in one and single unit. There are several war fronts in which we have to fight this doomsday, in which we have to fight this enemy of climate change. And Y20 is one of many such war fronts. What I'm seeing today is one of the most beautiful pictures. People have came here from different parts of the country, from different parts of the world. Recently, we saw that climate change and such problems, disasters are taking place. Recently, we had earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Meanwhile, back we had problems in Nepal. We are facing several economic crises around the globe. Problems are arising, and that is something that is seen by entire world from different regions. It's not just that one part of the globe is facing it. Every part of the globe, every single place, every individual, every person, every human being is affected by climate change. It is affected by this enemy which has no face. And now it is our responsibility to work accordingly and try to make the world a better place, because we have the power. If we are together, then we can do it. If we work on individually at different war fronts, having different ideologies and inducing politics and several other things at individual level, then I don't think that we can work in such a manner. The power that we have in a group, the power that the entire world, that the entire planet has, is unmatchable. And that is what will help us in coping up with the situation. The plenary session is based upon research. The idea and the topic is research, innovation, and startups related to climate change. I think it is really pressing to get up on new solutions, and renewable energy is one of the many problems and one of the many solutions that we have. The problem is that switching up to such a mean of power, to such a meaning of energy, is pretty difficult as it seems now. And once it comes onto the mainstream, it is very helpful in, I think, when renewable energy takes place, it would be pretty easy for us to understand what problem we have in front of us and work accordingly and work in one manner. There are several solutions that many people have came up with. At different places, people are doing several researches. For example, we are having hydro energy. We're working on to wind energy, solar power. Also, there are some things like nuclear power, which are hazardous, but still they are better for environment if taken proper care than the usual means that we are being taken like from 20th and 19th century. It is with us. The problem and solutions are in front of us, and we have to work on them now. To all the people who have came from different parts of the land, I'd like to mention that India, and especially the world, in the world, India holds a place of community worshipping And as it is written even in the Y20 Summit's logo, कि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, तो यह हमारी सालों से रीति रही है, रिवाज रहा है, that we understand that when we are one, when we are working together, the power we have, the power we amass is way greater than one person can. It is true that there are people who have instantaneous action, who have the power to work instantaneously and help in eradicating the problems. But if we try to work as a single human being and try to even contribute the minimalistic that one can, I think it won't be such a problem then, because as an individual we have that power, to make a global change. The revolution has started, and the moment the revolution has started was from when that thought came into your mind that I have to work for this Mother Earth. I have to work now. It's on me. Nobody else would come and help when the problem would come, when we'd be seeing some existential crisis. But it is now when we have to act. Before ending, I'd like to mention a few lines of Rashtrakavi Shri Maithili Sharan Gupta. He once said कि नीलांबर परिधान हरित तट पर सुंदर है, सूर्य चंद्र युग मुकुट मेखला रत्नाकर है, करते अभिषेक पयोध हैं, बलिहारी इस वेश की, हे मातृभूमि तो सगुण मूर्ति सर्वेश की. पाकर तुझसे सभी सुखों को हमने भोगा. The people who actually can't understand Hindi, I'd like to mention that we have actually amassed a lot of powers and a lot of resources from our Mother Earth. And the thing is, कि पाकर तुझसे सभी सुखों को हमने भोगा, तेरा प्रत्युपकार कभी क्या हमसे होगा. तेरी ही यह देह तुझी से बनी हुई है, तेरे सारस सरस सार से सनी हुई है, फिर अंत समय अचल देख तू ही इसे अपनाएगी, हे मातृभूमि यह अंत समय तुझ में ही मिल जाएगी. I think we all have taken something from the nature. The nature, the Mother Earth has given something to every individual. पाकर तुझसे सभी सुखों को हमने भोगा, तेरा प्रत्युपकार कभी क्या हमसे होगा. जिसकी रज में लोट लोट कर बड़े हुए हैं, जिसकी रज में लोट लोट कर बड़े हुए हैं, घुटनों केवल सरक सरक कर खड़े हुए हैं, परमहंसम बाल्यकाल में सब सुख पाए, जिसके कारण धूल भरे हीरे कहलाए. हम खेले कूदे हर्षयुक्त जिसकी प्यारी गोद में, हे मातृभूमि तुझको निरख मग्न क्यों ना हो मोद में, तुझको निरख मग्न क्यों ना हो मोद में. So once again I'd like to mention my thanks to everyone present here, and it's my honor that I got the opportunity to be a part of such a gracious event, and the problems and solutions that would be and have been highlighted in this event are itself very gracious, and they hold the power to change the world. And I'd like to end my speech with one more line, and it is just that if we all act one, then the problem and target that is individual, that is single, would come on to end. And again, I'd like to thank you very much. And what I've seen today, what I'm seeing today, is that people from different parts of the globe have arrived together, and they know that the problem is on us, and we have to work now. And the awareness itself says a lot, and the picture that is in front of me itself says a lot. And I think that I'm short on words now, because the Youth 20 consultation and the clock is not allowing me to say further. But again, thank you very much, and bye-bye.
I was pretty surprised and that he has used so many technical terms and giving it a meaningful talk. We are so proud of you, beta, and our youth is blooming so beautifully. Thanks a lot for being with us. And now the session is open for discussion and question and answer session. I would request the volunteers to please approach the people who are asking questions. Yes, we have. Volunteers, please come this side. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Yeah, please tell the question.
I'm Zubair, a research student in the field of charging electric vehicle using wireless power transfer. And my question is from Dr. Shilpi. What will be the environmental impact if all G20 members turn their conventional vehicle into electric vehicle? And my second question is there any master plan by G20 regarding time duration to say goodbye to the internal combustion engine vehicles?
Audience to please sit
Thank you.
silently. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is a interesting but a difficult one to answer because there are, as you have asked about this topic, about converting all the vehicles into the electric vehicles. So, as you know, the knowledge and research and innovation, all the things go hand in hand, and it is a continuous process. It is not what we have learned and it is going on. Like if you talk about the lithium running electric vehicles or lithium used for the mobile phones, we were not having that much lithium around us, but now with the new discovery we have a lot of source of lithium which can be used. So as the problem comes, researchers work on it and it is going to happen. So it is a continuous process. At the moment we cannot say whether converting everything into the electrical vehicle will address the problem. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, ma'am. We would like to have more questions. This is the time to thirst your quench, knowledge-based questions.
Audible? Hello? Audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Agardeep Mohanta from Faculty of Science. My question to Koti, as you know, that environment and industries are inversely proportional to each other. If you want to you sacrifice some amount of environment. Is it true or not?
Well, what you've stated is, it was true, especially like until now. I think the more the industry has grown, the more industrial revolution has taken place, the more we are expanding, our environment is affected inversely. But I think there is a hope that we can change the situation, that we can change this process, that we can change this framework, that the more we use, the more we expand, the more we try to increase our materialistic, or what you can say, if we try to increase our industrial output, the more the environment would be harmed.
In the continuity of this, I would like to say, when we talk about that we have to save the environment, we generally focusing in the developing countries, not the developed countries. Because as we've seen in the past, that developed countries like USA or UK, they have already done their industrialization, and because of that, they have that amount of GDP that sustain that population. If you want to sustain that population to developing countries like India, we need industrialization. But for that, we can't. That is why we have that this type of conferences. How to manage both that things.
I think that the world has actually gotten more sane in 21st century than it was in 20th. We had world wars, we had a lot of problems, but I think that it is better now that we are working on more and important things. We are working together for conserving climate rather than gaining some land of Poland. So that is something that is better now. And the reason that now even developing countries are what are the driving force of this conserving and of this cause is what makes us feel more elated that we are taking the charge of saving the Mother Earth. And I think it's a moment of pride for us. But, well, it's true that we need to increase our industrial output. We need to push our pedals and work more in economic growth. But the reason that that now we are working and for finding new solutions, I think that in 2-3 years, and now we'll get some better solutions and outputs. As ma'am even mentioned that we are working accordingly, and even in green energy, and as said that even in lithium and several other fronts, we are expanding and we are having more and more resources and industrial resources to work on in greener nuclear.
We would like to have more questions. So, yeah. So, any more questions from the audience, please? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello everyone, I am Jai Shah. I am working for the City Climate Action Plan in VMC. My question to Dr. Kushwa ma'am, related to the littering plastics in oceans, what are the impact on the waves, which is little bit technical things, and is there any impact on coastal cities as well as the other part of country? And second, which is related to the Miss Rajeshwari ma'am, that we know single-use plastic is very harmful for us, and we know that government is also banned for that particular things. But in very short period of time, we can't just not use that particular bottle. So what are the alternative ways to reuse that particular bottles or things that households can be done? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, first of all, I would like to say that you have mentioned about all the plastics in the oceans as well as we are using the single-use plastic. So, there is research going on continuously to modify the ways how to reuse the plastic, even the single-use plastic. There are plastics like, if you know about it, there is LDPE, low density polyethylene, HDPE, there are ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. So all those plastic materials are being, by the means of innovation, we are trying to convert it into the fuels. And that is what is going to give us a sustainable way. And the other question is that it is impacting the oceans and the beaches. So there is continuous effort from the government that the beach monitoring has to be done, whether the pollutants are there or not, because most of the plastics have bisphenol A and other derivatives which are toxic and can be dissolved in the water. So those monitoring programs are going on throughout the country along the 7,000 kilometers of coast in India. So with this, I would give to...
Your question, I would just pick it up from where she left. Artificial intelligence technologies have been incorporated across the globe. There are sensor-based infrared technology has come for marine litter also in these times, where you can actually extract marine pollution, especially plastic pollution. And I'm sure some percentage of people would also know that right now in the Pacific Ocean, if you would calculate the area mass of France, a country, that amount of plastic litter is there in the Pacific right now. You agree, Cordelia? Yeah. So talking to your solution, that how do we start at an individual citizen level as we all know that we are in a transition phase right now. We cannot switch over overnight. And yes, when we talk of banning single-use plastic, a lot of jobs would be gone, a lot of factories would be shut. So we are in a transition, we are finding solutions, and at citizen level, at community level, at a household, we need to start finding solutions like using reusable, a metal bottle or a bottle where you can keep refilling your water. So these are the small steps, and I think it's the role of citizen, government policies, media, playing a role as a watchdog in keeping a check on the government policies, and these kind of innovations, business, all working together. That answers your question. Thank you.
Questions from audience still? Ritu.
Good afternoon to everyone, participant and distinguished delegates. My name is Sardar Mahmoud. I am from Afghanistan, one of engineering student of MSU University. My question is this from the delegates that we know atmosphere temperature is increasing.
he's talking.
temperature increasing day by day, to that population increasing in the world, and also industrial, that world temperature, atmosphere temperature is increasing day by day. We know that there are some factors affecting that prevent deforestation and also using renewable energy. My question is this: does the India government or and also world has specific policy to prevent and control this atmosphere temperature or not? And also that we see the glacier is melting day by day. My question is this: what is the specific policy for preventing and control the atmosphere temperature? Thank you.
What I get as a question is related to global warming, so you can please answer.
Well, it is true that the temperature is increasing and the world is facing global warming, and it is one of the major issues. Well, the state itself is trying to do something, and there are like, as you know, that COP or COP has even done some, they have taken some steps in addressing the situation, in addressing this problem. And well, what I can actually say is, for global warming, the biggest threat that we are actually facing now, and that is increasing this problem, is not only just the industries and the big problems that we have in the industrial sector, but the biggest change that we can incorporate is at an individual level. And as it is stated many times by different people, if we try to change our lifestyles and reduce our carbon emissions, if we try to reduce our carbon footprint, then the entire carbon footprint of the globe would decrease dramatically. And as we know that there are countries like Bhutan which are carbon negative, and there are even states in India like Uttarakhand and Madhya Pradesh who have a lot of land in which forests are there. But I think deforestation is taking place, and now we need to work, and there are several schemes that are taken by the government of India itself. As I don't have the exact names, but after COP26, there was a big meeting that was held between I think then and now Union Minister of Environment, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, I think
Chief Minister. Yeah.
Honorable Minister of Environment and other people. So now I think that the state itself is taking a lot of causes, and if we work on an individual level, then we can try to decrease our carbon footprint and help in eradicating global warming.
The next question, please. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Speaker. I am Bhavna Vasudev. I'm an architect, urban planner. I look at the building industry very closely, and I think after listening to all 6 speakers this morning, I got to know that minimalism is the key to attain sustainable development. But here, one of the celebrated architects in 1900 to 1950 said, less is more, and that has led to minimalism, and that has impacted the entire industry. But then Richard Neutra, another architect, said, less is a bore. It doesn't mean more is interesting, of course, but how do we really, because building industry do impact sustainability to a great extent. So I just want to know from the young speaker that how do we really convince the youth that minimalism, less is not bore, and minimalism is the key, and that is how we can attain the sustainability.
So I think minimalism is, well, this problem that you've stated is, as you've stated pretty well, that it is not of building industry, but it is of the human nature and mind, that we think that if we are being minimalistic, then we are not using our own resources, and then we are not being cool, then we are bored. So I think that one of the biggest inspirations of minimalism and one of the biggest uses of minimalism that was taken, we can see it in our Indian scriptures, we can see it in our Indian culture, that wastage, any sort of wastage of food, wastage of resources, using minimalistic things is what our entire civilization was based on. And and even sadhus and different people who were like who were the representatives of the Indian culture, and entire households of India's were based on being minimalistic and reducing all the cost of resources and other things that we can. Thank you.
I request Rajeshwari ma'am to please present her views on this.
I think it starts with individual level, of course, and like you spoke of architecture, the building. The more open it is, the more airy it is, the more natural forces are around it. It makes it more sustainable, more healing. It has more natural vibes, and you will feel content with it. So I personally have become very minimalistic with the last, let's say, almost a decade, wherein now I don't feel like buying new clothes. I'm happy with what I have. That is how it starts. So it's a habit, and it turns into a regular pattern of your lifestyle. And suddenly you realize that you don't want anything, you need just fresh air to breathe. In Japan, there is this whole concept of they'll take you through the forest walks, and they'll make you hug trees, and you'll feel therapeutic. So for having fresh air, there in countries like Singapore, you pay a heavy tax just to pollute, and there are so many strict guidelines wherein the polluter pays. So the more minimalistic approach you have, you will be happier and content and healthy. You will feel fresh about it. So I don't think it's more of a philosophical, more ideological theory attached to it than, it needs a lot at individual level to follow a minimalistic approach. Yeah.
I hope she answered, and it was an apt answer, of course. Now we can have questions from the back, please. Yeah, she has raised her hand. Oh, yeah, you can.
Not audible.
Put on the mic, please. For her. Yeah.
Good afternoon, respected guests. I'm Naran Chimik. I'm from Mongolia and Faculty of Social Work. We know that industries, they use more power. They produce the more hazardous wastage, which is the hazardous effects the nearby nature environment that surround the lakes and rivers. So what about the industry's correlation with government, industry CSR initiatives, and government support for tax-free? Thank you.
You can please take over.
So thank you for the question. It is like you said about industries, there are some malpractices happening, but there have been a lot of changes in the recent past. Like if you say about industries putting up waste in the water streams. Okay, so there are government bodies which are trying to monitor the waste streams with the help of online monitoring systems, which are directly monitored at a central level. So it is a step-by-step evolution happens. So slowly we are improving, and hopefully maybe in the near future we will have the waste-free water or the soil or the air.
She has answered well. The next question.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ikram Da Silva. I'm from a small country called Lesotho in Southern Africa. I am studying at Kekashas 3 Government Science College. I'm studying environmental science. From what I've heard so far, I like the behavior-based risk management side of things, where we are putting a little bit of the blame on the individual people or the responsibility. Yet, when we look at the biggest polluters in the world and how they're actually polluting and what they're benefiting from that pollution, and which conferences they're part of. Some of them are not even part of the Rio conferences. They're not part of that. So now my question is, what tangible, quantitative evidence do we have that this individual behavior-based approach is having on actual climate change in comparison to, and this is related to what my sister just said right now, in comparison to what the major industries are producing, the amount of energy they use to produce that waste, and instead of being punished, they're given tax breaks.
He wants to ask about the individual level problems that we create and how well can we accommodate the solutions.
I think what I just said is very clear.
The tangible options that we have.
If there's any misunderstanding,
Yeah, I got it.
I'll
Even
clarify.
the speakers have understood, so please be seated. They will be answering.
We had a discussion, let's say 4 or 5 years back after my walk, that, can there be a system that every individual, from the time he wakes up, the 24 hours, his routine, can be monitored in terms of what is the waste he or she is generating? Or the vehicle, how many vehicles a person owns, every household. And so my fellow colleague said that you're thinking too fast, in a country like India, how can you monitor something like this, that how much an individual, and in a country with such a huge population, it's quite tricky. So industries, it is so difficult that we have so many industries, and it's so difficult to even find out that what is the amount of pollution. And we have bodies like Pollution Control Board in the vicinity of corporation, city area limits and all, where certain measures are being taken, and it is with CSR activities, many activities are happening, but it is still very difficult to find out. But yes, with the coming times, with artificial intelligence and such technologies coming up, there will be surely a time in very, very close near future wherein I think some few countries have already started. There are government schemes like that you have to cycle to your office. And government would support such initiatives if 5 days a week, if you're working, if you're going to your office work by a cycle, government would give you incentives on that. So these are the small little innovative programs that can help reduce and gauge it at an individual level. Yeah, I tried my best to answer it.
The next
That's
question.
fine. So I'm Mehta Rajiv Lochan. I am Secretary Youth Affairs, Government of India, and the delegate from Lesotho raised a very important question. Our answer is that India is the land of individual enterprise. India is a nation where we believe in taking everyone along. Everyone's opinion matters. And we have seen in the last 75 years of independence that when individuals believe whatever it is that they are saying, and then they act on that belief, and when thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of individuals work together, then that is what causes social change. And all policy, social policy, comes from that individual belief that they actually work on and believe on. And if we see from the state of Gujarat, where we are holding this consultation, from Maharashtra, where I come from, Uttarakhand, where climate change is issue that impacts people every day, there have been so many social movements. These social movements have been led by individuals. It is those individuals that matter in India, and they have shown in so many ways concretely that individuals coming together can change the way in which society is structured and they change the way in which public policy happens. And we draw public policy on the basis of these social movements. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such concluding remarks and nice interaction with the audience. So I would like to conclude here, and because of the shortage of time, we will not take more questions. I see very inquisitive audience here, but still we would like to end this session. And with that, I request the volunteers to bring the mementos for felicitation of the speakers.
So a big thank you
Sanskriti,
to...
can I just have a minute? I just want to say all that is going on here on the dais, the kits that you all are having is all done by Rajeshwari Singh and her startup. So big round of applause to that. She's really worked day and night to have everything ready for the thing. Even the water bottle which has been given to all the speakers is about the startup of one of the university. So that's the way university is encouraging Youth India. So I just wanted to bring that to attention. Yeah, thank you.
I would also like to continue with what Bhavna madam has said. We have an exhibition of some of the startups related to climate change in the hall near the entrance, and I would request all the delegates to kindly spare time and have a visit for the exhibition as well. That will definitely encourage our young entrepreneurs in whatever they are doing in mitigating climate change. So with that, I understand that with partial hunger for knowledge on this very important topic satisfied, we cannot allow the actual hunger to dominate. So we'll take a small lunch break and try to come back within, say, around next 20 to 25 minutes for the next two sessions.
Hello.
મેડમને એસેમ્બલીમાં આવી રીતના વાતો કરતા
which will be focusing on experience sharing, best practices related to climate change and disaster risk reduction. The session is going to be chaired by Dr. Shehnaz Jadeja, who will also be moderating it. And for this session, we have two speakers, Dr. Jinsi Roy, who is the Executive Chief Officer, Water and Sanitation Management Organization, and Mr. Varun Zaveri, who is the advisor for Y20 India 2023. So, can I request Dr. Jinsi Roy? And Dr. Varun Zaveri. They will be joined by Dr. Archana Soring, who is the member of UN Secretary General of Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. So while none of you have presentations, right? Okay. So I'll request Dr. Shehnaz to take over and conduct the third session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to everyone. I see very less faces. I hope everyone has enjoyed the lunch, and I think people are coming in. But because of time constraint, we have to start with the session. In the morning, we had really insightful two sessions, and we're looking forward for another fruitful one. The theme of the session, the plenary session number 3, talks about experience sharing, best practices related to climate change, and disaster risk reduction. So we have 3 panel members who are going to be speaking on it. I would like to call upon Dr. Jinsi Roy. She's already there in the dais, the first left from my side. She started her career as assistant collector in Botad. Recently, she was awarded as the best DDO on Good Governance Day for her exceptional service in Narmada, one of the aspirational tribal districts of Gujarat state. She is currently posted as CEO in WASMO, which is basically Water and Sanitation Management Organization, since October 2021. Next, we have Mr. Varun Zaveri. He serves as an advisor to the Y20, which is basically G20 youth body, and he was also the head of Indian delegation to Y20 for 2022-23. By education, he is an MBA graduate from IIM Ahmedabad and was trained at the University of Chicago. Lastly, Dr. Archana Soring, I think most of you all have met her in the morning also. She belongs to the Khadia tribe from Odisha, India. She's one of the 7 members of United Nations Secretary General Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, launched on 27 July by the United Nations Secretary General himself. Without wasting much time, I don't want to take away the time of the speakers. I think I request the speakers to introduce themselves about your work area. Yes, ma'am, please.
Good afternoon. I am extremely glad to be here this afternoon. It seems like yesterday that I left Vadodara because I started my career in 2014-15 from here. I was posted as a probationer back then in Vadodara, and Vadodara, as you know, happens to be the cultural capital of Gujarat. And to be in the center of the bustling youth of Vadodara in such a prime cultural center is indeed a privilege and a rare honor to me. Today, I work as CEO, Water and Sanitation Management Organization in Gandhinagar. And WASMO as an organization was established way back in 2002. Our main objective is to provide safe and sustainable drinking water to rural areas. We mainly focus on in-village water supply. You know why there is a lot of talk about water? Our earth has been blessed with a lot of water, but the sad fact is that only 3% of it is fresh water. And out of that, the good news is 2.5% is unavailable for use. Only 0.5% of fresh water is available for all activities of mankind. Our earth is revolving and rotating, and at the same time, it is also evolving. And the direction in which earth evolves also depends on the direction and evolution of the human minds. Therefore, we need to use water judiciously. Speaking about the Sustainable Development Goals, we all know that water and sanitation, and along with it, climate change and climate action happens to be one of the key priorities. And to achieve this, we need to be water smart. And by water smart, I mean we need to know how to utilize the available resource. We need to know how to reuse and regenerate the available water sources to us. Today, if you see after 2000, 134% of all water-related extreme events in the form of floods have occurred, and there has been a 29% rise in drought cases. The number of flood-related extreme events of water are mostly reported from Asia, while the drought events have been mostly in Africa. So you see why there is a need for international collaboration in this front. Also, with increased population, increasing urbanization, and with a scarce resource which is overtaxed, so to say, there is a number of conflicts. There is a rise in conflicts. And with water sharing, judicious use of water, conflicts can also be put to rest. With increasing sea level and increasing salinity of water, the amount of fresh water available to the humankind is also showing a downhill trend. There are nations, there are areas in India where desalination plants have come up, but these type of methods are usually very costly, very time consuming, and so to say, it is very a complicated system of network. Whereas what we can do to save our planet is that we can adopt natural methods. For example, we have wetlands. Humankind needs to see that the wetlands are not destroyed. They act as natural reserves of water. The mangroves along the coastal areas also serve the same purpose. So they also act as effective carbon sinks, which in turn helps us in reducing the drastic effects of climate change. I'm sure as youth, most of you must have heard of the term called climate resilience. Climate resilience happens when inadvertently, because of the increasing population, all other activities of man, we end up destroying a lot of resource, but at the same time, we show resilience in rebuilding it. So that is exactly the need of the hour. We need to rebuild the existing water resources. And for that, we need to focus more on the surface available water rather than extracting the groundwater, rather than burdening the already overburdened system with illegitimate as well as with all kinds of inadverse types of extraction of groundwater. We need to find out ways like drip irrigation where we already conserves the available surface water to us. We can also become more water smart if we meter the amount of water that each household utilizes. And that is exactly the concept that WASMO has come up in recent years. We not only provide household tap connections and water to the households, but also have a metering system in place. This is just to see that the consumers are available of the amount of water that needs to be consumed, and at the same time also ensure an equitable distribution of water resources. Water, climate change, and health are also closely related. There are reports which states that if we become water smart, we can save the lives of about 360,000 infants per year. And you ask why and how? That is because most of the deaths under 5 years of age in children are attributed directly to waterborne diseases like cholera. Once we become water smart and do not corrupt the existing water systems, we learn how to save human lives. Similarly, because of the salinity in water, there is an increased risk of damage to the aquatic ecosystems. And this, in turn, affects the food cycle, the aquatic water cycle, and this also leads to excessive algae formation. And algae formation, as you all know, directly impacts the health of the ecosystem, and in turn, it has also claimed a lot of human lives as well. I think, in the beginning, somebody had cautioned me as to the receipt of a card if I overstep the time, and I think this is an yellow card for me. Okay, but then, as all good things have to end, of course, so does my speech. And thank you for the organizers to invite me here, and thank you for a very patient listening. Thank you.
We want to definitely hear more from you, but during the question answer session, ma'am. Sir, please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Varun Javeri, and I serve as an advisor to the Y20. Well, one of the most difficult things to do is actually, interact with audience, and that too after a very fulfilling lunch session. This is a time when, the food has just gone in, and, people generally gravitate towards, taking a quick nap. I also used to do it, so I'm also one of the culprits here. I would, rather keep it short, and then probably the intent behind having this particular consultation is to hear more from you, the young folks who are sitting. The idea is to have more of an interactive session. I thought that, probably I will just speak for 5 to 6 minutes, share some of the experiences that I have seen. So it's been around 13 years that I have been working in the space of public policy, worked with government. I worked in the healthcare space, worked in the climate change space. But the first thing that really made me drift towards, working with the government, working in the intersection of policy and governance was actually environmental protection. So before 13 years, I used to be a very young climate activist, who really started working with something called as the CEE and Tunza. So that was a network of young people who wanted to work in environmental protection. And from there, I went to UNEP, I worked with them. And I was, at one time, I was the global ambassador for climate change at the World Conference of Youth. So, and from there on, in the last, 10 years, I've tried working on different aspects, in some position or other on the agenda of climate change. It's a very tricky, it's a very complex, it's a very layered, it's a very multi-stakeholder, sort of an approach that is required, because it is not a very simple problem to solve for. And it is not a very quantified problem that this is, something that has to deal with numbers. It is something that requires efforts from pretty much everyone, from citizens to companies, to corporations, to governments. Everyone has to put their best foot forward if we even want to move a needle. So, some of the interesting things that I have seen in my last, few years is that just like how, fashion repeats itself, sustainability and the practices, they also repeat. And one thing that we often forget is that if we look at our history, most of the civilizations, whether it is the Indian civilization, I see a lot of my friends from Africa, I see a lot of my friends from ASEAN countries, from Japan, a lot of this civilization by far were self-sustainable. So, even before this particular panel, quite a few of you mentioned that a lot of the practices that our civilization used to do, they were done in an end-to-end manner, which means that even the waste that was generated, it was getting used, it was getting utilized in some way or the other. So it was a very sort of an end-to-end sustainable one, practice that that I see often, and that I think is a big sort of an indicator of sustainable practices. That when I go to my home, even now, the water that we store, the drinking water, we still store them in clay pots. In Hindi, it is called as matka. And it is not a practice that you will see in other civilization, because, they have something or other. And similarly, the water that we actually drink in, it is generally done in steel tumblers and not like a use and throw or like in a plastic. But I see that a lot of this are getting shifted now. Plastic cups are coming along. There are more water thermoses. So the idea is that can we start seeing a bit back in our history, a bit back in our civilizational practice, and we can probably get a lot of answers from there. So, to move forward, you also need to ensure that, you are also looking back. The second thing that, makes me very, very, I would say, enthusiastic about this particular agenda is that, if you look at the 18th and 19th century, it was the era of industrial revolution. You got better machines, the efficiency improved, workers got better wages. If you look at the 20th century, it was, completely an era of digital revolution. Semiconductors, silicon chips came into play. If we talk about the 21st century and, the time that we are standing, you can see that in the next 5 to 10 years, there is going to be a tremendous sort of a shock that is going to happen in terms of the green economy and the sustainability. And for the young people, especially a lot of you are sitting in the audience, for you to actually capitalize on this, the green skilling is something which is going to be of utmost importance. So an analogy that I can draw is that just to capitalize on technology revolution, a lot of you learn coding. A lot of you learned how to work with computers. A lot of you learned how to, really, interact with machines. Now we have, artificial intelligence, a lot of, machine learning algorithms coming up. But the idea is that the next few decades is going to be how to again restore the world, how to again infuse the green economy, how to again bring the sustainable development back in the play. And for that, the world is going to require a lot of skilled young people, people who understand what is sustainable development, people who have the right sort of skills. And that's why a lot of new skill building as well as, reskilling is going to be required. And that is going to happen from, an end-to-end, like an entire sort of the cycle chain, right from, the way the goods are manufactured to the way that they are delivered, the mobility space, the infrastructure space, the services space. So it is going to be an entire spectrum. And I think this is one thing that a lot of young people should focus on. The third thing that I have been seeing a lot is the fact that even when when I was coming in, I saw a great sort of a paper presentation which has been put up. I saw a lot of interesting paper, and that brought me to focus that a lot of times the extent of sustainable development, it resonates that you are only doing this for the planet. And it is considered as a formality to be done. Just like how you have a CSR, that it's a sort of a tick mark that a companies would want to do. But one thing that needs to come into play, and there's a solid research which backs this, is that when you also go green, in the long term, you are also making better economical choices. So the idea that if you are choosing a sustainable development route, whether it's for your company or for your business, at the end of the day, for a longer term, you're also going to make better margins. So it is better for your business, it is better for your companies, it's better for your corporations. And I think that is something which is very important, that how do you start considering the entire narrative of green economy in the overall global financial order? There are many options that have been tried out. There have been green bonds that have been tried out. There have been a lot of blended financing, that have been tried out. But the idea is that, we need to start thinking that when we think about a particular loan, let's say, one question that we ask is that how much is going to be the rate of return? How much are you gonna, give me if I'm, investing certain money? The idea is that along with this, can we also start thinking about if I'm investing a certain amount of money in a company, what is the type of environmental or what is the type of societal impact is my money fetching in? An example is that today when India announced a 10 lakh crore budget in infrastructure, every 1 rupee that has been spent, you get a return of 2.5 rupee. And similarly, if you actually put in a 1 rupee in infrastructure, that to a green infrastructure, there are studies which says that you can actually get a return of 4x, which is 4 rupee. And this is at a macro level. So, bringing this mainstream narrative that this is not only pro-planet, but this is also pro-society's economical growth. Because one thing that I also heard is that, there is economical development and then there is a sustainable development. They are not two different sides of the coin. You can actually make them one side of the coin, and you can actually ensure that there is also economical development and there is also environmental protection that is happening. And many countries, especially India, has been quite successful in that. Yeah, I will just wrap up. Again, we'll probably take more questions from you, but just to wrap up, I think one last thing that I want all of you, or rather, I want you to encourage all of you, is just doing one simple exercise. Whether it's your particular personal life, whether it's the corporations, whether it's the companies that you are working on, just try to do one small green audit. And that is, pretty easy. Just think about what do you do in 24 hours, how many, non-biodegradable, how many plastic products are you using, and just pick up 2 or 3 that you can replace. Don't be too harsh on yourself. If you become too harsh, it is not going to be sustainable. A lot of times we were like, I'm going to change the world in just 1 month. That is not going to how it works. Just it is as simple as that. Can I replace my plastic toothbrush with a bamboo toothbrush? Just the idea is that let's just do simple things. Let's be cognizant of what we are utilizing. Let's just be cognizant of what our companies are utilizing. Again, I have many examples to give, and probably, we will probably discuss some of them during the Q&A session. But I think the future is definitely green. I'm sure that, you would have heard a lot, but I'm pretty sure the future is green. And along with that, this is a great opportunity for the young people to engage and personally grow themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll definitely have a lot of questions from the youth coming to you. Ma'am, please.
Hello, yeah. Johar everyone, so welcome back. I'll start by sharing one of my experience. So once I had been to my field work and I was interacting with my indigenous elders, and I asked him, how is everyone at village and how's our things going on? He said, it's going on well, but we have been protesting and we have been resisting. So I was like, what happened? Why are you resisting and protesting? So then he said that there was a plantation drive in our village and we have been protesting and resisting for that. And I was like, so what's the problem of the plantation drives? He said they had brought fruit trees. They had brought mango trees, jackfruit trees, and that's why we were protesting. I said, fruit trees, mango trees, jackfruit trees, and still protesting. So then I asked, what's the reason why you're protesting when it's a fruit trees? And then he said that if they plant mango trees, jackfruit trees in the periphery of our village, then wild animals and wild boars will come to eat those fruits, and then they will destroy our agriculture crops, which is just near our periphery of our village. And I was taken aback. And that was a huge learning for me, is that when we are making policies for the people on ground, they need to be part of the policy making process. They need to be part of the decision making process, because they are the ones who are well aware and knowledgeable that which ecosystem is beneficial for them and which trees are beneficial for them and not. And then he said, we want sal trees in our periphery, and we would be really supportive if sal tree is planted in the periphery of our village. This is an example of one region, and this can be in a different context in different region. The learning which I got from this interaction is that indigenous people, local communities, Adivasi communities, and people on ground need to be part of the decision-making process, need to be in the front lines, because they are aware and have knowledge and wisdom since years. The second thing I would like to share, that when we are talking about climate action, it's really important to also understand the worldview of indigenous people, Adivasi communities, forest-dwelling communities. As per the reports, 80% of the world's biodiversity are protected by indigenous people who are less than 5% of the world population. Me, coming from an Adivasi community, in our worldview, we are not mere nature, but we are nature. Nature is a source of identity, culture, tradition, and language, unlike other communities who see nature as a commercial commodity. So it's really important that we acknowledge and respect the worldview of indigenous people, Adivasi communities, local communities, and forest-dwelling communities, And at the same point, it's also really important to respect and support the traditional way of living. And third, it's really important to understand and support their traditional knowledge and practices. Like, if we talk about our way of living, like whether it is starting from brushing our teeth, like in our village, it's called datun. We brush our teeth, my grandparents and elders used to brush our teeth from datuns. And then going ahead, like the brooms which we have been using, I remember my grandfathers and uncle used to use water bottles from pumpkins and bottle guards because they were having cylindrical shape. The inner was used as vegetables and the out crust was dried and used as water bottles. And even now, our communities use leaf plates for having food. So they make leaf cutleries. They plug the leaves in a sustainable way and make leaf cutleries, which can be alternatives to leaf plates. So there has been numerous way of living and practices in the indigenous communities and local communities. Now the question arises, how can we support these communities? Because when we are facing impacts of climate crisis, when we are in this developmental worldview, like I would like to give an example. When we were during COVID, there was lockdown and there was restriction. And during COVID, we also had cyclones at that point of time. So for the indigenous people, it was a major critical loss because that was their season, which is the major source of income for them, which is the minor forest produce. And which not only led to the loss of livelihood, but also pushed them for a vicious circle of death. And now, as we have seen, we are having unseasonal rainfalls and cyclones every year, impacting their major source of income, is also leading to migration, displacement, and it's also leading to this loss of traditional knowledge and practices and also identity. And this is a vicious circle. And that's why it's really critical to see climate action in a holistic process, which also brings down to us that how migration and displacement can also be addressed. It's really important and critical to recognize the rights of indigenous people over the land, forest, and territories. And at the end, I would like to sum up and say that the good practices which the communities have been engaging in terms of the traditional knowledge, how they have been going in terms of patrolling the forest, protecting the forest from the outsiders. There is one of the practices which is practiced in Odisha in Naigar district. I'll just quickly say it's called Thenga Pali. Thenga means stick, Pali means turn. So women of those village have been patrolling the forest. Every morning they get up, take their stick and then take the patrolling of the forest and come back after patrolling and keep the stick in front of the next household. So in that way, the stick is rotating and the responsibility of taking forest is also rotating in the village. But the question is, how much burden are we giving into women? Why are those women taking care of those forests? The women are taking care of the forest because they truly believe the forest to be part of themselves. What is the least thing which we can do is it's recognize their rights and support their traditional knowledge and practices. It's also really important to understand that climate change and climate crisis is a gendered issue. Women and girls are differently impacted with them. Even when there is cyclone, droughts, and unseasonal rainfall, women have to bear the responsibility and burden of taking care of the family and also bring health care to the family. So I want to emphasize and say that we all can contribute towards climate action. All we need is the desire and take action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, I hope all the audience ready with the questions. We have the volunteers, please. Can we have the first question?
Hello, am I audible? My question is to Jinsi ma'am. Ma'am, as you are a bureaucrat, so you implement different policies. But in case, if we want to convince anybody for the implementation of these policies, So what can be the processes, or you can say the flow chart, to convince them about the different schemes or policies that are introduced by the government?
I think most of the policy decisions are in the public, are out in the public. They are either published in websites, or you can either come to the office, gather information, and right now, yes, there is the RTA Act through which you can get information related to any government office. But even before that, I think before the government formulate certain policies, we keep the citizens in the loop as far as possible. We do take feedbacks. We do circulate the draft papers to various universities, various organizations. We do take their feedback. So that is a process which we do on a regular basis. And beyond that, if a policy needs to be redrafted based on the incoming suggestions as and when required, we do that as well.
I hope the answer is well taken. Notifications are being made, ma'am, in the newspapers regarding this. Okay, so there is publications, notifications which are being definitely published. Citizens have to be a little more aware about the notifications and can be a part of the process, right? Can we have another question?
Hello, good afternoon. My question is that we are moving towards towards one family, one earth, one family, one future. But we know that on the daily basis, animals are being killed and brutally killed for the sake of eating, or for the sake of leather, or for multiple items. So what is their future? We also consider them as part of our family. So what is their future? It's in danger. Like right now it's in danger, then future it will be totally endangered species.
So I think Dr. Archana, would you be able to answer this? Yeah? Concern about animals and the protection.
Hello, yeah. Thank you for your question. I think one of the key thing which is really important when we are talking about animals and human beings, I think it's important to see it in a holistic approach. Like all the living beings and all together in terms of earth as a whole, because I think every species and every element is really important to keep sustainable future and sustainable earth. And for that, I think what is really important is being mindful of it. Like our action should also be mindful that how we all are important and how all we can make sure that there is balance and harmony in this earth, because every imbalance and loss in harmony leads to drastic changes and problems. So all I want to say at this point of time is taking care of each other, respecting and valuing every particular species and this world and earth all together is really crucial and is the way forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have the next question, please? Someone from the back.
Hello, myself Ashish Guruji. To Roy Madam. In hilly regions, there is a drastic water scarcity. I am observing from 2012 to 2020, particularly say in a Dang area. Then another thing, what will be the solution for that water scarcity? Second one, that is in that area also only, and I am teaching in Civil Department Polytechnic, and I am frequently asking my students, are you living in a village? And are you having a land? Then most of the students are telling me, I am not going to do the farming. So this is the common question, common answer from the students. So village are becoming empty, and youth are going to city. So of course city is overcrowded and villages are empty. So is there any solution? Government is, of course, maybe something is doing, but what should be done?
I was posted in Narmada district from, I think, 2018 to 2020. And there happens to be one village by name Chinkuva. And people who have, this is in, I think, Garudeshwar Taluka of Narmada. So people who have to reach the village have to walk to reach the top of the hill. And on the way, you can see many women, especially women and girls, who come down to the well, which is situated at the bottom of the village, take water in large vessels, climb up, then back, climb up, and then the entire time which needs to be dedicated for other activities like education or their health is wasted in this process. And I see a huge opportunity cost involved. We used to visit this village once or twice every month. Some officers used to go there because we were highly ambitious to build schools there. And even if you want to build school in an area where you need to walk on foot, you need to take brick by brick to the top of the hill to build the school. So I used to send my officers there. They used to work. I also visited it once or twice. And on the way, I see a huge opportunity cost. You are right in saying that the hilly areas have more problem. But, you know, as a whole in Gujarat, the household tap connections are a novel aspect, especially in tribal areas. Right now, what we, as part of WASMO, has done is that we have trained we have trained operators, pump operators in various ITIs of the state. Right now, there is a feeling, at least if it is a transient feeling, I hope it carries on with proper hand holding and proper skilling. But as of now, they have been trained. They have been for the first time doing something in a classroom environment, and right now there is a feeling of ownership in them. Therefore, they group together, discuss what needs to be done with the village water supply on our headworks. And this is an activity which is carried on once every month. And we, as part of ITI training, has also distributed toolkits to them, which will become operational on a which will be useful for them on a day-to-day basis in their profession. And therefore, you know, right now they have owned up, they discuss problems. Wherever there's a problem, they bring it to the notice of the Pani Samitis in villages. Right now, I am quite hopeful that it is going in the right direction. But I do acknowledge that there is a problem in the tribal areas, especially the hilly areas, because of the undulating terrain and also because of the scattered population. As per the Jal Jeevan Mission guidelines, we provide tap water connections to a cluster of households where it is not less than 20 in number. The state government has made it more ambitious. We are providing to those clusters where at least the population is around 10 households, where we have at least 10 households. So right now I see it developing in a positive
I would like
stage.
to highlight the second question posted by you. Sir, if you remember the question regarding youth not being interested in farming. Yeah? So that is something very interesting. I think the people over here are also very eager to know the answer. I mean, what is your, Mr. Varun Javeri, if you could answer this. How do you encourage the youth?
Well, I think, you know, the classic definition of agriculture has now started broadening. Because earlier agriculture used to be only, you know, restricted to just going on the farms, you know, cultivating crops. But if you look at, and especially if you look at the government's effort, you will see that there has been a big push in agrarian activities such as animal husbandry, such as fisheries, and all the activities which are semi-linked to agriculture, but which have a much more higher productivity. So even if you look at the current budget, you would see that there has been a huge sort of a focus. There has been a corpus which has been set up for, you know, people to actually build this type of agriculture-related problem-solving startups. Now, a lot of these startups, they need to start coming from the rural areas because they are the ones who actually understand what is the problem. It is very difficult that, you know, a group of urban folks, you know, they brainstorm, they validate the problem and, you know, go and solve. The idea is that, you know, can we actually get it from, you know, this type of solution makers, the change makers from the rural belt. So a lot of initiatives like this has been done, but the more important part is that there is also a lot of focus that is happening in the green energy space, in the agriculture. Like if you, especially when I go to a lot of parts of Gujarat, I had the fortune of traveling extensively, you will see a lot of you know, farms getting covered with the solar energy. Now the idea is that how can the young people, you know, who have been somewhat engaged with, you know, the understanding of the dynamics of agriculture, can be tapped into making the entire issue of rural renewable energy, especially the solar energy which is linked to the farms, sort of a big campaign. So I think that is a big sort of an opportunity that is unfolding, that there is a lot of knowledge that a lot of our rural youth has. The idea is that government is already shaping up a lot of opportunities, a lot of initiatives. The idea is that I think there is more awareness, there is more information, education campaigns which are required. But I think this is a big sort of an opportunity that is coming their way.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can we have another question? Yes, volunteers, please. Can we have it from ma'am?
Hello. Good afternoon. My question is about what is government doing, or what can government do to spread the awareness about the sustainability among the youth by the change in the current policy or the implementing new policy? Like, is there any policy which can be changed to get the optimum output of the awareness of sustainability between the youth of our country, or we should apply the new policy in order to get that output? Thank you.
I guess he means to say that how the youth is going to be involved in policy-making decisions.
Well, I think if you look at sustainability and if you look at the young people getting involved, and especially on the theme of sustainability, you will see that the government has made a tremendous sort of an effort, and it has actually made sustainability a key focal point. Even if you look at the G20, one of the 7 big priorities that the government has is the sustainability. And for that, the Honorable Prime Minister, probably or quite a few of you might be knowing is, they have started a whole new mission called as a Mission Life, which is lifestyle in environment, which typically translates to how can we blend our lifestyle, both at a citizen level as well as, at the institution level, which are in alignment with the changing dynamics of environment to match the sustainability agenda. So this itself is a sort of a big commitment. If you look at some of the the recent announcements that have been happened, big focus has been put on waste to wealth plans. The Gobardhan scheme that has come up, 500 waste to wealth plans, that would be set up. The big push that has happened on plantation of mangrove, because I understand one of the theme of this particular consultation is also resilient infrastructure for disaster recovery. So if you look at mangrove, they act as one of the the most strongest barriers when it comes to preventing the flood. So a lot of belts, especially in the West Bengal and the Bihar belt, we keep hearing that every second year there are floods. So I think there is going to be a big focus there. The third big thing that has also been announced is with regard to the whole new green hydrogen mission that has come up, and huge amount of investment, 19,000 crore, a budgetary outlay has been given to that. So I think overall there has been a lot of initiatives. I think what will be required and what would be exciting will be how these initiatives are complemented by the private sector. So I would love to probably see a lot of public-private partnership coming in, and I will also love to see a lot of entrepreneurship, especially spearheaded by young people coming into this particular sector and taking this particular agenda forward.
Thank you. Can we have another question from ma'am? Yeah.
Good afternoon, this is Nandini Kannan. This question is to Varun, and this is particularly related to the green skilling that you're talking about. I think that's a remarkable thing and the suggestion. So 2 specific questions that I have. One is, has any institute in the world or in India put together any set of modules for that training, A? And B, can it not be included in part of Sector Skills Council, one of the new Sector Skills Council? So that is the second one. And actually the question continues as in, can it be clubbed with placements as well, with the industries who actually absorb these skilled people? MS University is a place where we already have an ICCR. We have a cell here. So can we take up some initiative as an outcome of this conference with your guidance?
No, I think the later part that you said, I think is a great suggestion. I think when we look at this particular space, we will see that this space is something which is more of a green field right now, and India is the one which is actually making rapid strides. So even if you look at our renewable targets that we were planning to achieve by 2030, so our renewable target was that 40% of our energy consumption, it should come from renewable sources. So we already met it way before, like in 2022. So 8 years before we already met. So if you look at it, India is the one which is at the cusp of the opportunity of taking a pioneership and showing the world the light, just like what we did in the public digital good infrastructure. You know, yesterday, Singapore, a country as advanced as Singapore, you know, it is the one which actually, you know, forged a partnership to use UPI. You know, when COVID struck, you know, the type of, you know, pace that we showed in developing the COVID platform and, you know, giving more than 200 crore vaccination, I think a similar sort of thought leadership and a similar sort of agility is required in this area of green skilling. When the digital revolution happened, you know, we definitely missed the bus, especially in the 20th century, because, you know, of course, you know, it had only been 30, 40 years, and the Silicon Valley, the entire semiconductor industry in Japan and, you know, back in US, it was, you know, way more mature. But I think this is the time when we start really deeply thinking that next, you know, few decades are going to be focusing on sustainability, on green economy. And for that, there is going to be such a huge gamut of opportunities that have started opening up. I absolutely loved your suggestion that, you know, how it can become a part of the Sector Skills Council. I think the way probably, and this is just, you know, one of the things that I'm thinking loud, is that I think this is more of a cross-cutting thing. Whether it is health, whether it is, you know, textiles, whether it is telecom, everywhere, you know, you require some components of sustainability, and that's why the green skilling should actually become a cross-cutting theme. And there should be a certain incentives that should be provided both to the corporates as well as to the students when they do such type of, you know, when they consider the greening as a part of the incentive during the placement. So I think this is, you know, one particular focus that India should really take up. We have already done many things, like, you know, if I have to just give one more example, the initiative that we have taken of one sun, one world, one grid, tremendous, right? You know, bringing all the solar countries together, you know, thinking about having one international grid and ensuring that, you know, there are less leakages when it comes to solar energy. Similarly, we need to give that particular thought leadership. I think there's a lot of activism that has happened. You know, Western countries have been very vocal. Every now and then we do have COP platforms, but I think this is the time, you know, to take some real solid action. And I think India is very well poised to actually do that. And, you know, G20 and Y20 really gives us a good platform, you know, to take it forward.
Okay, thank you, sir. Due to time constraints, I can just take one last question. Yes, volunteers, please.
Myself, Simran.
Can you be a little loud?
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Simran. I want to ask the question to Varun, sir. What are the concepts of a sustainable ecological development according to green skill development in 21st century? How you see over this?
It's again the same, skill development.
Yeah, I think we can
cover some other question because it's almost spoken.
We'll also answer, but we can probably club some other questions.
Yes.
Very good afternoon. My question is that the tribal communities in India majorly have youth dormitories where informal learning is provided to them. Now, when schools are opened in the aspirational districts or tribal areas, the curriculum lacks the sensitivity of this traditional knowledge being passed over. So how have the system incorporated the traditional system in their curriculum? This is for all the panel members.
Thank you for this question. I think this is a really critical question because as you said that the dormitories and now in terms of the educational institution, that's where as I was saying that all the policies which we are making, even for tribal development and uplifting and promotional of the traditional knowledge and practices, needs to be rooted in the worldview, needs to be rooted in the learning system, needs to be rooted in the traditional knowledge and practices. Because if that is our basic and our foundation, then we'll be able to take it ahead and make it more helpful, more enabling. But if we miss out on the worldview, the perspective and the traditional knowledge and practices, then we will be missing out in the major chunk. Because one of the key thing which I want to highlight is the traditional knowledge and practices is mostly in the way of folklores, songs, dance, the culture, the history is in this form, and these documentation is really critical, which will be missed out on it if we are not taking it into incorporation incorporation in the education perspective. I would also like to just chip in this when we are talking about tribal communities, is that it's also important to reflect on the concept of loss and damage when we are looking at from a lens of sustainability and climate change, because when there is cyclones and floods, the people, those who are living in the coastal communities, are being affected, and they do get attention and support. But what about the communities, those who are living in the central area, for whom even the mere drop of rain is very problematic, because that leads to loss of agriculture, their food systems and all of it, but they do not get due attention. So I would also like to club this into this, that loss and damage, which was has been a major conversation in COP27, has to be taken into consideration, that how tribal communities are affected, how different communities are affected, and how the support can be in a holistic way.
Thank you, ma'am. We have time constraints.
Can I
would just like to...
give a small comment on the question that was asked?
We don't have time, sir. We will definitely take... Okay, sir, take it.
Just on the green skilling, very
Green
quickly.
skilling, okay.
Currently, one of the biggest issue that I think the entire globe face is, three questions. What is green? Okay. Anyone can come and say that, okay, this is green, this is not green, but who is that particular authority which says that this is green? Second question is, the thing that you did, how much is that green? For a company which is, having a revenue of, let's say, billions, just putting up dustbins or just putting up few solar panels, is that, something that will suffice? And the third is how to increase green. So these three questions, it needs to be taught. Till now, we have been taught only value education in our school curriculum. But from the formal education and, getting it translated to skill development, I think that is a transition that needs to happen. A proper structured approach towards real, sustainable development and achieving that particular sustainability, we would need professionals. And that is where I see a big opportunity for young people to get into this.
Since this session is mainly about experience sharing, I would like to chip in with just one or two words. That, I think basically your question was that we as administrators need to be more sensitive in incorporating the traditional knowledge, and we need to actually harvest and sustain that unbroken lineage of traditional knowledge. And for that, yes, you are right, that we run ashram shalas in most of the districts, and therefore, they follow a sort of Gurukulam system. But apart from that, I can tell you from practical experience that there was a huge stress on no plastic when I was posted as DDO. And most of us think of shutting down shops. Most of us think of substituting the plastics with some cardboard-based products. But what we thought about was, in Narmada, there was this Kotwalia community, which is very famous for their bamboo handicrafts. We asked them to make bamboo water bottles, and these water bottles were distributed across the district. And young children were actually provided these water bottles free of cost from the education department. We collaborated with the education department and we provided this to children. So they carry these water bottles to school. And this was somewhat made, not very compulsorily implemented, but somewhat made compulsory on a more non-formal basis. Don't you think that kind of an intervention instills the desire in young minds to, go towards sustainability? So what we require is not the bashing up of the entire policy-making system. What we need at the moment is sensitive policymakers and sensitive administrators. For that, of course, you need to be quite resilient.
So we have a role reversal here. The speakers have left the audience with a question. So I think it was a very good session. We had a mix of three people: administrator, indigenous community, and of course the youth advisor. It was a very great session. I would just like to conclude, make a concluding remark. We are here to build a climate-conscious society with practices, which practices sustainable living, keeping along our heritage, our indigenous people along. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would just like to, thank you so much. I would like the volunteers to please felicitate our speakers.
That was a wonderful session. Thank you so much, Dr. Jinsi Roy, Mr. Varun Zaveri, and Dr. Achna. It was really a very interactive and learning session for all of us. May I request you to kindly take your seats in the audience, and we'll go ahead with the last plenary session of the day. Again, that will be focusing on panel discussion on making sustainability a way of life. For this session, we have three speakers. Ms. Arya Chavda, who is a young environment crusader. Please put your hands together for this very young lady. Ms. Neha Sahi, who is the conservationist and UNEP ambassador. I'm also proud to share that she is our own alumnus. And Mr. Devansh Shah, who is the policy consultant, Ministry of State for Communications, Government of India. The session will be chaired and moderated by Dr. Nazis Kampwala from Faculty of Social Work. Over to you, Nazis.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar. A very good afternoon. I am Dr. Nazish Kampwala from Faculty of Social Work, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. I welcome you all heartily to this session 4 of panel discussion on making sustainability a way of life under this international conference held under India's G20 presidency. Without wasting much time, let me all introduce you to our guests on the dais for today and the speakers. We have amongst us Ms. Arya Chavda. She is a young environment crusader. She is an ardent and zealous reformer, and just at the age of 13 years began her journey as an author, illustrator, and a speaker. She is the youngest Indian to have been represented her country at UNESCO headquarters, Paris, twice, that is, at the age of 6 and 12, respectively. Arya demonstrates her dedication through her public awareness campaigns on preservation of cultural heritage and sustainable living, caring for climate. We welcome you, Arya. We also have amongst us Ms. Neha Shahi. She's a conversationist and UNEP ambassador pursuing her doctoral studies in sustainability sciences at Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and Environment in Bangalore, recognized by Manipal Academy of Higher Education. We welcome you, Sneha. We also have amongst us Mr. Devansh Shah, who is a track chair at Y20. We are very fortunate to have you amongst us, sir. Over to the speakers. A few ground rules before we start the sessions. All the discussions, question and answers shall be parked towards the question and answer sessions. We would really appreciate if there are no internal discussions while the speakers are speaking. Over to our first speaker, Arya. Over to you, Arya.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, esteemed speakers, and my dear friends, I wish you all a very pleasant afternoon. It is my pleasure, indeed a great honor, to be here and address at the Y20 Summit. Today, in this session, I am grateful for being given the opportunity to speak out on climate change, making sustainability a way of life. Author of 9 books, I voice my words by raising awareness on relevant topics such as preservation of cultural heritage and current environmental crisis, which are of grave concern in today's world. As we all know, the climate crisis is global, and its real and anticipated impacts have already caused a lot of damage on the face of our Mother Earth. As a citizen of the future, I have a few questions to ask. How does it feel like to lose what we thought would last forever? As the youth, are we really passionate enough about saving our environment? Do we really care about where we are leading our future to? And if we really do, how far will we go to save it? Did you know that there is no more destructive beast than we Homo sapiens? Judging by the havoc that we as a species have wreaked on the face of our Mother Earth. In the present world, What if I were to tell that we are facing the most crucial time in the history of mankind? Many of the changes observed in the climate are unprecedented in thousands, and some of the changes already set in motion are irreversible over hundreds of thousands of years. As our planet faces global warming, we experience rising sea levels, ocean acidification, loss of biodiversity, huge amounts of pollution, and loss of human lives. Most of the causes of this carnage seem familiar. Logging, poaching, overfishing add to all this a relatively new threat. This is global warming. Global warming, driven largely by the burning of fossil fuels, rising temperatures, increased extreme weather events, propelled in part by climate change. Forest fires, floods, and droughts have already compounded the damage on the face of our earth. Already, 10 million precious lives are lost annually due to air pollution caused by combustion of fossil fuels, leading factors of global warming which ails Earth. Today, let me ask my audience, are we going to change our ways and work for the betterment of our own future? What can we really do to reverse back our actions and save the planet from this current climate catastrophe? Our environment is in our hands. It's vital for all of us to first understand the role we play in achieving sustainability. We all first need to delve more deeply to understand the significance of our own actions for climate change, because it is our responsibility to build a better life for ourselves and those around us. It is incumbent upon us to restore our environment to some semblance, if not out of compassion, then at least out of self-preservation.
Arya,
We need to...
Can we conclude?
Yeah. We need to start today. Tomorrow will be too late. I firmly believe that we youth have the potential to change our mindset and work together for our environment. Through my recent book, Coming Together, I spread my message that no one is going to build a change for us. No one is going to save our planet for us. It is us, the young generation, who is going to have to connect together, recognize our role in achieving sustainability, dirty our hands, and work together to protect our environment. It is us youth who have to bring in a change. Together, we youth can be conscious to build an eco-conscious society. We can connect across religion, region, and race to knock on every single door and be the change maker for our own future. I thereby conclude my speech with unity in our hearts, determination for change in our minds, a goal to live sustainably, and a message to ignite action for preserving our Mother Earth. After all, our choices will then show the world that such change is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Arya. What a bright, wise young lady who to have said that youth for a conscious society. With this, we move on to our next session presenter today, Ms. Sneha Shahi. Over to you, Sneha, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. So this is an incredible opportunity. I'm going to be speaking through the heart because I strongly feel my heart belongs to MS University. This is really emotional. So when we are talking about opportunities, I believe the best example I could give is this university itself. It's curated minds, it's inspired people, it's encouraged people like me to pursue science, arts, culture, an amalgamation of so many subjects, which then ultimately leads us to action. I cannot say anything new or anything to follow all the speakers who've spoken to you all day today about climate change, about water scarcity, about melting icebergs, about our passion, about our empathy. But I'd like to emphasize the fact that we really need science, arts, activism, and empathy to come together and then bring about action. I believe as scientists, because I am pursuing science, I often get mistaken for someone who's just after data, someone who just came to collect data from a survey, from a social survey, someone who came to sample a stream just because she wants to. You get questioned a lot, why you are doing it, what are you getting out of it? It's really heartbreaking sometimes because I don't have the answer for it. Sometimes I don't know why I'm doing it. There are days which are overwhelming when I don't know why I'm pursuing this degree still, why am I still studying, why am I still going convincing people to opt for non-plastic alternatives. But then there are days where we get to meet people who are, so passionate and so encouraging. You step out and you see that you've created change. My work started in MS University, right from Bhuki. That was my master's dissertation. I was encouraged, tolerated, and supported by my department, by Professor Arunarya, by Dr. Kauresh Vachajani, by people from my department like Manthan sir, Bablu sir, Neha ma'am, Tarika ma'am. So all of these people were the people who help you seize the opportunities that are out there. Your role could be to create change. Your role could be to inspire others. Your role could also be just to inspire your own family. You need to start where you are. You need to find the platforms that are available to you. Nobody will, care about oceans when they've not seen it. But I believe you just need to step out and see what's there in your own backyards. Bhuki was such a prime example for it. It has crocodiles, gangetic turtles, and whatnot. It has potential to mitigate floods. It has potential to increase green corridors in Vadodara. And this is just one such stream. There are many such others. Saying that, I've moved on and I'm now working on larger rivers, which are 140 kilometers. Rivers that flow through the land of Tamil Nadu. Rivers that have tribes. Rivers that have administrative bodies along them. All of them want to work together. Who will be these knowledge partners? Who will be these energetic, enthusiastic people who will bring them together? And that's where our roles are. We are somewhere in the middle. We are pursuing our degrees, but we are also wanting to save the earth for our future. So then it's our responsibility to bridge the gap between communities, administration, science, arts, and everyone, and bring them all together. And when I talk about opportunity, I believe until there are mentors to encourage you, there are mentors who will inculcate the right sense of belonging and responsibility, it's not possible. Having modules which are interdisciplinary really helps. Having people who would encourage you to pursue something not just because it's tricky, but because you can do it is something really interesting to me. And I believe right in your own departments, in your own faculties, you will find these mentors. Just stick to them, annoy them, bang on their doors day and night, ask them questions, and you will find the scale and the scalability to take your ideas ahead and reach onto platforms such as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am. In a nutshell, what a beautiful message. Start where you are. It all begins from you. With this, we move on to the third speaker, Mr. Devansh sir. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much for having me here. Before I begin with what I want to say, just before lunch, a very enthusiastic young student came to me, and she asked me this one question, that we often see college students being very vocal about issues. What about people from school, What about high schoolers? How can we come forward and talk? Seeing Arya on the panel and seeing Kautilya on the panel today is proof that, even school children can make a difference out there. As Y20 track chair, it is a very proud moment for me. And for all of us, I would say, when we have such young people on the panel, the youth voices are being put in front of the globe, and that is something that U20 aims to do as well. Coming to what I wish to speak to you about, Antriksh Shantiha, Paryavaran Shantiha, Prithvi Shantiha. Peace be to the universe, peace be to the earth, peace be to our environment. This is what our Vedas teach us. This is the cultural ethos of India. This is what India has been from 5,000 years ago. The reason I speak to this is no matter how much farther we march ahead into the future, and as we move towards creating a sustainable future, that's what we're here to discuss, we must remember where we come from. Because often the solutions to most of our problems lies behind us or what we have left behind or forgotten. Now, sustainability practices normally have 4 pillars. They revolve around 4 aspects: a human aspect, a social aspect, an economic aspect, and an environmental aspect. Now, when we take the international organizations and the government into focus, the government has been doing a lot of work on this. When you have human aspect, it basically means how can we meet basic human needs of water, of sanitation. Obviously, everyone knows that we have the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, but what can you and I do to ensure that this particular need is met? Is there any way that we can make sure that we use reusable products? We have multiple startups coming out, who have come out with wonderful products when it comes to hygiene products that are reusable. Can we opt to them instead? When it comes to the economic aspect of it, we are a nation of job creators. We are not a nation of job doers. We're moving towards that once again. So while we're doing that, a wonderful array of startups was observed outside, where you're continuously creating opportunities. There was one particular startup that really caught my eye, where they were using plastic to create manhole covers. Now, manhole covers is such an essential need. It caters to your both basic human need as well as your economic need because it generates money. A manhole cover costs 9,000 rupees. They manufacture a sustainable and an ecological friendly one for 1,800 rupees. Now, that is something that can create a revolution, especially in the rural areas where sanitation is a need that hasn't been fulfilled to some extent. We need to encourage more and more such startups. We have the National Clean Energy Fund created by the government to ensure and encourage people to switch to clean energy. I'm very happy that, again, being a localite from Baroda, that Vadodara is one such city that has wholeheartedly accepted solar energy. Almost all residential places are now coming up with their own personal rooftop solar missions, which is something that is very exciting, and that's something that we showcase to the world. When we know friends from all around the globe, 62 partner nations are present here, this is something that they observe in the city of Vadodara, that this is how a nation can accept clean energy. It's a very proud moment for us that we've achieved our goal of 40% non-fossil fuel electricity 9 years ahead of schedule. 9 years ahead of schedule, that's a decade. Where technology is changing in days, we're a decade ahead of schedule. That's how fast we are, and that's what we're teaching out there to the globe. Again, I would rather have more questions, because it's a Youth 20 consultation. I want to hear voices from all around the nation, from all around the globe, to see what you have in mind, what ideas you bring to the table. So this is where I end my speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devansh sir. To again put it in one nutshell, there are problems in our lives, but the solutions come around from you, the gist of what Devansh sir said. The floor is now open for question and answers. May we have questions from the audience, please? Yes, sir. Volunteers, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Namaskar, sir.
ma'am.
As we know, sir, electric vehicles is the future of India, sir. And for electricity production, we have long sea routes, long sea areas, sea coastal areas, sir. France is utilizing their coastal areas from 1910, and still we are not utilizing our coastal areas for electricity production. What do you think, sir? What will be our efforts? What will be our for steps to conquer this issue, sir? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Very rightly said, waterways and coastal areas are a huge mine of energy resource that India hasn't explored yet. It's something that we are exploring, and I believe it shouldn't be entirely up to the government. I believe it's the private sector that now needs to take a lead when it comes to generating electricity in the coastal areas and in areas where you have rivers and other water bodies. Because while we've covered the social aspect very well, the solar aspect, so the solar aspect of energy very well, we should encourage private entrepreneurship. It's the need of the hour, because when private entrepreneurship leads the way, we teach the globe as well. It should be a culmination of government and private partnership. That's something that I would encourage. So I believe it's up to all the young entrepreneurs out here. If that's something that interests you, definitely go for it. It's a minefield of opportunities, and you should explore it.
Next question, please.
Yeah. Namaste sir, namaste ma'am. I am Rushabh Parikh from Faculty of Technology and Engineering. I would like to start my question with a very funny anecdote. Recently what happened, a little cousin of mine, out of nowhere he calls me and says, Rushabh bhai, Himalaya pigale છે, આપણે કંઈક કરવું પડશે. It's my favorite mountain. And yeah, I was impressed but shocked at the same time that little child, he was hardly 13 or 14. And he's having this maturity. And I realized that even I was, when I was in my 6th class, 7th class, we studied all this global warming, greenhouse effect, climate change. And at that time, we were very conscious that, yeah, I would fight for this. But gradually, when we grow up, when we get into the fight of 10th, 11th, 12th, then we get into the graduation, then we fight for our job, our career starts. And in all these, our priorities change. From saving environment, from working for environment, our priorities change to ourselves, competing with others, career. So what do you think as an institution, ya fir, as a part of government body, we should add or we should inculcate in this chain so that awareness stays forever with us?
Ms. Arya, would you like to answer that? Being a young crusader, I believe she has something in mind.
Thank you for your question. Firstly, I believe that whatever our age is, we should never give up on what we believe we should achieve. And I feel as if we as the youth, whatever our responsibility it is, for example, we are fighting for our environment. I feel as if it's not our duty to save our environment. It is our right to save our environment, because when we are saving our environment, when we are talking about saving our environment, we are implying that we are saving our future. We are saving what we are going to become. We are saving our Mother Earth. So it should not be a duty, it should be a right. Along with that, as I take 2 campaigns, Sustainable Living, Caring for Climate, and Preservation of Cultural Heritage in schools, universities and organizations, I have come to believe that if all of us youth ourselves make our policies and come together to work sustainably by starting from our own colleges, our own schools, our own homes, by starting individually, then only we can implement those changes and then further start spreading more awareness to other people to implement those changes. And that is how I believe that along with awareness, we should also do action. But this should not be in an individual approach. This should be in a collective approach where each and every one of us, even if we're young, old, whatever our age is, because this is our planet Earth, however old we are. So that's what I believe in. I also believe, for example, as I take presentations on environment, with university level students, when I take my presentations, I include research and statistical data, and then after the presentation is done, I include some of the interested students in forming an eco-warrior group or care for climate group, where we can all come together to save or to protect our surrounding environment in that particular institution or college. So I believe that whatever timing it is, whatever age group it is, wherever we are, as it is our Mother Earth, we can do whatever we can by adopting eco-friendly products or by segregating our own waste, whether it's a big step or it's a small step. We all can come together in the end, we all can join our hands in the end, and we all can set the course for our future. Thank you.
Would you like to add something, Sneha ma'am?
Sure. So definitely, if it's a young kid already asking questions about Himalayas, that's a win by itself. We know very little about Himalayas. It's not just they're melting. Himalayas are also one of the reasons which have a lot of rainfall. But they're also the regions which have water scarcity. Institutions need to come together not just to combat climate change, but to also combat the political ecology and the infrastructural problems that are there in these kind of spaces, because the communities in these spaces are vulnerable. They weren't the ones directly, contributing to the climate change. However, they have faced the brunt of it on the Himalayas front. On the more sustainable educational front, I feel schools need to adopt modules that encourage environmental sciences and not impose them. If you have a subject added to your curriculum, you take it as I am going to read this, I am going to pass this, and this will be a tick box. But if it's an encouraging subject, which is, opted from by their side, I feel then they have a passion towards learning more about it. I think that would definitely help.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am. Any more questions, please? Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I am Mrs. Sangeeta Pashine. I am Assistant Professor in the Department of Education. Yeah, I just want to know that we are having such a nice seminar here in the four walls. Can't we take this seminar on the street where common man is staying who doesn't know anything about environment? And second is, what is the role of environmental ethics? When you don't have the ethics, what is the use of saving environment? People should have that thinking कि ये हमारा है. जब तक ये हमारी वाली एटीट्यूड नहीं आएगी ना, जब तक सब. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, ये हमारा वाला attitude I completely understand, because till we started talking about Bhukhi, it used to be called Bhukhi Nala. And then when people started recognizing कि ये हमारा है, ये हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में है, till then this Nala term did not leave it. So it really helps to make people realize about their own backyards and help them gain stewardship of the same.
Absolutely. Yes, we have a question there. Excuse me. Can we just, sir, finish, please? Yes, please, sir.
Absolutely agree with you, ma'am, that we need to take this to the streets. A seminar happening in a closed hall will obviously not result in a lot of changes, which is why the Y20 is also doing Y20 chopals. We're taking it down right to the village grassroots level where we want the youth to get involved in it. These are the 5 topics that are going to be talked about. So, in a village in Odisha or in a village in Gujarat, in Karnataka, in Rajasthan, in Maharashtra, people are going to be talking about these issues, and that is what we want. So, kudos to you for bringing up that point, and that is something that I agree, and absolutely everyone should be, become a part of this and do it as well.
Yes, we had a question here, please. Here and then, sir, please.
Hi, my name is Soham. I'm from the Faculty of Social Work. My question is for Ms. Sneha. First of all, I'm really happy to see you over there, and I'm really happy to be sharing the same alma mater that you once studied in. My question is a bit personal. I believe, climate change or sustainability is some of the topics that youth might not get very attracted to when it comes to taking up research. I, being a master's student, want to ask this: what has been your driving motivation to take up such kind of an issue, and how has been your journey from here to there, and what has been the role of this issue in that entire process?
That's really sweet, thank you. And again, MSU. So, I grew up in Assam. My father and my grandfather are in Air Force. I grew up in Assam filling water bottles and tanks from communal taps. This is a place, mind you, where it rains all day long, sometimes for days on end. But still we have to walk at least 500 meters or kilometer because it's an Air Force camp. There are facilities of communal taps, but otherwise there are no communal taps. The government has supplied taps without supplying the pipeline in some of the hilly regions. So these kind of stories, these kind of things did nudge me towards thinking more on these lines. Joining the environmental sciences course here at MSU opens you up to even more subjects. You are not just studying about water, you're also trying to understand how it functions as a chemical compound, how it functions as a social bond. My work on rivers initially wanted to look at the water quality of it. But that's not where the story ends. We need to look at environmental ethics, as ma'am told, environmental histories of these landscapes, and then see how people have treated it before, what they want it to go back to, And then what is sustainable for them? Because I believe sustainability is a very misused term. A sustainable thing for me might not be sustainable for someone else. So it's important to realize what the local grassroots people want, cater the solutions and the interventions based on that, and then move forward. On another front, pushing more people towards pursuing science and scientific degrees. To bring about action, I don't really think you need a degree that states that you are an environmentalist. It does help because your ethos will be coming from a very theoretical backing and a theoretical knowledge. But I don't think, I think the only thing we lack is the push or the passion. The degree is just a stepping off point. And to anybody else interested in pursuing more things in climate change and sciences, there are degrees which don't even look at your background degrees, right? You need not have a master's to do a PhD in climate and conservation. You need to have the backing and the project ideas that stem from your heart, and I feel then the world is open to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am. Yes, I was going to do that.
Good afternoon. Excuse
Can
me. I have one question.
Can we please first let the speakers complete and then we'll come back to you.
Okay,
we'll come back, right? So, sir, since many of us belong to the youth, and we're not only talking about age here, we're talking about the mindset. All of us are youth. Let's remember that. So, we have the same question for sir as well, Devansh sir as well, and Arya as well. Please tell us about your journey. How did you come across thinking about this entire spectrum? And where were you and where have you come till now? We'd like you to throw light upon that, please.
Thank you. When I was 9 years old, at that time my city Ahmedabad, it was inscribed as India's first UNESCO World Heritage City. So at that time I was very inspired and I was very curious about my own city's heritage places and my culture. So therefore I started visiting all the heritage places and I started drawing those heritage sites. Then, being an ardent bookworm, I got inspired to start writing a book which has narrative poems on heritage. So, I wrote my first book on heritage, and then the COVID crisis came in 2020. Along with the COVID pandemic, I saw the Australian bushfires and the Amazon wildfires, and at that time, honestly, I was aghast because I realized that in order to save our past, in order to save our heritage, our legacies, our history, our culture, we actually needed to think about how to save our future. Because if we see the current scenario, we do not want our planet and our future to go towards a drastic way. We want it to go towards a much more greener and a sustainable way. Therefore, I started thinking as to if we want to preserve our heritage, we need to preserve and protect our environment, our Mother Earth. So I started writing books on environment. I wrote my first book on environment as Seeds of Hope. In that book, when I was 10 years old, I wrote about how we need to, the youth, the young generation, we need to spread more awareness, to spread and to knock on every door that yes, we need to save our environment. A year later, I wrote the sequel of my book, Seeds of Hope, which is Seeds to Sow. In that book, I emphasized upon how I had realized that just awareness is not going to protect our environment. Only if we spread awareness and then we spread action while we do A+A movement. So, through my campaign, Sustainable Living Caring for Climate, I have started my movement, A+A, which is awareness plus action. This emphasizes on how we need both awareness and action to protect our environment. And in my most upcoming book, Coming Together, I have written on how just an individual change is not going to save our planet. Just as I told in my speech, we are not going to wait for somebody to save our planet for us. Just one individual change may bring a small difference, but to save our environment, we need a huge difference. That is why in my book Coming Together, I've written upon how the youth can come together, join hands and connect together by saving our environment together through sustainable practices.
Thank you so much, Arya. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. There's two little anecdotes that sort of got me to where I am today. I think the first one goes back to when I was a kid and it was summers. We used to have this little place in our society. It was a fountain come park sort of a situation where we had a lot of trees and everything, and but due to rainy seasons, there was also the emergence of snakes there. So the society decided, for the safety of the children, it was better that it be shut down, to completely rub off the place, cut all the trees and everything. But that was a place that was very dear to us, and as kids, we threw a lot of tantrums. We sat there for a night and whatnot. Ultimately, we got the place saved. It was called Turtle Island. It's a place that still holds a dear place in my heart. That was something that got me started onto the idea of conservation. That something can be saved, and the feeling to save something is amazing. Fast forward a couple of years where I was working as a risk analyst with a consulting firm, and we normally weigh options for a lot of projects to see what works, what doesn't work. Similarly with that, we had an option to either erase a part of land to cut costs, but we managed to find a way that would not only save the land but also cut costs for the company. And given where I work right now, as I work as a policy consultant, where we work on policies of national importance, this is something that we always keep in mind, because it's something that is imbibed in the way we function as well. That climate and is something that we need to save. It's something that we need to be very well aware of. And no matter what changes that we bring, that might bring changes to a lot of people. So the Ministry of Communications also has the Department of Post, letters, paper again. But we're constantly trying to find a way to see how we can save paper, how we've integrated banks into the postal service. That has led to people ensuring there's no paperwork happening anymore. You can directly get loans and other issues digitally. So that this ensures that there's a less wastage of paper, there is less resources being wasted. So that's something that we really keep a focus on.
Thank you, sir. Ordinary stories made extraordinary by dedication and perseverance. We had a question from the third row. Yes, sir, please.
I don't have any question. I have an observation and experience to share. My name is Mrunal Chawda, and I teach business communication at Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. Recently, we had this PGP, that is our program review committee, where we made a significant change in course on sustainability. Earlier, it was an elective course. Students can opt it. This year, we have made it compulsory for every student. That means all the students at IIM Raipur will study sustainability as a part of their core management course. And besides that, we also provide assignments related to sustainability. For example, in our course, we give how students understand sustainable language and gender and their role in the society that we are in. So I think that is it from our side. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We congratulate you. We had a question from a young lady there. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'm Mega. I'm from Indonesia. And right now I'm pursuing my master as journalism in Gujarat University. So a couple weeks ago, we have poster exhibition in our department about social issues topic. And one of my Indian friends was written in her poster like, "Congratulations, India as most populated country and surpassed China in 2023. Means she's proud and take this as an achievement of India. So my question is for all the panelists, like, what do you think about this one? Is this achievements deserve to be proud as youth? Because when population is increased, it will be more affected to climate change, like plastic use also will increase, oxygen needs are also increased, but in other way, we have less trees in nowadays. So what do you think about it? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that question. I sort of have a dual approach to that question. While I believe population control is something that the entire globe needs to focus on, and ensure that something that collectively they take a decision that population control must be done But when it comes to India's case, I believe that India is a young nation. Today, 60% of our population is young. And with the population this dynamic, this young, we have a lot of potential in it. India's youth, as I like to say, it's not scared by the hurdles out there. It gets excited by the opportunities, and India is one of the booming markets globally right now. So to have a population so dynamic, to have a population that is demanded across the globe, to have a population that is very adaptable to different skill sets, I believe that it's one of our strongest resources. We should be proud of our youth. Yeah, that's my take on it. Thank you.
Would you like to answer, Sneha ma'am?
Yeah, so as already Devansh told, that population control is something that the country is working towards. There were schemes developed for it, there were educational schemes developed for it in order to encourage a single girl child, to encourage single child and things like that. There will be people who will be proud of these kind of achievements. On the other hand, every person adds to the carbon content, right? As you rightly said, that every person will add to a lot of plastic use, right? I believe consumerism is what drives pollution. So if we cannot control our population, I believe we need to look at it from a supply chain kind of a view. We need to decrease the demands, we need to decrease our needs, and the very Gandhian economics formula of needs versus wants, that needs to be applied when we are talking about our markets. I think that would help us control our carbon credits if we are not able to control population, which is again a very sensitive topic.
Although I agree with Mr. Devansh, I also have to say that looking in the point of climate change, I believe that with more population present, there would be more airborne diseases which would cause in more deaths. This would also cause more population, more carbon emissions, more fuel wastage, more carbon footprints, and this would harm the environment even more further. So I believe that something should be done to control the population, or something should be done to control the demands of the population, so that we can work with hand in hand. Humans and nature could form a sustainable bond. So that's what I believe.
So creating a win-win situation for the nation as well as for the people altogether. We had a question there. Volunteers, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Can we please let sir ask? He had raised his hands first. Yes, sir.
Namaste, everyone. I'm Hemant Sharma from Faculty of Journalism and Communication. So my question is, since you mentioned policy making and research about policies of national importance, and again, another very interesting factor of population is mentioned. So there has to be a time that when our population needs to stabilize and then gradually decrease. And that time has to be sooner, as we all know. But since we have seen in our history, a lot of other countries have struggled with the aging population simultaneously with their population decrease. So what is India and India's policy making, policy research, thinking of, and what lessons are they learning from that and to apply for policies of India's future?
Thank you.
I'm really sorry. I also wanted to add in a second part. So I would like to extend this policy research का जो सारा मतलब planning और policies के futures हैं, I would like to extend that question from population and also in terms of incentivizing sustainability at an individual level for citizens. So, please.
Thank you for that question. Very rightly said that a lot of countries are struggling with their aging populations and population decrease in the same. Again, I would reiterate my point that when we have a population that is 60% young, a population that is demanded globally. Even countries with aging population, are demanding the Indian workforce. We have a lot of multinational companies today, all having CEOs from Indian origin. That says a lot about the people of India, don't you think? So when it comes to policy making and how India looks at its population, we've had multiple campaigns, as Nehaji rightly said, of having 2 children only, or promoting girl child, having a girl child, or promoting the education of girl child. That's something, these practices have already been put into place. These filters have already been put into place to ensure that we have a sustainable growth of our population. So I believe that the issue to deal with the decreasing population is not something that India has to deal with it immediately. We have a long while, because again, we have a young population that will age over, a lot of years coming soon. So we have a great future ahead of us, and the way is only up from now. Coming to the second part of your population, as to how can we make sustainability a daily practice for people. As speakers before us said, that we don't need to make huge changes. We can deal with a couple of gradual changes. Can we change a plastic toothbrush to a bamboo toothbrush? Can we, in rural areas especially, construction of toilets in people's houses to ensure there is no open defecation, there is cleanliness and sanitation maintained. These are the small practices that we can practice in our daily life, spread awareness about the people that we talk to, include this as a part of our daily conversation. When you go to, a chai wala, for example, you go to a tea place, don't take tea in a plastic cup, ask them for a mitti ka kulhad. That's something that we've grown with, that's the cultural ethos of India. So ask for a mitti ka kulhad. It not only promotes local artisans, but it's also sustainable. So use these practices in your daily life.
What can be an incentive to promote those policies, is basically saying.
So at a macro level, the government has come up with a lot of initiatives, but these problems need to be solved at a micro level. You have to get down right to the grassroots. It does not necessarily fall on everybody sitting in Delhi or Gandhinagar. It falls on you and me. When we go out, when we stop using those products, they will be automatically be incentivized to start using other products. When we actively say no to something, that we will not drink in this, and he observes that there is a drop in his customer ratio, that's something that will encourage them to switch to more sustainable methods. Now this is a very aggressive way of going about it as well. The other way could be you actively go out and talk to them, make them understand, because a lot of the times the major issue with sustainability is the lack of literacy about the same. They need to be made aware about these things. They need to be made aware of how this impacts their lives as well. When that happens, they will get incentivized.
So sustainability as a way of life has to be imbibed into the minds. Yes, ma'am.
Could I just answer what he had said?
Yes, please.
Yes. So I think there's a certain behavioral change also which you need to imbibe amongst your own self. That is what I think the gist of the entire panel is, that it starts from us. So there's a lot of policy regulations which are already existing, but the implication or the application of the same actually comes from the human beings, right? So execution starts from the micro level. So if we bring some certain behavioral changes amongst ourselves, that if we feel good that we are incorporating or giving some kind of jobs by making kulhad, if a chaiwala is more investing in buying some kulhad, then he feels good about the fact that he's contributing in certain way, that he's creating a certain kind of job for the people around himself. So that is a certain behavioral change that comes from the people amongst themselves. So there's a lot of policies, but execution comes from us also. So that I thought was a good way of responding to that. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Ma'am, may I?
So this is not to ask any question, but just to compliment Devansh and Sneha. Sneha was giving us an inspiration looking at Bookie from science side, but we were looking at Bookie from the fine art side. So we were sharing the backyards, you were clearing up one side of the backyard and we were clearing from the other side of the backyard. I would like to put up a point here because the students from Fine Arts, from Museum Studies, inspired by looking at your work on the other side, started doing what we can do. So we did a wall painting trying to portray the ecosystem at the backyard where the crocodiles and the species what you mentioned in a contemporary way, inspired by a tribal art, showcased on our wall and used that window just near to it as an invite to the people to stand there and look at the crocodile habitat at the backdrop. So I think we are all putting our efforts for young, and the youth have contributed that kind of a small effort into it. So I thought I should mention that what each faculty of our university is doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We had a question from the young lady there, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Priya Verma and I am student of Faculty of Commerce. 2 years back, as a specialized subject of marketing, banking and all, besides that, Faculty of Commerce introduced open elective subjects and among them, one was the environmental studies and disaster management. So we are very fortunate to learn that subject, and faculty from Faculty of Science was there to taught that subject to us. So my question is to Sneha ma'am and sir, that whether it should be an optional subject or it should be a compulsory subject into the academics at bachelor's or master's level. And my second question would be, as India is holding the presidency for G20, so what will be our initiation, that what unique India has in sustainable practices that can be taught as a part of curriculum to the students of the other nations? Thank you.
Right, so on the front of having subjects which should be elective or optional, I feel while you're promoting it as an elective, you need to inform what it will help you with. If it is an imposed subject, if it is a compulsory subject, you also need to mention that one subject can stem into many branches. A person studying environmental science need not just be a researcher. They can go ahead and become an activist, a campaigner, a practitioner, a policy analyst, or they could be working in firms which are working towards environmental assessments, right? So to promote the possible livelihood options and what they could practice in field using that knowledge is something that should come with the degree, right? If it is for me who loves to study this subject, I would definitely want it to be compulsory. So I get taken seriously in all the panels that I speak on. But I've also interacted with enough people to know that not everybody wants to look at it from the same angle. So it needs to be catered to based on what the major subject is, and then the minor can be designed based on that. On the G20 question, I think Devansh is the best person to answer that.
Thank you so much. Like she rightly said, I agree with the fact that, sustainability as a topic, maybe it can be kept as an elective, but because not everyone would be comfortable with it. But what can be done is certain modules from it could be adapted into the mainstream subjects. You could, take in sustainable marketing. In your marketing compulsory courses, you could sustainable practices in finance and accounting could be taken in the finance and accounting measures. Similarly, they can be adopted. So you have something to introduce, just get people started on it. You give them a taste of it, that this is what sustainability is, and it makes it easier for them to adapt and maybe opt for the elective in the future as well. Coming to, as we've taken on the presidency of G20, a proud moment for all of us. It's something that, a lot of the things that we normally do in our daily lives, for example, there's a recent festival that is going on, Adi Mahotsav, where we have tribes from all over the nation coming to Delhi, and they're showcasing what they're doing. We had this beautiful stand from Mizoram where they had created wonderful products out of bamboo. They had created a speaker out of bamboo that did not require any electricity. Again, a very sustainable thing and something that can be used in your daily life. A very modern tool to, for example, to say so. So, all this knowledge can be collated and, shared with our partner nations when they come here. It's again, a part of, I might be venturing a little bit off topic here, but coming to when it comes to sharing knowledge with our partner nations, when the G20 Sherpas came to India for the first time, they were very surprised to see a dholwala who had a UPI sticker on the dhol. Digital payments were happening through that. So, we have a lot of knowledge that is there, and this presidency is the moment for us to share it with our partner nations, to tell them, how we've innovated, how we've grown. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you, everyone. With this, we come to the end of the question answer session. We may now keep the panel open for discussion. So anybody who has anything to suggest, to discuss, we may please openly discuss the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Naziz, and thank you, the panel. But before carrying out the rest of the discussion, I would like to invite all the speakers on the dais so that we can have the complete panel over here.
May we first felicitate the speakers,
Yeah, of
please?
course.
So the gist of what this entire session was all about, thanks to our young crusaders, that instead for looking for hope, look for action. Instead of waiting for action, be the action. With this, we come to the end of this session. May I request our volunteers to kindly help us felicitate our guests.
I would like to request all the speakers of the day, Shri Gopalji Arya Sir, Professor Anil Kulkarni, Dr. Shilpi Kushwa, Ms. Rajeshwari Singh, Mr. Kautilya Pandit, Dr. Jinsi Roy, Mr. Varun Zaveri, and Ms. Archana Soreng to kindly come on the stage. And while the stage is being set for them, let me share a few more details about the G20 summit with you. This year, when India got the presidency, our Honorable Prime Minister gave a call for Jan Bhagidari, that is, taking G20 to the people. So this is an endeavor to take the G20 to the people of India and make it action-oriented, and all Indians from all walks of life, which includes students, youth, women, private sector, academia, and civil society, are invited to engage in the Jan Bhagidari by giving their valuable suggestions, inputs, opinions, and views. And as we all know that India's G20 presidency would be guided by our G20 theme, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. So with a very fruitful day in the form of 4 plenary sessions and a galaxy of speakers from various backgrounds and various age groups, we thought that we had to curtail some of the questions due to shortage of time in the previous 3 sessions. So instead of asking questions randomly, we can have the entire panel on the dais and continue with the panel discussion. I would also...
They can give suggestions about what should be included in the discussions also, the Y20 discussion, good practices that they might have seen in their colleges, campuses, communities. We can take a note of it.
So, Mr. Varun is suggesting that along with the questions, the audience can also come up with suggestions on what can be the new topics which can be included in the further Y20 discussions, so that they can also take a note of it, and in the next summit or next consultation they can be included.
What would be interesting is that if you can give your suggestions about what are some of the good practices that you have seen, let's say in your campuses, in your communities, that you think then can be, further discussed even at a Y20 level, at a G20 level, because there is a consultation, it's a two-way interaction. So, we got a chance to, put forward some of our experiences, answer some of the questions. We would also love to hear from you. some of the suggestions that you might have, you have thought that, oh, this is something very innovative. You want to share with, all the members who are present here, as well as with all the speakers and the entire Y20 community. You can speak about that. Anyone, because I know, all of you come from different places, not only in India, but, from the different parts of the globe. Something that you thought was very interesting and you want us to take a note. So we are here for taking those notes and then, taking forward those suggestions. Yes, ma'am, please.
Can we have somebody give her the mic, please?
Hello everyone, my name is Anika and I am currently a high schooler. I have two questions because I did not get a chance to ask them earlier. One is, why would a person who is a middle class person or someone with even less of an economic support invest in something sustainable which costs 5 rupees rather than investing in plastic which is just costing him 2 rupees? Because he has a budget restraint. Because it is not about feeling good. If you have a budget restraint, you don't think about feeling good, you think about meeting the needs first. So how would we go about that? Because middle class consists, I think, most of India and most of the world. So how do we create that sustainable change in the minds? And I have one more question, sorry. The second...
Give suggestion. The idea is, if you can also give suggestion, not only question, but if there is something interesting that you have seen, we don't need to necessarily pose the question, you can give suggestion also.
The only time that I saw someone invest in something sustainable was when they saw that other people are more attracted to it. So like you gave the example of a chai wala. If a chai wala is investing in a cooler, then he is seeing that customers are more attracted to his shop. That is why he'll invest in the coolers rather than the small plastic cups. But apart from that, when we are looking at middle class as a whole, what are some different ways that we can indulge them to come up with more sustainable ways to make a more sustainable development? And can I ask the second question as well? It is for you. You said that sustainability is a part of our history. It is part of our tribal cultures. But because of decolonialization and modernization, we have labeled our history as backwards and we have labeled our tribals as backwards. So how do we bring about a shift in the mindset of the society that it is these very practices that should be reinculcated to help bring about a sustainable future?
I think we can...
Excuse me, I have one suggestion.
Yeah, please.
Yes, we are doing this activity in a different state, in different places. My idea is, we are offering all person for the tea. Yeah? So my idea is, we give the cup of the use for the long time and we give the soil and the seeds. And the plan is to, हम लोग उसको एक विजन बता सकते हैं कि आप कूलर तो है आपके पास, आप अपने घर पे लेके जाइए, उसके अंदर एक सीड भी कीजिए और आप उसके अपने घर में यूज़ कीजिए, अपने स्टडी टेबल पे रखिए, जो एक यादगिरी बन सकती है किसी के भी लिए. आज मुझे यहाँ से कोई चीज़ दिख जाएगी, कोई कप होगा, तो मैं उसे अपने घर पे जाके होल्ड कर सकता हूँ और मुझे याद रहेगा कि ये चीज़ मुझे एक ऐसी जगह से दी गई थी जहाँ पे इस चीज़ की बात हुई थी. जब मैं कोई चीज़ देखूंगा तभी मुझे उस चीज़ की याद आएगी.
ठीक है, thank you. Very, very interesting. As a matter of fact, the pen which has been given in the delegate kit, it does have a seed at the back of the pen. So you can, when you go home, you can actually plant the seed and you will always remember that MS University gave you this particular pen. Yes, yes.
Good evening everyone. Myself Priyanka Sabu Mishra, student of MCOM final, as well as I am a homemaker and mother of 2 daughters. I have a suggestion. With changing times, we are seeing joint families से nuclear and non-nano families because of job pressure हो रहा है. Parents अलग-अलग family में रहते हैं. मेरा suggestion है, with changing times, we should try to inculcate the value जो हमारे ancestors हमें डाल के गए थे, joint family वाला, जिसमें हम nature को as a relatives देखते थे. चंदा मामा, धरती माता, गाय माता, these kinds of values are changing. अभी बच्चे लोग वो रिलेशन में नहीं देखते, वो उनको मून मामा नहीं दिखता है, उनको उसके अंदर एक साइंस वाला एस्ट्रोनॉमी वाला चीज़ दिखता है. तो आई थिंक अगर हम उनको अपना फैमिली जैसा वापस वैल्यूज़ इनकलकेट करेंगे तो हमारा अपनापन वाला मेरा चीज़ है, I should preserve it, वो आएगा. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah, I was telling, there was a wonderful suggestions during the presentations that were going on, that this consultation really should go more from, a conference mode to back on the street. And being associated with the National Service Scheme, I feel that when we talk about taking it to the community, celebrating it, so I feel this is a golden opportunity that we have a year-long celebration. Every day, be it a wetland celebration day or, water day, this is where we remind ourselves of, a connect with the overall environment. And I feel that is what we should keep on sustaining, not only for this year of presidency, but also it should continue. And that should be a very important particular component, not only for NSS volunteers, but across faculties, across students, where, you take the celebration down to community. So University Community Connect should be continued.
Thank you. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Annapurna Jadeja. So 2 things I have noticed. First is in the concept of houses. If you look at the houses that were built in the earlier times, they had proper rainwater harvesting systems. They had proper water ducts running through the walls which would provide air conditioning, a sort of air conditioning cooling system. And second, I have noticed this. I saw some houses that were sustainably made and they had that rainwater harvesting system installed. But those are on the higher end of the budget, expensive houses. What can be done is that because so many houses, so many people, because cities are expanding, rapid urbanization, so many people live in flats. So policy could be done where the MIG and LIG flats could come with an installed rainwater harvesting system. This could be made compulsory as a requirement, like other building requirements that are made, parking space, etc., the Jantri rates, etc. Second is the return of sustainable fashion. Fast fashion is the most polluting industry in the world. So since the last 2-3 years, especially after COVID, there has been shift in mindset. What was done before, where we had heirloom pieces, heritage pieces that were reused by generations, rather than, just buying something quickly because it's trendy and then throwing it away. Investing in quality pieces, quality footwear, this is something that is making a return slowly but surely. Sustainable and clean brands are being given a push, and they could be pushed further on the digital spaces as well, because this is where the consumer directly buys it, rather than, expose which have been held since a long time.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, this is Soham again. Sir, I'd like to share something very unique that I came across in an article in the Hindu. It's about a district named Wayanad in Kerala, and we've been knowing about it for all the political reasons. But one thing that it is doing very unique is that they now have installed a community weather monitoring system in place. The system has been going on for the last 3 years. The district government has involved around about 250 farmers in it. The entire district has been divided into 25 square kilometers of grids, and each grid has a rainfall gauge installed. So at 8 a.m. in the morning, an information is sent by the farmers to the climate department, and they plan their daily agricultural activities according to this information that they get from the community weather monitoring system. Then this information is also mitigated every day on social media, so that the local people also get to know what is the state of the current climate condition of Wayanad, since it's a very climate sensitive area. Because of this, they've been able to, create precaution and awareness about major landslips that could possibly happen, and that would have, that has created a great impact to prevent any repercussions of those landslips. So I think that's a great model which could be implemented a lot of other areas in our country.
My question is, one side we are saying that Swadeshi apnao, Deshi apnao, but another side we are trying to move towards modernization. We know that many of the processes in abroad are being automated, and we are trying to implement in India also, and trying to make our lives better and better. So resources are getting depleted as a result. And so my question is, how can we make sustainability a way of life at global level?
Okay. We'll probably just club a few questions and then all of you can probably, give your insights.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं एक भारतीय हूँ। मेरा प्रश्न एक है, लेकिन उसके साथ एक उदाहरण भी देना चाहती हूँ मैं फिलहाल। तो मेरा प्रश्न आप सबसे ये है, आप सबने अपने लंच किया है, राइट? एंड आई गेस आप सबने वो वाटर बॉटल यूज़ की है, जो शायद स्नेहा मैम ने और बहुत सारे डिग्निटरीज ने बताया है कि इट इज़ मेड ऑफ प्लास्टिक, राइट? बट स्टिल एवरीवन हैज़ यूज्ड दैट प्लास्टिक एंड थ्रोन इट आउट, राइट? जहाँ वो खा रहे थे वहीं उन्होंने फेंक दिया है। एंड व्हाट आई फेल्ट इज, आई वाज वॉकिंग ऑन द कॉर्नर्स ऑफ द ऑडिटोरियम and there are a lot of plastic papers and all the stuff are outside that auditorium. So that comes from us, right? We all know there is fundamental rights and there are fundamental duties, but हम सिर्फ right का use करते हैं. We don't use that duties for us. So we have to first start from us. It is us who has to take an initiative, who has to pick up that that dirt or whatever the plastic piece and have to throw that in dustbin. Dustbins are made for that particular purpose. So I request you all, look, we all discuss here, right? Discuss करने के हम जैसे step out करेंगे auditorium से, we will all lose it. हम सब भूल जाएंगे. And again, the next step will come again in another session and we'll have that interaction for one day and next day we'll all forget. So I request you all, please try करें आप अपने end से, आप खुद start करें, खुद वो चीज़ें अपने family को, society को बताएं और खुद वो चीज़ अपने initiative अंदर से लाएं कि इंडिया हमारा है, ये भारत हमारा है. देश आगे हमारे यहाँ पे पढ़ रहे हैं, लिख रहे हैं, वो सीख रहे हैं हमारी संस्कृति, हमारी कल्चर, बट हम इंडियन खुद भूल जा रहे हैं. दिस इज ऑल सजेशन फ्रॉम माय एंड. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर लिसनिंग मी. जय हिंद.
गुड इवनिंग सर, अभिषेक हियर. सर मेरा सजेशन है कि यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स 2021 फूड वेस्टेज रिपोर्ट के अनुसार जो है हमारा टोटल फूड वेस्टेज वर्ल्ड का 69 मिलियन टन है, जो अप्रोक्सीमेटली होता है 7% ऑफ टोटल फूड प्रोडक्शन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड सर, जो एक बहुत बड़ा नंबर है. अगर हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट करना चाहते हैं, जो हम मिनिमम चीज़ें कर सकते हैं, जब हम किसी 5 स्टार होटल में विजिट करते हैं फॉर डिनर के लिए, लंच के लिए, हमको जितनी चीज़ें की ज़रूरत है, हमारी जितनी आवश्यकता, उसी हिसाब से हम खाने ले सकते हैं, उसी हिसाब से हम कंजम्पशन कर सकते हैं. अगर हम छोटी छोटी बातों को ध्यान रखें तो शायद हम हमारे आने वाले फ्यूचर के लिए, आने वाले पीढ़ियों के लिए बहुत कुछ सेव कर सकते हैं सर. क्योंकि फूड वेस्टेज जो है वो फ्यूचर के लिए अच्छी बात नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे आने पीढ़ियों के लिए हम रिसोर्सेज नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं सर. रिसोर्सेज लिमिटेड है, तो हम इस चीज़ की शुरुआत अपने आप से कर सकते हैं, फूड वेस्टेज को अवॉइड करके. धन्यवाद सर.
Thank you. Any others? Okay. Since I think, yeah, please.
This is Nandini Kannan again. I teach business economics. One thought that comes to my mind, and I've often been thinking, is that every evening, traditionally we used to light the lamp in every house. But as a policy, if we all decide that 1 hour every evening or every night, certain hour we dedicate, and we all switch off the lights and keep the lamp on, this will kind of spread slowly, and this can lead to reduction in global warming over a period of time. But for this whole thing, I was just thinking that we should have some kind of a bottom-up approach, just like how the national education policy was a culmination of suggestions that came from more than 2-3 lakh people. So we can have a village level kind of a competition and give them the best village award, then the district level, then the state level, and a national level, which eventually after a year or two comes as a culmination of all the Y20 consultancy seminars that you have had over a period of time. And the other one that I had earlier suggested was about the green skilling, which should be made kind of almost like a mandatory thing in every university. Because like NAC, when NAC started, initially people were resisting it. But then slowly now it has become just like a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. This happens as the form of an Abhiyan at a national level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll probably take the last and then a couple of questions which were there, you can answer.
Hello sir, I am Khushi. मैंने एक चीज़ नोटिस की है कि कोई भी जो फोर व्हीलर ट्रैफिक बहुत है तो एक इंसान के लिए वो फोर व्हीलर लेके निकल जाते हैं. मैं उनको ऐसा कोई पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू नहीं कर रही हूँ, बट एक इंसान के लिए मतलब 4 सीट वाली फोर व्हीलर, तो वो लोग ऐसा क्यों लेते हैं? क्योंकि उनको वो सारी फैसिलिटी चाहिए कि मतलब एसी में और ऐसा वो बाहर जो पॉल्यूशन गर्मी होती है वो. तो एक ऐसी इलेक्ट्रिक बस हो जो एकदम फुल फैसिलिटी वाली हो और एकदम टाइमिंग बचा सकते, मतलब एकदम फास्ट हो कि उस टाइम पे वो पहुंच जाए एकदम फटाफट उसका वो हो, जैसे कि यूकेज और वो सब में होता है ना, एकदम इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस हो.
Okay. ठीक है, thank you. There were 2 questions which were asked, so you can probably answer.
Hello.
Okay,
I
last
have few questions,
last suggestion.
not questions.
हाँ, suggestion दीजिए.
I have to add on. Sustainability is achieved through a circulating economy. A circulating economy should have been given more weightage than any other. And second one is we should not blindly accept Eurozone policies to India which are set in UN. So we have to convert them according to our Indian society, Indian need. We cannot blindly accept them as it is. So Eurozone are no one to give a benchmark to us. So we have to consider our policies main. Thank you.
ठीक है, thank you. The 2 questions that were being asked, one was there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from the tribal communities because there are a lot of sustainable practices that they have practiced and they still practice, so how to really mainstream them. So first was that question. And the second is that are the modernization and sustainability 2 different sides of the coin? So if we are trying to modernize, are we taking a step back on sustainability, or how we can balance both the things? So whoever, probably you can start with the tribal question, and then whoever wants to talk on the modernization.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the question. If we look in terms of tribal communities and climate action discourse, or biodiversity conservation, or environmental restoration, I think we have come a long way in terms of recognizing the rights of tribal communities, their way of living. As I say this, it's also very sad that it took us so long. And there has been years of inferiorization, years of looking down upon them in terms of their culture, in terms of their identity, which has led to inferiorization and identity crisis amongst young people also. And I think acknowledging this and then enabling spaces for dialogue, for participation, for leadership is the way ahead. And that not only needs from the policy making spaces, but each and every stakeholders. And as we are in an educational institute, I think it's also really important that how we are ensuring that our approach to our tribal communities is more sensitized, is more supportive, and most importantly, respecting their worldview. So that is what I would like to say in terms of how we can take them ahead in this journey, because we have a lot to learn. So if I say 3 things, it's like we need to listen to them, we need to understand them, and we need to enable them and work together with them. And then coming back to the second question of sustainability and economic development, I think if I would see myself years back, my answer would be different. But now at this current era, I would say there are slowly and gradually a lot of alternatives which are coming up in the same prices. And I think that should be an approach where it is the green economy or the alternatives are not expensive and inaccessible, but are more accessible to each and every communities. Having said that, I would still like to acknowledge that even till now, it's really inaccessible for the rural communities, local communities, and slum dwellers communities and other communities who are bound to choose plastic as in a in respect to other alternatives, because there is no alternatives being provided, or there is not much of sensitization around to them, which requires contextualization. I'll just give a quick example and sum up. When we are talking about air pollution in Delhi or in other places, we are often talking about vehicles on road, but what about the communities, those who are already commuting by metro, those who are already commuting by bus? They're already doing it. So we need the solution to be pitched to communities in their own circumstances, understanding their way of living and how they can contribute. So I would like to say that contextualization of solution is the key. Thank you.
There was question of sustainability and modernization. Are these really different words or they are synonymous? That is a key question, because what is the modernization? How do you describe the modernization? It probably means that whatever we are in present state or the way we are living, we feel that there is a substantial improvement in that is necessary. Otherwise, why you want to have modernized or why you want to change? So modernization demands some change in you, and which is a realization that existing way of doing it is not proper. And sustainability adds value to it. That means we want to change in such a fashion that it becomes more sustainable. So I don't feel there is a contradiction between the modernization and sustainability. They are, in my opinion, very close to synonymous, even though it may not be synonymous in English word, but they are very close. So one need not be really worried whether modernization means it is going to be unsustainable living. Modernization probably means moving towards the sustainable living.
Just to add farmers' perspective in this, like, to your question, many times farmers apply heavy chemical pesticides and chemical fertilizers in order to get good yield in a shorter time. But we are now, we are observing that there are increasing cases of cancer in many villages. So we are, we are giving training, we are creating awareness on harmful effects of chemical pesticides among the farmers. But at the same time, we as a consumer will have to understand that many times sustainability comes with cost. So if we promote natural farming or organic farming, then obviously we will have to support the farmers. We'll have to support them in terms of whatever in a best way manner we can. So if there is a trust in that organic or genuinity in the organic products, then obviously the consumer would like to invest in and purchase the product, even if with a higher cost, because the consumer will know that this will save us from long-term hazardous effects like cancer, and they can have a healthy life. So that investment is a wise investment. So I think that type of approach we'll have to have. Yeah.
So this has been a very, very interesting consultation, and I just wanted to say a few words on this issue that has been raised again and again throughout today, and the panelists also spoke, whether modernization and sustainability are the reverse of each other. So I think that is a serious confusion of category. The two are completely different. What is modernization? I would say that two things are very important to what we call modernization. One, it is a state of mind that becomes possible because of an explosion in the sources of information. I remember 30 years ago when we joined service, even in order to find out which college to go to, what courses to take, you had to ask your mama, daddy, uncle, auntie, kahin na kahin, kisi ke paas jao, and then you would find out. Today you don't need to do that. Na? The internet has made all that possible, which means that once you know so much, the possibilities for human action increase exponentially. You get to know, oh yes, I can go to Kanchipuram, oh yes, I can go to Spain, I can go to so and so, there's a course over there, I can study, or different kinds of businesses can be set up. So that has to do with a state of mind which says that I can do so much more. It increases the envelope for human action, that is one. And the other thing which is very important to note about modernization is that it improves the quality of time that we have. That is only because of machines. So the issue of farmers was just taken up. When you look at the life of farmers, or many other, actually in all our lives, we used to spend so much time in activities which today we would call drudgery, whether it is weeding, whether it is hoeing in the garden, whether it is, collecting logs in order to make a fire. I remember this is what my mother-in-law used to tell me, ki the simple fact that a kerosene stove came meant that she saved 2 hours of time, which was spent in collecting logs and bringing it home and lighting them, and now there's a stove. So, or if you look at we had a Y20 consultation the other day, and there was a startup in IIT Guwahati who are making drones. Those drones are used to spray pesticides on the farmers' fields. And if you did not have drones, then you would have to do it by hand. Na? And when you do it by hand, it has counterproductive effects on the health of the person who is doing that. So the other facet of modernization is that it makes human life much better by making leisure more and by increasing the quality of time. So I would not agree if we were to say that it's either or. Either you do modernization or you lead sustainable lives. I think modernization is pretty much irreversible and it's to the good of human beings. How can we sustain the level of comfort that is available to us? I think that is the key question. Once you become used to a certain comfortable level of life, you don't want to go back. Na? You don't want to say that because buses consume petrol and airplanes are difficult, so we should go back to bullock carts. You cannot make that kind of argument. But I think an important factor over here is technology, which is a very serious force multiplier. How can we use technology? So drones to spray pesticide. You're using technology, and every time technology renders some jobs obsolete, it also creates new jobs. So just something for food for thought. मुझे लगा that the two things are not by no means, they are different sides of the coin. They're completely different things. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for summing up the session. But I would request you to please come back on the dais along with Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and Registrar, sir, for the valedictory session. We'll have the tea break after that. Please make it quick.
Sure.
Please be very quick.
One last statement. So throughout this today's panel discussion and the youth consultation, we have many times we have heard this very frequently, the feel-good factor or the goodwill of others as a general public or member of the public. But but as they say that we should hope for the best and prepare for the worst also. So this is we have discussed a lot about hoping for the best, but what are the things that we are preparing for the worst? Like if the worst happens, like people are not motivated or the goodwill is not initialized in the general public, especially in India. So what are, as people from the government or the authority, what are the measures we are taking care of so that, just in case
we
we
got your
as youth
question.
are not motivated enough to lead a sustainable life. That's all.
Ma'am, would you like to answer that?
Well, after seeing today's consultation, I would say the very fact that we are aware that all these actions can have so many different consequences for the environment and the way we lead our lives would tell me that we are very much prepared. Yes, definitely. We are always told by our teachers that, especially in social sciences, that you always must know what are the right questions to ask. Knowing the answers comes when we know what are the questions. So yes, I would say I am very positive about the level of preparation. At the same time, I would say that the question raised by that young lady, I think Anita her name was very important, and other people have also raised that issue, that we need to reconnect with our roots also. It's not just a question of leading a sustainable life, it's also a question of how grounded we are and how much of a connect do we feel with our tradition. No personality is complete unless we are aware of our history, unless we are aware of our culture, and we see it as a resource to be used. So yes, I am very, very positive about after today's consultation.
So climate change is a very vast topic, and I'm sure that there would be more questions, but we will take it up in maybe the tea break or some other interaction post the valedictory.
Myself, Ashish Guruji, and two of the participants have given two suggestions. One, that is plastic bottle. They can make these eco bricks, right? So one have asked that what we should get away from this. So you can get this plastic bottle too with you and fill all plastic at your home and bring it to me, Polytechnic MS University, I will take it. Okay, so thank you very much. And I want that this should be explained by Gopalji because they have taught me, but due to shortage of time they have went. I have explained this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. Ashish is also one of the environmental nodal officers in the university. So, with a very detailed session throughout the day, let's now move towards the valedictory session for today's program. The saying goes that all that starts ends as well, but I'll say that this is a new beginning because today we have begun with new ideas, new techniques which we have discussed today for combating climate change. I would like to invite Dr. Prashant Murumkar, Assistant Professor in Faculty of Pharmacy and Deputy Director for Office of Alumni Affairs and Donor Relations, to present today's development and proceedings.
Thank you, Sanskrit Madam. Dignitaries on the dais, and dear participants. Good evening, one and all. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to give summary of this today's International Summit. In fact, there were four sessions before lunch. Two sessions were there. The first session was related with role of youth and opportunities in the field of climate change and disaster risk reduction. Session 2 was related with the theme research, innovation and startup related to climate change. And after lunch, the third session was having a concept of experience sharing, best practices related to climate change and disaster risk reduction. And the fourth session was related with the panel discussion on making sustainability a way of life. As far as session 1 was concerned, it was chaired by our eminent guest speakers, Sri and mitigation, we all can look forward to. Professor Anil Kumar talked about the mighty Himalayan ecosystem and its degradation over a period of time due to climate crisis. Mr. Hardip Desai took us to problem of agriculture sector and role of farmers in combating the issues. Sri Gopalji Arya stressed about how we as an individual can bring changes. He also gave us insight about wonderful initiative Ek Ped Desh Ke Naam that will bring an empathy towards the nature. The session was moderated by Dr. Bablu Prasad, who coordinated the open discussion forum where questions on dwelling Sri Lankan economy and role of organic farming was taken up by Mr. Hardip Desai, who talked about the need of ethical supply chain and helping farmers in different capacities by government in terms of additional finance provisions. Professor Anil Kulkarni thought thorough light on how Government of India is working on safeguarding the local people being affected in Himalayan range on local as well as areas of mitigation on scientific level by introducing spring rejuvenation and artificial glacier construction. He also talked about how we can look into broader pictures of long-term benefits development can bring in terms of sustainable mining, where a question was raised by lithium reserve found in Jammu and Kashmir. Overall, the session took us wonderfully through the journey of mitigation on individual level and how important it is that we realize disturbance is a part of development, but the question is how much we are ready to compromise for the long-term sustainable benefits for future generation. As far as plenary session 2 was concerned, the structure of the second session was revolved around 3 areas, where our first speaker, Dr. Shilpi Kushwa, scientist from CSIR, signified research as a key to resolve problems related to climate change. She talked about research and innovations to reduce carbon footprints and replace use of traditional methods, that is non-renewable energy, by renewable energy to provide greener environment. She also suggested importance of electrochemical splitting of seawater to generate hydrogen molecule and use it in a green energy production. The second prominent speaker was Ms. Rajeshwari Singh, founder CEO, Caravan Classroom Foundation. She made us believe in where there is a will, there is a way. Her talk was focused on sustainable startup and using it as a tangible solution leading to sustainable development. Our third speaker was the youngest of all the delegates we had in our session, Mr. Kautalya Pandit, who is recognized as a Google boy. He gave the importance of unity or Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in Y20 summit. He said that this is the most vulnerable situation we are facing today in respect to climate change. Environmental revolution is must resolution that should happen to save our Mother Earth. He also prioritized the minimalistic approach for protecting and reducing pressure on Mother Earth. The concern about single-use plastic on oceanic environment by the participant was addressed by Ms. Rajeshwari. She said that artificial intelligence incorporated sensor based on infrared waves for marine litter dumping. Mr. Kautilya was asked upon how minimization is a key to sustainability. To this, he said our culture itself suggests recycling and reuse of materials, and this should be our biggest inspiration. In the third session, Dr. Jinsi Roy focused on clean water supply in rural area and use judicially. Additionally, she explained the concept of being water smart to reuse, regenerate, and reduce. Mr. Varun Javeri gave us a glimpse about taking responsibility and playing a role of ambassador for youth for betterment of environmental conditions and taking steps toward sustainable lifestyle by adopting sustainable materials. Dr. Archana talked about how we should include indigenous people in decision making. She also focused on nature and natural resources. Nature is the only source of identity, knowledge, emphasized on sustainable and traditional way of living. During question and answer session, the participants raised a query about how curriculum policies can contribute in climate action, to which Dr. Soren replied that it could be through insightful solutions and suggestions. A suggestion regarding inclusion of green skill in curriculum was well appreciated by Mr. Varun. In the last session, Ms. Arya Chowda discussed about global issues like logging, pollution, ocean acidification, and global warming, and role of humans, particularly youth, for solving issues and the steps that should be in time. Ms. Sneha Shahi, she emphasized that with empathy, social science, and culture thoughts together, we can mitigate issues around us and start from where we are. She also talked about her journey during Wuki Khan restoration and its application in other areas. Mr. Devan Shah discussed about three pillars of different ecosystem: social, environment, economical aspects. He highlighted regarding identifying gaps to provide basic needs of society. He also gave us some glimpses of renewable energies plant implementation in the city itself in Vadodara. During question and answer session, the young minds shared their views on sustainability and the role of youth in the climate action. I hope everybody must have enjoyed this all session with thought-provoking that young minds the ignited minds can solve the problems which are really can give the green earth to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant, for presenting that report, and a word of appreciation for Dr. Niti Chopra and her team for this excellent reporting throughout the day, which could help us prepare this report. So today, when we have been deliberating on climate change, it gives me immense pleasure to share that our very own Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar Srivastava sir, is no less than an expert on this very subject. He is an environment expert, a member of the State Environment Impact Assessment Authority, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, a member of the National Green Tribunal Constituted Committee, member of the Technical Committee of Climate Change Department, Government of Gujarat, member of Gujarat Pollution Control Board, member of Technical Committee, Gujarat Environment Management Institute, and a principal consultant to Gujarat Ecological Commission. Sir has brought a series of reforms and taken up new initiatives at the university after joining us over here. Sir, may I request you for the concluding remarks for today?
We started with good morning, and now it's time for good evening. So I can see your faces. You have enriched your knowledge, but this smile is certainly showing that you have gained something out of this one-day discussion. Esteemed guest on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. If you see what we have done today, that is a big list. Already Dr. Prashant Murumkar has told about all the sessions. The beauty or the salient features of this one-day U20 consultation is we tried to include the people from different age groups, right from Arya, 13 years old, to 60 years old people. All the time when I was discussing the things with Mehta madam, then always he was saying, we want youth. Then just to bring the average life, we have included Kautilya and Arya. So this way you have seen these are, say, the ignited minds. How they are thinking for the environment, how they are thinking for the climate change. If these two young guys are thinking about the climate change, why not we can? So just start thinking about the climate change and also about the disaster risk reduction. These two people came up with the new ideas, as well as they have shared their wisdom and experience. They are also working in the field of environment. The most important session was experience sharing session. Those who are working in the field of environment and doing some initiative, they have taken some initiatives, they have shared their ideas, which was really wonderful. The deliberations, especially the question answer session, it was very, very useful, particularly the second last session which we are talking about. So many people, they have asked the questions and our experienced experts have answered those questions. Particularly, I was finding one thing which is very surprising, that all the youths, those who are sitting that side of this auditorium, their minds were also curious to ask the questions and they were ready to give some sort of suggestions. So, madam, these suggestions and these question answers were really very, very useful for your department as well as for the department where I'm also associated with. So this way, I think it is the matter of pride for Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda to host the youth consultation on this very important topic, that is climate change and disaster risk reduction. I hope that the deliberations have ignited our young minds to take up the new challenges, new topics in the field of research and innovations also. They might have got some of the ideas. Now you have to go for critical thinking and ideations. We are also planning to organize some sort of hackathons related to the climate change. In future, whatever the data bank we are having, whenever we will organize a hackathon based on all these new ideas, we will certainly invite you for those sessions. Something additionally which I want to add on, because like Sanskriti madam has given my introduction, I'm also associated with this environmental field and climate change. So some sort of climate change outreach fortnight and beneficiary oriented programs are required. It should not be only one day international event and later on people will forget what they have to do. So I request to madam also, MS University is ready to take this challenge. In future also, we should keep on doing such activities. Whatever the innovative ideas are shared on combating the climate change, these ideas should be converted into proof of concept, and later on we can take up these ideas as a research topics for the student of MS University, also those who are studying out of the MS University also, because these ideas has to be converted into product, our process, or whatever we want in form of applications. So this is what is required. It should not stop today. This is a beginning. From today we are going to begin, we are going to take up some new challenges. We should encourage the research and innovation, particularly in the field of climate change and also in the field of disaster risk reduction. Whatever the people wants to set up the startup, MS University is giving them assurance. Wherever you are studying doesn't matter, you can come to MS University. We are ready to provide you the fund if you really want to go for a startup in the field of climate change and disaster risk reduction. Some of the participants was very rightly telling that there are fundamental duties and fundamental rights. Always we are aware about fundamental rights, but we are very least concerned with the fundamental duties. Among our fundamental duties, it is our responsibility to accomplish the sustainable development goals also, which is very, very essential. There is a need for capacity building to integrate climate change perspective in their planning and implementation. This youth, whatever the population we are having over here, whatever the delegates we are having over here, these youths can work as a bridge between the government and society to address the climate change concerns. That is why I am saying this is a beginning. This is not the end of program. Now you have become the bridge between government and NGOs and society and industry, whatever you say. So now you have to start working as a bridge. Just try to work out their problems. Whatever the problems we are facing, how can we solve these problems? It is our duty, it is our responsibility. Climate change, adaptation and mitigation policy and action plans are also required. Government is also having the plans, but it is the time for its implementation. Also, we should focus for use of renewable energy and we should focus for energy conservation, also for the water conservation, which is the need of our knowledge partnership of government with academic institution. It is a very good initiative. I really congratulate Mehta madam and also I'm thankful to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports for making this collaboration with the academic institution, because this is the knowledge bank. Government is having funds, we are having knowledge. Saraswati and Lakshmi. We have to integrate these two things, then only probably we can solve the problems. capacity building of all the stakeholders, including government officers, academicians, NGOs, etc. It is required some sort of training program, some sort of awareness programs are required. Now at the end, what you are taking away, what are the takeaway of these programs? So like one delegate were telling that we have to start from ourselves. Charity begins at home. Whatever we are talking is not enough. Something we have to do. So as a takeaway, I'm giving you some points which you can apply in your day-to-day life. That is, one thing is like Gujarat is pioneer in solar rooftop. So all the delegates coming from all part of India, I request them they should also try to have, say, the solar rooftop, solar hot water systems, biogas plants. You can use the e-vehicles, you can use LED bulbs, you can use star-rated equipments. Also, you can adopt, say, the rainwater harvesting and composting. Somebody was giving very good example. We are having food waste, but simply we are throwing that. If we are mixing the food waste with the leaves, plant leaves, that is what we are doing in MS University. Madam, I would like to tell you, MS University is adopting three best practices. One is solar, the use of solar energy. We are having all our terraces are having solar panels. Number two, we are having rainwater systems in all the buildings. And number three is the composting system. Whatever it is having lush green campus, whatever the leaves we are having and food waste we are having, our botany department is going for composting of all these. So I hope that all the institution delegates came from different institutions. They should also start using these best practices. It will be a good initiative for all. Gopal ji Arya has told about Ek Ped Desh Ke Naam. I'm also concerned with this. So I hope that each one of you will take a place and you will just plant one tree for the name of nation. That should be one initiative. Second initiative, our Ashish Guruji has told EcoBrick. EcoBrick is also one initiative which anybody can start. There is no need for any money. Whatever the plastic bottles you are having and whatever the plastic things you are having which has been thrown away, you can put it in the bottle. And I would like to tell you, he has tell only the brief. If you take a 1 liter bottle and fill it by the plastic waste, it can accommodate around 350 grams to 400 grams of plastic waste. And after putting it in the bottle, the strength of this plastic bottle is equivalent to the normal bricks. So this bricks can be used for making the structures and all. We are making all sort of experimentation on that. Last but not the least is we are celebrating International Year of Millets. So millets is also concerned with the climate change. In the morning also I told, so it should be say the one variety of Indian dishes. So we request to all the delegates just start using millets instead of using rice and wheat. You can use means rye and ragi and all these millets. Our Department of Family and Community Science, they are very eager. They are making so many dishes, madam, from the department. Some of the dishes they have offered you for tasting also. It is having very good taste. And with all these, I request to all of you, probably you must have enjoyed this 2-day conference. But even after it, if you have felt any difficulty, we apologize for that. And we hope in future also you will be connected. Like you must have heard Nokia connects people. Here, MSU connects people. So we have connected all of you. So with these words, I wish all the success to all the delegates. And these delegates will work as a brand ambassador for climate change and disaster risk reduction. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So as you just witnessed, sir is a leader who knows the way, shows the way, and goes the way. Thank you for those concluding remarks, sir. Like some of you must be aware, within the university, with back-to-back 2 major events being planned and executed under his guidance along with regular administrative work, that needs a lot of patience and presence of mind. Before inviting Dr. K.M. Chudasama, the officiating registrar of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, for proposing the formal vote of thanks, I will also thank him for making all of us feel like a team and always troubleshooting. Sir, please propose the vote of thanks for today's event.
Very good evening, all of you. It is always a pleasure to host people for something which is very developmental. And as we got an opportunity to focus on some of the crucial issues to be addressed, we have hosted the youth consultation offered by the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Government of India, and also supported by Department of Education, Government of Gujarat. On behalf of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda family, that is, on behalf of the Chancellor Madam, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor Sir, on behalf of the Senate and Syndicate members, on behalf of the staff and students, I take this opportunity to thank honorable guests, those who have come here to share their thought-provoking ideas. Special thanks to international and national speakers who have come here. They have spent time with us and shared their ideas. Many thanks to national as well as international delegates who have been with us for throughout day and have shared their ideas and interacted. Rightly mentioned by Honorable Secretary Madam that this is supposed to be a consultation, and I hope that with an interactive session for the entire day, in a true sense, we could make it a youth consultation wherein most of the speakers as well as the question answers which were taken were involving the youth participants. I should not forget thanking the teachers as well as the non-teaching staff of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, the deans and principals of all the faculties and constituent colleges, the media who have been covering throughout the day. Various glimpses and various newses have been broadcasted at national, international and local levels also. Many thanks to the organizing committee as well as the volunteers who have been managing a huge crowd to just facilitate. And as also mentioned by Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, I really apologize if there are certain lapses in the arrangement, but we were so much enthusiastic in arranging this thing. Probably we might have missed it, but we'll make sure that next time if we are given an opportunity, we would be correcting the errors which are there in organizing the event at this time. Many thanks to those who are involved directly and indirectly in organizing the event, supporting the event, as well as funding the events, all the sponsors and all those who have been associated directly or indirectly with this event. Many thanks to each and everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So before we disperse for the tea break, few announcements. As I mentioned that there is a cultural program after the tea break, so please come back after the tea break and enjoy the cultural program, and that will be followed by a gala dinner. So please do enjoy the dinner as well. And I will request the core committee members to stay back for a group photograph after the national anthem. May I request the audience to kindly rise for the national anthem and team of performing arts.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे
core team members are requested to stay back for the group photograph. Others, you may please join for the tea in the Shamiana. All core team members of the G20 event, please come on the dais. This is a wonderful memory which we would like to keep as a group photograph. Core members on the team dais, please.
hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 sick, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, hey, 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 sick, 1, 2, hey, sick, hey, hey, sick, 1, 2, 1, hey, sick, hey, sick, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, sick, 1, 2, hey, 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 sick, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, sick, 1, 2, 2, sick, 1, hey, hey, sick, 1, 2, 2, sick,
कादर भाई ऑल सेट बंद कर दीजिए
बनाओ ना थोड़ा. ज्योत से तेरी कांति तुझी
हेलो हेलो नमस्ते शारदे देवी नमस्ते शारदे देवी नमस्ते शारदे देवी
Sick, 1, 2.
Hello, hello, hello. नमस्ते शारदे देवी नमस्ते शारदे देवी सरस्वती मते प्रदे वसत्वं मम जीवाग्रे सर्वविद्याप्रदा भव
नमस्ते शारदे देवी
हेलो
Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Hello. तुम ही सोचो जरा क्यों न रोके तुम्हें जान जाती है जब उठ के जाते हो तुमको अपनी कसम जाने जा बात इतनी मेरी मान लो लोज थोड़ा सा बढ़ा लोज हेलो 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 मॉनिटर्स में नहीं आ रहा है हेलो 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 बाहर बंद करके हेलो 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 आ आ आ आ हेलो हेलो हेलो। जाने नहीं देत मोहे कान्हा, कान्हा जाने नहीं देत मोहे कान्हा, कान्हा।
Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello. हे कोटे मोरट हुकिया हेलो चेक हेलो 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 અહીંયા ડન છે हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो 1 2 3 1 2 3 टेस्ट टेस्ट 1 2 3
हाँ हाँ बराबर है बराबर है।
Okay. Oh. Good evening to one and all present here. Today, we would like to start the event with the university song,
which is choreographed by Dviti Pandya.
with a round of applause, guys. ready. Okay. Yes. Okay. Lapet! Lapet!
Yeah, my son, yeah.
Grandpa,
Come on.
how good am I?
Very good, brilliant.
Thank you.
Because you are the only one flying the kite on 14th February. You know, when I was at your age, I used to fly a lot on this day. What a lovely day. Lovely wind, I say.
Of course it is. Oh, come on. Ouch. Grandpa, give it to me.
What are you doing? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. How long have you been up here?
Grandpa?
2 hours?
2 hours?
Yeah.
Did you switch off your AC?
Grandpa?
I don't know.
You know how harmful it is for the environment? It can cause depletion of ozone layer. You're a science student, right?
Yes. Anyways, there is something even more careless.
What?
I saw some plastic waste on a garden.
I don't know anything about it.
Of course you don't.
But I know, because I was the one who threw it in a recycle bin.
Mom, what were you telling me about the AC? What's the big deal?
It doesn't seem harmful today, but it is very harmful for our future generations.
Oh.
Yeah, I was saying, when I was your age, I used to... You want to sit? So let me sit. Yeah, I was saying something. We all should live a sustainable life.
Exactly. You know, your one plastic toothbrush can take 500 years to decompose.
500 years?
That's what.
Oh God. Okay, so basically you're telling me to live a sustainable life, right?
Yes.
I should keep in mind the future as well.
Yes.
My every action has a consequence. Okay, but you do know that we alone can't do anything about it, right?
My son, there is a Hindi saying, "Boon boon se hi sagar badhta hai," which means drop by drop fills the pitcher.
Exactly. And we are not alone in it. Have you heard about G20 and Y20?
Yes, I have.
So climate change and sustainable living is like the most important themes in it.
Oh, okay, I got it. But if we are done with the serious talk, can I play some music and can we dance?
Hey, yes, son, we will rock it. But first, let us do our prayers.
For sure.
Because it fills the environment and our soul with positivity and happiness. So shall we?
Yes. So we are presenting Saraswati Vandana.
In Bharatnatyam.
Hey, son, the chair, come on.
जय शारदे वागीश्वरी विधिकन्यके विद्याधरी जय शारदे वागीश्वरी विधिकन्यके विद्याधरी जय शारदे वागीश्वरी विधि कन्यके विद्याधरी जय शारदे वागीश्वरी विधि कन्यके विद्याधरी जय शारदे कांति तुझी मुख रम्य शारद चंद्रमा उजले तुझ्या हास्यातुनी चारी योगांची पौर्णिमा ज्योत्स्ने परी कांती तुझी मुखरम्य शारद चंद्रमा उजळे तुझ्या हास्यातुनी चारी युगांची पौर्णिमा तो किटतकी तो किटतकी तुझिया कृपेचे सांगणे नित वर्ष दे आमच्या शिरी तुझिया कृपेचे चांदणे नित वर्षू दे आमच्या शिरी वागीश्वरी विद्याधरी तक तरिकिट दिक्कुन तक तरिकिट तक तरिकिट तक तक्कुंत चे कुक्कुंत चे किट तक तक्कुन तक तरिकिट दिक्कुन तक तरिकिट तक तरिकिट तक तक्कुंत चे कुक्कुंत चे किट तक तक्कता तरिकिट्टा तरक्क दिक्कि वीणेवरी फिरता तुझी चतुरा कलामय अंगुली संगीत जन्मायेन वे जडता मदीची भंगळी वीणेवरी फिरता तुझी चतुरा कलामय अंगुली संगीत जन्मायेन वे जडता मदीची भंगळी वीणेवरी फिरता तुझी चतुरा कलामय रंगोली संगीत जन्मायेन वे जडता मतीची अंगली तो किटतकी तो उन्मेष कल्पतरुवरी बगरून आळ्या मंजिरी उन्मेष कल्पतरुवरी बहरून आल्या मंजिरी वागीश्वरी विद्याधरी वागीश्वरी विद्याधरी जन्नक्कु जनकिटकिटतकि किन्नक्कु किन्नत्ता किन्नक्कु किटतरि किटतक जन्नक्कु दिन्नत्ता जन्नक्कु जनकिटकिटतकि किन्नक्कु किन्नत्ता किन्नक्कु किटतरि किटतक जन्नक्कु दिन्नत्ता जे किटतरि किटतक 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 जे किटतक कोदि कोदा किट तुम किटकिटतक डं अंगी अंगी किटतक ताम दिक किट
Amazing performance it was.
What a lovely prayer. Yeah, You know about the next performance?
No.
It is a national song, originally written in Bengali and composed by A.R. Rahman.
Right.
So shall we begin the performance?
Yes. Vande Mataram.
वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् सुजला सुफला मलयज शीतला शस्य श्यामला मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनीं फुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिणीं सुखदां वरदां मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे बजे सरगम हर तरफ से गूंजे बनकर देसरा बजे सरगम हर तरफ से गूंजे बनकर देसरा 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 निमपा निदपा ममनी Manisa, Nima,
1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Parade, thumb. Entities, attention. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. Nice. Come here, Bablu. Yes. Aha, what a wonderful day. And yeah, you must be knowing about the next performance. It's Kesariya Balam, right? Yeah, Kesariya Balam is a folk Rajasthani song, which means the love and culture of Rajasthan. And now we present you Kesariya Balam.
So it's a beautiful song. और मेरा ऐसा मानना है आप सभी ने सुना ही होगा, तो बहुत और मज़ा और आएगा अगर बीच में आप भी जुड़ जाएं इसके साथ. सभी को पता है ये सॉन्ग. देंगे आप साथ? कागा सब तन खाइयो, और मोरा चुन चुन खाइयो मांस, और ये दो नैना मत खाइयो, इन्हें पिया मिलन की आस है, अरे इन्हें पिया मिलन की आस है, अने पधारो निमारे देश, पधारो पधारो नी मारे देश, केसरिया बालम आवो नी, पधारो नी मारे देश, केसरिया पधारो नी मारे देश, पधारो नी मारे देश, अने पधारो नी मारे देश, केसरिया बालम आओ नी, पधारो मारे देश, देश नी पधारो नी मारे देश. आवन जावन कह गयो और दे गयो कौल अनेक आवन जावन आवन जावन आवन 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 जावन कह गयो और दे गयो कौल अनगिनता गिनता रिस गई है मारी आंगनियारी रेख रे अन मारी आंगनियारी रेख रे केसरिया बालम आवो रे पधारो भार देश देश ने पधारो मारे देश साजन आयो है सखी मैं तो जोड़ूं मोतियन लोहार साजन आयो है सखी और मैं तो जोड़ूं मोतियन लोहार लोग जाने मैं मोती चुनूं लोग जाने मैं मोती चुनूं अन मैं तो जुग जुग करूं जुहाद जी मैं तो जुग जुग करूं जुहाद जी केसरिया बालम आवो रे पधारो रे मारे रे आप भी जुड़ जाएं केसरिया बालम आवो रे पधारो रे मारे रे पधारो नी रे पधारो मारे देश मारे पधारो मारे देश पधारो मारे
What a lovely performance by Mr. Dushan Rupolia. Give him a big hand.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
So without wasting any time, the upcoming performances,
It's Kathak.
is Shiv Stuti Kathak,
Yes.
choreographed by
Miss Dhriti Pandya and Tripti Gupta. With a big round of applause again.
Yes.
Yes.
शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू बाजे शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू बाजे शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू बाजे शंकर अति प्रचंड शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू डमरू बाजे डमरू डमरू बाजे डमरू डमरू शंकर अति प्रचंड शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू डमरू बाजे डमरू डमरू बाजे डमरू डमरू जे शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू बाजे व्याघ्र कटे सर्पहार व्याघ्र कटे सर्पहार गले सोहे मूढ़वाल गले सोहे मूढ़वाल नंदीश्वर शिव शंभो नंदीश्वर शिव शंभो बाजे डमरू डमरू बाजे शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू बाजे बाजे डमरू डमरू बाजे बाजे डमरू डमरू बाजे बाजे डमरू डमरू बाजे शंकर अति प्रचंड नाचत कर डमरू बाजे शंकर
What a lovely performance! Shandar, Zabardast, Zindabad!
It was.
Lovely performance, lovely!
It was, yes, Grandpa. Yes, it was. Okay. Do you know anything about the traditional band dish? That too in Rag Kafi?
No.
Okay. So poets explain this, how Radha and Krishna, gopis and gwalas used to play Holi. That description, well, is being presented as an upcoming event in Hori.
Oh, which is composed by Pandit Lakshman Prasad Jaipur Wale.
Correct.
And music arranged by Dr. Rajesh Kelkar.
With a round of applause, guys.
हो रे आई रे पिया जी रे देश रे हो रे आई रे पिया जी रे देश रे मारो श्याम अठिलो कान केसर खेलत हो रे मारो श्याम अठिलो कान केसर खेलत हो रे होरी तो खेले महादेव खेले होरी तो खेले महादेव खेले खेलत गणपत तोरी खेलत गणपत तोरी होरी आई रे पिया जी रे देश रे मारो श्याम अठिलो कान केसर खेलत होरी रे मारो श्याम अठिलो कान केसर खेलत होरी रे होरी आई रे पिया जी रे देश रे होरी आई रे पिया जी रे देश पिया जी रे देश पिया
देखो वाली
તને જાતા જોઈ પન ઘટની વાટે મારું મન મોહી ગયું તારા રૂપાળા ગોરા ગોરા ઘાટે મારું મન મોહી ગયું. Gunpop!
Are we done?
Yes, it's embarrassing.
Oh, is it now? Do you even know what we were performing?
Yes, it's Ras.
Okay, then you do know.
Yes, woman.
Don't! We can't do this on. Oh God! He's embarrassing, man. Anyways. Well, technically you are still wrong. Ras is performed in and as couple by a male and female. It's popularly known as Dandiya Ras and is one of the most popular folk dances of Gujarat. It is performed in Navratri, which is, by the way, our upcoming event. Choreographed by Dr. Divya Patel, I guess. Yes, I'm so sorry, guys. Choreographed by Divya Patel.
Big hand, big hand.
Also,
Okay.
women who wrote the skit.
Oh, okay. Hey. Hi.
You're so late.
Oh God, it's not late. Anyways, why are you shivering?
Because it's cold?
This is cold. It's
Yes.
barely 17 degrees.
That's what? 17 degrees.
Oh God. Where are you from?
Mumbai.
That's why.
What isn't that? That's why.
I mean, okay, you do know that I mean Maharashtra and Gujarat shares the border, right?
Yes.
Even though that is the case, there is a temperature difference. In winters, it falls down to like 20 degrees in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
In Gujarat, it dips down to 8 degrees.
8 degrees?
I know. Okay. Have you heard about the glacier thing? Okay, I'll tell you one thing before that. You do know the risk management, right? The disaster risk management?
Yeah.
Okay, have you heard about the glacier?
That can melt and cause tsunami?
Yes, it can.
But that's impossible.
You know what seems impossible?
What?
A flight being delayed by 4 hours.
4 hours?
Yeah, because of the pollution. The flight couldn't land. Oh, I see that now. Okay, you remember me talking about the glacier thing?
Yes.
The temperature difference in Maharashtra and Gujarat? And you telling me that the flight lands like 4 hours late? You know where I'm going to, right?
Hey, I know. I know something in this world is changing.
What?
You know what it is?
What?
The climate.
Oh.
That's correct. And because of that, now we pledge
Not to just protect, but preserve our nature.
And also, not to cause any harm to the environment.
Exactly. Now moving on to our last performance, which is Rag Yaman. It's a fusion of Sangeet and instruments. It also has dance like Kathak and Bharatnatyam, and it has Garba in it.
Thank you so much. So this last performance is a fusion in Rag Yaman, a very popular raga from the Hindustani classical music. We'll be singing a tarana in this performance, which is written and composed by Dr. Rajesh Kelkar, Head Vocal Department, Faculty of Performing Arts. And the fusion is conducted and prepared by Dr. Kedar Mukadam. And you'll see a fusion of so many instruments as you can see here. So we'll see some solo parts from the instruments here also. We'll have dance, and at the last, I want everyone on the stage. Thank you.
धिनक धिन ता तड़क धिनक धिन धिन 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 धिनक धिन ता तड़क धिनक धिन धिनक धिन ता लंबोदर विघ्ने गणेश गणपति जगत रक्षका अनुपम प्रणाम धा प्रणाम धा प्रणाम धा
Sir, sir, please come on the stage. हाल 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 बही जाए रात बात मने हाल 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 बही जाए रात बात मने मत पड़ शेरे पर बात छोगाड़ा तारा और छबीला तारा और रंगीला तारा रंग पे जुए तारी बात रंग लो जमकालिंदी ने घाट छोगाड़ा तारा और छबीला तारा और रंगीला तारा रंग पे जुए तारी है बाट रंग लो बनी थन घट करे मन मोर बनी थन घट करे मोर बनी थन घट करे मन मोर बनी थन घट करे मन गोर गर चहु मोर मरुमा मरु मन मोर बनी थन घट करे मन मोर बनी थन घट करे मन मोर बनी थन घट करे मार मन मोर बनी थन घट करे मोर बनी थन घट करे मोर बनी थन घट करे मन मोर बनी थन घट करे I request everyone to थोड़ी देर के लिए थोड़ा नीचे जाए. We have professional dancers with us also. So let us give them space. Please, please, please. I would like to call students from Faculty of Performing Arts on the stage. Thank you so much. Now, the main performers of this evening, I would like to call on the stage the amazing dancers from the dance department, Faculty of Performing Arts, and choreographed by Dr. Divya Patel. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए.
Yes. I would also like to mention the dance performance on Rag Yaman was choreographed by Dr. Ami Pandya and Tripti Gupta. Thank you.
I want everyone to dance there and put your hands up in the air. Come on. Hey, hey. Daudama damakda durnav damka. Daudama damakda durnav damkat. Kehkat mor malhar रंगीला तारा ओरे रंगीला तारा रंग फेरू जुए दारी है वाट रंग लो अरे ओरे मोर बनी तन घट करे मन मोर बनी तन घट करे मोर बनी तन घट करे मन मोर बनी तन घट करे मोर नर जम मोर मरुमा मोर मन मोर बनी तन घट करे मन मोर बनी तन घट करे मन मोर बनी तन घट करे मार मन मोर बनी तन घट करे मोर बनी तन घट करे मोर बनी तन घट करे मन मोर बनी तन घट करे पतनी पग खुले मदरा मदरा मलकाई ने मेरा कहने सुने सुबत करे गगने गगने घुमराई ने पागल मेघ घटा कर जट भर मन मोर बनी तन घट कर मन मोर बनी तन घाट करे मार मन मार हला जीतारा हला जीतारा हला जीतारा हाथ बखाणू के पट्टी तारा पगला पखाणू हला जीतारा हाथ बखाणू के पट्टी तारा पगला पखाणू रावण सर को राजवी ने प्रगट मेरु समा हला जीतारा हाथ बखाणू तारा पगला पखाणू हला तारा हाथ बखाणू के पट्टी तारा पगला पखाणू हला तारा हाथ बखाणू के पट्टी तारा पगला पखाणू हला तारा हाथ बखाणू के पट्टी तारा पगला पखाणू हला तारा हाथ बखाणू के पट्टी तारा पगला पखाणू हला तारा हाथ बखाणू के पट्टी तारा
हेलो अद्भुत अद्भुत। सबसे पहले मैं राजेश केलकर जी और गौरांग भावसार जी को यहाँ मंच पर आमंत्रित करता हूँ। साथ में हमारे रजिस्ट्रार साहब, हमारी कोर टीम के मेंबर्स भी यहाँ पर आए प्लीज। ऐसा शायद माहौल आपने कभी पहले नहीं देखा होगा। इसका पूरा श्रेय जो जाता है हमारे राजेश केलकर जी और गौरांग भावसार जी की टीम। इसमें हम सभी चलिए मिलकर के इनका उत्साहवर्धन करने के लिए एक बार फिर से जोर से आप मेरे साथ बोलिएगा, उत्तम 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 भाई, सुंदर 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 भाई। वाह भाई वाह। आइए सभी सभी जो आर्टिस्ट थे सभी स्टेज पर आए। हमारे कोर कमेटी के सारे मेंबर्स यहाँ पर आए। कोर कमेटी के कोई भी मेंबर्स नीचे हैं तो प्लीज ऊपर आइए। साथ में हमारे ये जो संगत दे रहे थे कलाकार, तबले पर, मृदंग पर, ढोलक पर, हमारे केदार भाई, पीछे के सारे लोग, सभी लोग आगे आए प्लीज। आइए प्लीज सभी लोग आइए। संगीत की दुनिया में आप शायद खो गए होंगे, आपको लग नहीं रहा होगा कि आप एमएसयू के अंदर हैं। ये ताकत भारतीय संगीत में है, भारतीय कला में है, भारतीय नृत्य में है। आप देखें और इसको and it happens only in MSU. हमारे जो तबला वादक थे उनके लिए तो अल्लाह रखा जी के लिए जैसे बोला जाता था, वाह उस्ताद वाह। साथ में मृदंग पर, ढोलक पर और जो ढोल पर थे हमारे केदार भाई, इनके लिए भी एक बार बोलिए वाह उस्ताद वाह। साथ में हमारे जो कलाकार, जो सिंगर थे, हमारे जूनियर केलकर साहब। जूनियर केलकर साहब की आवाज में एक जादू है, ऐसा जादू जो आपको सब कुछ भुला दे। संगीत की दुनिया में आप खो जाते हैं, ऐसे हमारे जूनियर केलकर साहब। आप आइए। आपका नाम? मानस। मानस तो सच में अल्लाह रखा है, क्या तबला बजाते हैं, मतलब आप इनके तबले की धुन में पूरे खो जाएंगे। मृदंग पर थे द्विज। द्विज ने भी जो मृदंग बजाया है, आपको पूरा उसमें ऐसे आप खो गए कि ऐसे भी मृदंग बज सकता है, आपने कल्पना भी नहीं की होगी। साथ में धनंजय जी ढोलक वादक, क्या क्या ढोलक बजाई है आपने। केदार भाई, जय जय ने देखिए क्या आपको ड्रम बजाया। आप जय का ड्रम सुन करके बिल्कुल क्या सिंक था, मतलब क्या आपस में समन्वय था, बहुत ही अच्छा आप लोगों ने गाया। जय के साथ विजय। यहाँ जय है और विजय है। थैंक यू। आइए केदार भाई तो बिल्कुल मतलब गरबा के दुनिया के सरताज हैं, बहुत ही बढ़िया आप बजाते हैं। निश्चित तौर पर पूरे लोग अपने आप को रोक नहीं पा रहे थे। मैं तो हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को देख रहा था, वो कुर्सी से उठ गए। मैंने कहा बहुत ही अच्छी बात है, अब आप चालू ही कर दीजिए। ये संगीत की ताकत है, मतलब आपको कैसे भी करके खड़े कर देते। जनक भाई, जनक भाई हाँ, बहुत ही सुंदर गाते हैं, बहुत ही अच्छा गाते हैं। साथ में जनक जी की पत्नी है, वो लता मंगेशकर की आवाज में गाती हैं, उनका नाम है केतकी। ऑर्गन पर थे निखिल। निखिल के लिए जोरदार तालियां। हारमन पर थे हार्दिक। हार्दिक के लिए जोरदार तालियां। अमी मैडम, दिव्या मैडम, इन्होंने जो कोरियोग्राफी किया, उनकी पूरी टीम के लिए ढेर। तृप्ति मैडम और भी जो लोग हैं, आप भी बहुत कमाल का, मतलब आपका डांस। दुष्यंत भाई, दुष्यंत भाई का जो आलाप है इतना लंबा होता है, लगता है कब खत्म होगा। बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही अच्छा। और आप सभी को ये बताएं, ये पूरा कार्यक्रम हमारे परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट ने केवल 2 दिन में तैयार किया है, इसके लिए ढेर सारी तालियां। आप सभी जिन्होंने डांस की परफॉर्मेंस किया, आपके लिए भी ढेर सारी तालियां। और लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, हमारे एंकर्स, फैंटास्टिक, फैंटाबुलस, जबरदस्त परफॉर्मेंस। आइए आइए।
अर्जव,
राधा,
पीयूष,
पीयूष। सुपर सुपर डुपर परफॉर्मेंस by our anchors. कोई भी अगर मेरे से रह गया हो तो उसकी परफॉर्मेंस के लिए भी ढेर सारी तालियां। हमारे जो इंटरनेशनल डेलीगेट्स और जो हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, कोर टीम के मेंबर्स ने जो डांस किया, उनके लिए भी ढेर सारी तालियां। बहुत अच्छा लगता है, पूरा एक एमएसयू परिवार की तरह का ये जो माहौल है, भगवान इसको किसी की नजर न लगे और हम लोग हर रोज एक नए बेंचमार्क्स एस्टेब्लिश करें, ऐसी मेरी मनोकामना है। अब मैं हमारे जो वॉलंटियर्स थे उनके लिए ढेर सारी तालियां। पूरा इवेंट सक्सेस बनाने के लिए जो भी लोग डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े, उनके लिए ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। हरी भाई कहीं जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ऊपर आ जाइए। हरी भाई के लिए भी ढेर सारी तालियां। अब मैं चुडासमा जी से बोलूंगा, वो भी इतने खुश है, वो भी अपनी खुशी को शब्दों में बयां करें।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। मेरा काम हमेशा फॉर्मली थैंक करना होता है। कभी कभार बहुत गंभीर बनना काफी बार मुश्किल हो जाता है। इतना अच्छा माहौल हमारे परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स के विद्यार्थियों ने यहाँ पे बनाया है। हम जितना भी इनका थैंक्स करें इतना कम। इनकी थकान को ध्यान में रखते हुए let's give a big round of applause to all of them. Thank you so much, the performers, for presenting a lovely evening and making the moment memorable. Thank you so much, one and all. Last but not least, many thanks and 3 cheers for the cameraman who is covering the event, the person on the mixer, all the technicians, backstage, soundmen, and everybody who is wholeheartedly devoted for making this event successful. Thank you one and all. And 3 cheers for core team, organizing team. Yay! Dinner is ready. Let me also thank the coordinators of CC Mehta Auditorium and the entire team managing it very nicely. Thank you one and all.